This is The Cursed Princess, Princess League Series Book 5. Written by Mira Crest. Narrated by Digital Narration. 1. Dream of Death. In the pristine white cathedral hall was where Lejiya faced her greatest joy and grimmest fate. Eyes of mere silhouettes blurred by the ethereal light, fixated upon her lone figure. Before her stood a man, clutching something small and gleaming, a token of profound significance, a silver ring adorned with a crimson jewel. Uneasiness settled within Lejiya, a nebulous disquiet she couldn't quite grasp. Slowly, almost as if guided by an unseen hand, the ring slipped onto her finger, nestling against her skin with a strange insistence. A dizzying whirlpool consumed her world, suffocating gasps tearing through lungs constricted by unseen forces. Strength ebbed from her limbs, her body succumbing to the frigid embrace of the tiled floor. Darkness, like venom, seeped through the once pristine hall, staining its purity with malevolent intent. In that moment, Lejiya met her end, surrendering to the embrace of death. Then came the violent thrash of limbs as consciousness reclaimed Lejiya. Alone in her dim chamber, beads of sweat adorned her brow and palms, testament to the fevered turmoil that had gripped her. Relief flooded her senses as she realized the horrors endured were but fragments of a dream. 2. The Escape. Lejiya's silvery white hair flowed like a waterfall of moonlight, each strand catching the dim glow of the room and reflecting it back in soft, shimmering hues. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face that held the timeless elegance of the Fae. Her honey-colored skin glowed softly, as if touched by the eternal light of the stars, with an otherworldly radiance that hinted at her magical origins. Her features were delicate, ethereal, and her high cheekbones cast gentle shadows that accentuated her luminous eyes. Those eyes, a deep, verdant green, had the quality of dark jade, glistening with life and mystery, and they seemed to see beyond the surface of things, into the very heart of what lay hidden. Lejiya's gaze often lingered on the pages of old books and manuscripts, eyes scanning the intricate writings and faded illustrations of ancient fairy tales. She found herself drawn to the inked depictions of distant lands and forgotten realms, places that had once thrived with magic and wonder, now slipping into the obscurity of myth. She was a princess of the Fae who had traversed realms beyond count, encountering heroes and heroines of fable firsthand. Yet, her journeys were confined to the fortress of her own slumber, a nightly pilgrimage into the extraordinary. It was a gift bestowed upon her, and her alone, for no Fae ever possessed one. Her fascination with this enchanting ability took root in childhood, nourished by the tales spun by her father, the Fae King. Among them, the saga of a magical cat named Vaughn, whose love for his companion Vi stirred emotions within her young heart. The narrative's tragic arc, marked by betrayal and redemption, left an indelible mark upon her soul. So Lejiya entered the tale through her dream, and altered the course of the story, saving the ill-fated cats, Vi and Vaughn. Awakening in her room, Lejiya found Vi and Vaughn, once mere figments of her imagination, now corporeal beings in her world. It was a revelation that shook her to the core, the power to extract dreams into reality with the threads of her magic, blurring the lines between myth and existence. Yet, amidst the wonder, a shadow loomed, a reminder of the fine line between creation and destruction, between the dreams that uplift and the nightmares that ensnare. And in that delicate balance, Lejiya found herself poised, a solitary figure navigating the labyrinth of her own imagination, haunted by the echoes of forgotten tales and the weight of untold destinies. The darkness draped itself around Lejiya like a silken shroud, enfolding her in its mysteries and whispers of the castle. In its embrace, she found solace, fleeting yet profound, a sanctuary from the fallen world outside. For within the confines of the Reverium kingdom's ancient castle, she remained a captive soul, a fae bound by invisible chains within gilded walls. 16 years of her life had passed in opulent captivity, ensconced within the grandeur of her ancestral home, a bastion of majesty nestled amidst the storied landscapes of Reverium. Lejiya's home was a castle shaped like a towering spire, adorned with the verdant tendrils of ivy, reached heavenward, while ethereal blossoms illuminated the cobblestone paths with their otherworldly glow. Yet, for all its splendor, Lejiya remained a stranger to its beauty, her world confined to the strokes of a painter's brush and the whispered tales of a distant realm. As the kingdom's rightful heir, Lejiya bore the burden of expectation with grace, her visage a portrait of fae perfection, glimmering long sliver hair, brown skin like golden honey, cascading tresses of palest white, and eyes that shimmered with the depths of sapphire seas. But beneath the veneer of beauty lay a heart heavy with longing, a soul yearning for freedom amidst the gilded confines of her prison. The castle, for all its grandeur, stood as a silent sentinel of her captivity, a symbol of both privilege and constraint. Its walls whispered tales of a world long lost to time, where once life and beauty flourished, now reduced to naught but shadows and monsters. To Lejiya, the world beyond was a canvas painted in hues of imagination, its sun-kissed meadows and moonlit rivers mere fragments of a dream. But not all of it was a myth, for humans and fae once coexisted in a delicate balance, their destinies intertwined by threads of magic and fate. Yet, disaster soon swept across the land, threatening to engulf all in its wake. Fearing the power of the fae, the humans conjured forth a curse that sought to eradicate their otherworldly kin. Countless fae fell to the curse's deadly embrace, their once vibrant world plunged into darkness and despair. But the humans' triumph was short-lived, for the curse birthed monstrous creatures born of nightmares, thirsting for blood and chaos. In the wake of devastation, the Fae King led his dwindling subjects to the safety of the castle's walls, sealing themselves away from the ravages of the outside world. Yet, even within the sanctuary of their fortress, they remained prisoners of fate, with the castle's entrance as their only path to the world, a name given to the outside world. The lowest stories of the castle were forbidden to Lejiya, for the Fae King did not want her anywhere near the castle's entrance. But Lejiya's desire to lay eyes on the world never waned. Beautiful and abundant as the castle was, she yearned for the day when she would step outside and see it with her own eyes. Clad in garments of midnight hue, Lejiya stood poised at the threshold, her heart a symphony of anticipation and trepidation. With each creak of the door, she stepped into the corridor, a shadow among shadows, a phantom seeking solace in anonymity. Fae guards loomed ever closer, challenging her way forward. Holding her breath, she melded into the darkness, a silent spectre eluding their grasp as they passed by, oblivious to her silent vigil. Before her, an archway loomed, a door to freedom, tantalizing in its proximity yet veiled by obstacles. There were 3 fae standing guard before the huge doors. With a heavy sigh, Lejiya acknowledged the magnitude of her endeavor, the weight of her aspirations pressing upon her like a burden too heavy to bear. Yet, undeterred by the daunting expanse that lay before her, she sought an alternate path, a nearby window that once existed, now sealed up with stones yet not impenetrable, offering a slender thread of hope amidst the suffocating embrace of stone and mortar. With movements as nimble as whispers, she moved toward the stone window and lifted her hand. She focused and the stones crumbled into dust within the deepening gap. With a surge of triumph, she breached the confines of her prison, her spirit soaring on wings of newfound freedom. Yet, as she descended into the unknown, a sense of foreboding gripped her, a palpable tension that hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the perilous path that lay ahead. Against the wishes of her father, she ventured forth, a solitary figure amidst the tangled embrace of a forest that lay beyond the gap, the first sight she saw of the world, and her senses attuned to the symphony of nature's whispers. With each careful step, she forged a path of her own making. In the hush of the night, she stood, bow in hand, a warrior in the making, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions, fear and determination, uncertainty and resolve. Yet, amidst the chaos of her inner turmoil, one truth remained steadfast, a longing to discover, to explore, to embrace the mysteries of the world. Breath held like a taut bowstring, Lejiya fixated on a looming figure. It had 3 heads, each adorned with gleaming fangs, swiveled in unison, nostrils flaring as they scented the air with predatory intent. It resembled a Cerberus, a monster from tales she read, its massive form casting shadows that seemed to swallow the very air around her. The Cerberus circled her with calculated menace, its every movement a testament to its predatory prowess. Yet, beneath the weight of its gaze, Lejiya stood resolute, her senses heightened by the primal dance of fear and adrenaline coursing through her veins. The stench of the monster's pheromones cloaked her like a shroud, mingling with the sweat that traced a path down her spine. It dripped onto her skin, a chilling reminder of her mortality, yet also a sensation that ignited a primal spark within her, a reminder that she was alive, truly alive, in this moment of peril. With a whispered incantation, she summoned fire magic, a flickering orb of white energy illuminating the darkness with its ethereal glow. In its light, she felt a kinship with the natural world, a connection that transcended the boundaries of fear and uncertainty. Yet, for all her preparation, nothing could have truly prepared her for the reality of facing the monster before her. The weight of her frock, soaked through with sweat and determination, pressed against her quivering flesh. Her fingers, trembling yet steady, grasped the bow with a newfound sense of purpose, the sinewy muscles of her arms straining against the tension of the string. As the Cerberus loomed closer, its tongues fluttering with malevolent intent, Lejiya's resolve solidified. There was no turning back, no room for hesitation in the face of such primal aggression. With a swift motion, she took aim, her fingers releasing the arrow with a precision honed by hours of practice and determination. The projectile found its mark, embedding itself in the creature's hide with a satisfying thud. The Cerberus, unfazed by the assault, surged forward with a ferocity that bordered on madness. Claws lashed out with deadly precision, their razor-sharp edges slicing through the air with a terrifying swiftness. In that split second, as the claws descended upon Lejiya like the judgment of the gods, Lejiya found herself suspended in time, a lone figure facing down the very embodiment of her fears and doubts. She dodged to her side and seized the opportunity, channeling her magic with a focus born of desperation. And as the Cerberus lunged forward, jaws agape with ravenous hunger, she unleashed her power, a torrent of flames that engulfed the beast in a blinding conflagration. In the aftermath of the confrontation, Lejiya stood amidst the smoldering ruins of her adversary, her breath ragged and labored, her body trembling with the aftershocks of adrenaline. Caught off guard, Lejiya found herself sprawled on the unforgiving ground, the creature's tail delivering a punishing blow that stole her breath and sent shockwaves of pain coursing through her body. The world spun around her in a dizzying blur as she struggled to regain her bearings, limbs flailing in a desperate attempt to find purchase against the relentless onslaught. She stared into the maw of the creature, its jagged teeth gleaming in the flickering light of the fire. 3 heads, each bearing a twisted grin of malice, regarded her with hungry anticipation, the promise of victory reflected in their malevolent gaze. Summoning every ounce of her resolve, Lejiya fought to her feet, hands clenched at her sides in a silent vow of defiance. A trickle of blood stained her lips. With a shimmering of her dress, she unleashed the power within, an arrow finding its mark with unerring precision. But even as victory seemed within reach, the creature's tail lashed out once more, ensnaring her in its cruel embrace. With a desperate struggle, she fought against the relentless pull, digging into the leather hide with fire magic with a fierce determination born of survival. A sudden howl echoed through the night as the Cerberus released its grip, sending Lejiya spinning through the air. With a desperate grab, She clung to a nearby branch, the rough bark cutting into her skin as she fought to regain her footing. Yet, even as she struggled to rise, the creature's relentless assault continued, its tail tearing through her dress with savage ferocity. With a sinking realization, Lejiya reached for her bow, only to find it shattered beyond repair. Panic surged through her veins. With a whispered incantation, she wielded her newfound power with a skill born of necessity, the flames swirling around her in a mesmerizing dance. The Cerberus surged forward, its triple-headed menace poised to rend her apart. Undeterred, she whispered words of power as she darted between the trees, her silent pleas echoing in the shadowed realm. Trees toppled like dominoes, a desperate barricade between her and the beast that hunted her, its hunger for her demise palpable in the air. Yet amidst the chaos, a distant sound, a haunting whinny, pierced the cacophony, heralding the arrival of a celestial savior. A white Pegasus materialized from the mist, a luminous beacon of hope in the darkness, its fur ablaze with ethereal fire. With thundering hooves, it charged forth, the very earth trembling beneath its righteous stride, a force of nature unleashed against the Cerberus's tyranny. Lejiya seized her chance, her heart racing as she leaped onto the Pegasus's back. With a burst of speed, they raced across the terrain, leaving the Cerberus in their wake, its snarls of frustration drowned out by the thunderous gallop of their escape. As they skidded to a halt near the precipice of a hill, she glanced back, her chest heaving with exertion and adrenaline. She plummeted to the lower ground, tumbling uncontrollably down the unforgiving slope. Thrown clear, her body collided with the earth, jolting her senses. Shaken, she pressed her palms against her throbbing temples, trying to steady her reeling mind. It took mere moments for the reality to sink in. She had lost the Cerberus. Opening her eyes, she realized the Pegasus had vanished, as if evaporated into thin air, leaving her alone to grapple with the aftermath of their tumultuous descent. But as she glanced down at her chest, the faint glow of purple sent relief through her. The glow was emitted from the glowing purple threads wrapped around a spindle pendant hung around her neck. Suddenly, shadows danced around her, accompanied by soft, ominous murmurs. Dark crimson eyes encircled her, their menacing presence palpable in the night. She was surrounded by vampire bats. Lejiya seized the spindle pendant and concentrated hard with her fingers tightly clasped. As the vampire bats closed in, she braced herself for the inevitable clash. 3. The Fae Princess. Lejiya thrashed against the darkness until the covers surrendered, cascading to the floor in a flurry of ghostly white fabric. Two furry sentinels, with heads perfectly round and ears triangular, roused from their slumber as the sheets unfurled, revealing her visage to the world. Vi and Von, Lejiya's steadfast feline companions, regarded her with unwavering devotion. Von's fur, a tapestry of light brown hues, contrasted with V's pristine white fur. Lejiya clung to the bedstead, her gaze fixed on the unknown beyond, words eluding her lips in the wake of tumultuous dreams. A nightmare. V's gentle inquiry pierced the silence. Lejiya hesitated, the line between reality and illusion blurring with each passing moment. Yes, and no, she murmured, grappling with the fragments of her fractured dreamscape. It was exhilarating. A surge of energy coursed through her veins, propelling her from the bed with a newfound vitality. Across the room, diminutive creatures, brought to life from her past dreams, darted in playful abandon, seeking refuge from the probing gaze of her feline companions. But Vaughn, ever the voice of reason, interjected with a gentle rebuke. Contradictions sow the seeds of confusion, and I'm very confused. Undeterred, Lejiya cast aside her doubts, her gaze fixed on an archway of stone on her bedroom wall, where a window supposedly lay. I dreamed I got out of the castle, she confessed, her voice tinged with longing. venturing into the unknown, into the world. I fought with a Cerberus, and then a Pegasus came, and I fell off a cliff, and then there were vampire bats. V's expression softened with empathy, while Vaughn's disapproval lingered like a shadow. Be careful, Lejiya said, her words laden with concern. Your desire of the outside world might lead you to harm. A wistful smile graced Lejiya's lips as she gazed at V. Fear not, my faithful friend, she reassured, her resolve unyielding. It's just a dream. Besides, it's the closest I can get to feeling truly alive, she confessed, a thread of desperation woven into her words. As Vaughn prowled the room, his restless energy mirroring her own, Lejiya's thoughts turned inward, grappling with the allure of freedom and the weight of her constraint. In the quiet solitude of her chamber, amidst the whispered echoes of dreams yet realized, she found solace in the company of her loyal companions, their unwavering presence a beacon of comfort in a world shrouded in uncertainty. The aroma of cinnamon wafted through the chamber, heralding the arrival of breakfast. V cast a wary glance at Vaughn, a silent exchange of pity and mild concern passing between them. Vaughn turned to V with a solemnity that belied his feline nature. Do you know what is more perilous than monsters? He queried, his tone grave. V shook her head, her eyes reflecting the weight of unspoken fears. No, she replied simply. Reading too many fairy tales, Vaughn retorted with a wry twist of his whiskers. Lejiya's laughter filled the room. Mock me if you must, she teased, her voice a delicate melody amidst the lingering shadows of doubt. I shall fetch breakfast. Behave yourselves in my absence, she commanded, though her conviction wavered. As she reached for the brass handle, a soft scratching sound echoed from the corner of the room, capturing her attention. What is that? Lejiya said, her gaze drifting toward the darkened molding. Suddenly, the stillness broke as a vampire bat materialized before her, its presence a chilling reminder of the blurred boundaries between dream and reality. With reflexes honed by fear, Lejiya seized a book from her bed, wielding it like a shield against the darkness. The bat, undeterred by her makeshift weapon, launched itself toward her with terrifying precision. Lejiya's heart pounded in her chest as she crouched, narrowly evading the creature's strike. In a desperate bid for safety, Vaughn leaped into action, his claws slashing through the air with calculated ferocity. Startled by his sudden assault, the bat retreated, seeking refuge in the labyrinthine corridors beyond. With trembling hands, Lejiya closed the door, but it was too late. The bat had already vanished through the door's opening, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease in its wake. In the sprawling expanse of the castle's 22nd story, nestled away like a forgotten treasure, lay Lejiya's room, veiled from the world by gilded walls. Supposedly beyond her window, a panorama of breathtaking vistas lay, but to her, they remained an enigma, obscured by the confines of her chamber and the long sealed windows. With a determined stride, Lejiya traversed the corridors, her path intersecting with little fantastical beings of lore. A Pegasus, perched aloof upon the vaulted ceiling, regarded her pursuit with disinterest, its wings fluttering like whispers against the air. To the winged creature, her chase of a vampire bat held no relevance. These creatures, once inhabitants of her dreams, now walked the corridors of her waking existence, blurring the lines between fantasy and reality. Raising her gaze, Lejiya sought the elusive bat, a creature of darkness and misshapen form that effortlessly melded into the obsidian shadows that danced along the walls. Yet, her search proved futile, the nocturnal intruder slipping away beyond her reach. Lejiya. The familiar timbre of a deep, tranquil voice beckoned her attention. Turning, she found herself drawn toward the figure of the Fae King, seated amidst the hallway's dim illumination. The Fae King stood before Lejiya, his presence commanding yet gentle, like a mountain cloaked in mist, both imposing and enigmatic. His silver-white hair, similar to her own, flowed down past his shoulders, a waterfall of pale strands that caught the light in a halo of ethereal brightness. Yet, unlike Lejiya's fine hair, his held a coarse texture, strands thickened by the weight of centuries and the burden of leadership. His deep green eyes bore into her, their gaze piercing and unwavering, pools of verdant intensity that seemed to hold the wisdom of countless ages. Lejiya found herself studying those eyes, the way they contrasted with her own. His held a sternness, an unyielding resolve that spoke of decisions made and battles fought, of burdens carried with dignity and strength. There was wisdom in them, a kind of knowing that only came from years of experience, from the quiet observation of a world that shifted and changed like the seasons. His gaze, though sharp, was not unkind. It held a quiet compassion, a fatherly concern that softened the harder edges of his expression. The Fae King's skin, a shade darker than Lejiya's own, had a warmth to it, a golden undertone that spoke of sunlit groves and the embrace of the natural world. Draped over his powerful frame was a robe of deep yellow, the color rich and vibrant, reminiscent of autumn leaves bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The fabric flowed around him with a grace that matched his movements, catching the light and reflecting it in shades of gold and amber. Dark gray patterns adorned the robe, ancient designs that seemed to shift and swirl with a life of their own, weaving stories of the past into the very threads of the fabric. "Has something occurred?" His inquiry bore the weight of concern. His brow creased with subtle unrest. Head bowed, hands clasped in a gesture of deference, Lejiya offered a feeble response. "Oh, nothing important, father. I was merely admiring the beauty of the walls." Her words, soft and meandering, faltered under the weight of evasion. The king's frown deepened, his discerning gaze piercing through her facade. "You are a poor liar, child. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your intentions?" Lejiya's heart fluttered, a nervous chuckle bubbling forth as she sought to deflect his scrutiny. "Intentions? Why, I had none, just a momentary distraction." A gentle smile graced the Fae King's lips, dispelling the tension that lingered between them. "Ah, you jest," he reassured, his words a soothing balm to her apprehension. Lejiya mirrored his smile, albeit tinged with residual unease, her inner turmoil concealed beneath a fragile veneer of composure. "This is your sanctuary. Here, you are free to tread whichever path your heart desires," the Fae King proclaimed, his voice a tender reassurance. "Not every path," Lejiya murmured, her words a whispered admission, laden with unspoken burdens. Puzzled, the Fae King sought clarification. "What was that?" With a shake of her head, Lejiya dismissed her cryptic utterance. "Nothing, merely idle thoughts." Sighing softly, the Fae King offered a knowing nod, his gaze lingering upon her with paternal affection. "It has been too long since we shared a morning repast together. Shall we rectify that oversight?" the Fae King said. A spark of warmth ignited within Lejiya's chest, a flicker of familiarity amidst shadows of uncertainty. "Why not?" she acquiesced, her steps falling in sync with his as they descended the spiraling staircase, a descent into the depths of the towering castle. And as they descended, Lejiya cast a fleeting glance toward her feline sentinels that adorned the castle's walls. Within the confines of the castle, this was a region that stirred Lejiya's fascination, a vertiginous tower of enchantment that seemed to spiral endlessly toward the earth below. Here, in this vertiginous descent, a solitary spot beckoned, a circular insignia etched into the ground, adorned with an intricate design of arcane symbols and shapes. It exuded an aura of mystique. It was a Fae port, one of many in the castle. When activated, they would transport anyone standing within the insignia to the desired story of the castle based on the user's hand gestures. Drawing a counterclockwise loop meant one story down, and doing so clockwise meant one story up. Yet, for Lejiya, the allure of this mystical gateway remained untested, for she harbored a reluctance to hasten her journey through the castle's labyrinthine depths. As they descended the winding stairwell, they halted upon reaching the 12th story. From there, a network of corridors unfurled, branching out like tendrils of mystery weaving their intricate tapestry. With a decisive turn, the Fae King led the way, guiding them toward a set of grandiose wooden doors that stood before a vast expanse, the dining hall. A Fae bowed before the Fae King and Lejiya, the princess, before vanishing into the culinary sanctum, re-emerging moments later bearing 2 plates laden with savory meats, tender carrots, and verdant vegetables, a feast fit for royalty. The protest of Lejiya's stomach echoed through the hall. Without hesitation, she indulged, the succulent flavors a fleeting respite from the monotony of her daily fare. Yet, amidst the culinary delight, a weariness lingered, one born of repetition and routine. "Take heed, lest your voracity lead you astray," the Fae King admonished gently, his gaze a mixture of concern and paternal affection. "One mustn't neglect their well-being for the sake of convenience." "I merely overslept," Lejiya offered in defense, though her words bore the weight of an unspoken truth. A playful gleam danced in the Fae King's eyes as he probed further, his curiosity veiled beneath a facade of jest. "And what realm did your dreams carry you to this time?" Inwardly, Lejiya recoiled, the memory of her nocturnal escapades a clandestine secret she dared not reveal. "I ventured into a land of tiny, colorful sprites," she fabricated, the lie a bitter pill upon her tongue. In truth, her dreams offered solace from the oppressive reality of her confinement. "Is that all?" "Usually there will be more," the Fae King said, helping himself to a mouthful of carrots. 4. The castle's mysteries. More. Lejiya's fork paused mid-air, suspended between plate and lips, as the tendrils of her unsettling nightmare coiled around her thoughts like shadowy whispers in the Hall of Shadows. "Is something wrong?" The king's voice pierced through the haze of her reverie, drawing her back to the present. "It's nothing. It's just that I had a peculiar dream," she replied, her words tinged with a lingering unease. She recounted the dream's haunting tableau, the oppressive darkness of a cathedral-like hall, the inexorable advance of shadowy tendrils, suffocating and insidious. The king's brow furrowed with concern, his gaze probing as he sought to unravel the enigma of her troubles. What was it about? His inquiry hung heavy in the air, laden with anticipation. "I dreamed of a white hall, some sort of a cathedral with tall windows of light. I was standing at the center of it. I saw someone before me, a man, and there was this ring on my finger. Darkness started pouring in and I couldn't breathe. It was terrifying. It felt like I died at that moment," Lejiya recounted, the memory sending shivers cascading down her spine. A shroud of silence enveloped the dining hall as the weight of her revelation settled upon them like a leaden cloak. The king's features betrayed a rare intensity, his concern palpable as he sought to discern the meaning behind her nocturnal visitation. "The man. What did he look like?" The Fae King's question hung in the air, pregnant with anticipation. Lejiya shook her head, her voice barely a whisper amidst the solemnity of their exchange. "I don't know. He was but a phantom, veiled in shadow like all the rest." "The rest?" The king's voice held a note of incredulity, a flicker of concern dancing in his eyes. Lejiya nodded, her gaze fixed upon the Fae King's troubled countenance. "Yes, there were others, mere specters lurking within the cathedral's gloom. I couldn't make out any of them," Lejiya said. "It's merely a dream, Lejiya. Nothing more," the king said, his reassurance falling upon her ears like a hollow echo, devoid of solace. But beneath his measured words, a tension simmered, a disquietude that belied his stoic facade. Lejiya sensed the weight of his unease, a silent acknowledgement of the lingering mysteries that haunted their world. As the Fae King departed, Lejiya found herself adrift amidst a sea of uncertainty. Turning to her companions, Vi and Von, she sought solace amidst the flickering orbs that danced in the dining hall's ethereal glow. What did the guards say to Father? Lejiya's query hung in the air. He spoke of them prowling near the castle. Von's voice carried with it a weight of caution, his words punctuated by the ominous stillness that hung in the air like a shroud. And Lejiya's voice cut through the hush, a beacon of inquiry amidst the encroaching darkness. He urged the Fae King to investigate. V's words dripped with a sense of urgency, the gravity of their conversation weighing heavily upon them like the oppressive shadows of the night. What did he mean by them? Lejiya's curiosity danced upon her lips, a flicker of apprehension mingled with her inquiry. He didn't say. Von's admission hung in the air. With a sense of foreboding gnawing at her, Lejiya hastily finished her meal. Descending the spiraling staircase, she sought solace amidst the labyrinthine corridors that stretched out before her. At the 7th story, her path intersected with Filroy, a stalwart Fae guard whose presence served as a barrier between her and the forbidden area that lay beyond. His words, though delivered with a veneer of reassurance, failed to quell the tumultuous storm of her thoughts. Why does the Fae King depart with such haste? Lejiya muttered. It is just a trivial matter. Filroy's tone belied the gravity of his words, his gaze averted as if to shield her from the harsh truths that lay beyond. But something draws near, isn't it? Lejiya's voice trembled with a mixture of curiosity and longing, a testament to the conflicting emotions that waged war within her heart. It is not for you to concern yourself with. Filroy's words, though intended to comfort, served only to deepen the chasm of emptiness that engulfed her. Turning away from the enigmatic Fae guard, Lejiya found herself drawn to the railing that overlooked the castle's sprawling expanse. Below, the Fae moved with purpose, their ethereal forms dancing amidst the flickering light of floating orbs that cast their gentle glow upon the space below. Yet amidst the tranquility of the scene, a sense of disquietude lingered, a silent harbinger of the trials that lay ahead. With a heavy heart and a mind clouded by uncertainty, Lejiya retreated to the sanctuary of her chamber, her thoughts consumed by the yearning for adventure. In the labyrinthine expanse of the castle, the Fae King's vigilance cast a shadow over Lejiya's wanderlust, confining her to the upper echelons where safety purportedly dwelled. Beneath the sanctuary of the 9th story, where her freedom ebbed, the unknown lurked, obscured by the veil of forbidden knowledge. Broken stairs, fragmented relics of a forgotten era, whispered tales of past invasions that stained the castle's history with the ink of darkness. Though the specifics eluded her, the echoes of the Fae King's warnings reverberated through her consciousness, a somber reminder of the perils that lay beyond her gilded cage. With her feline companions, Vi and Von, as her steadfast sentinels, Lejiya traversed the castle's hallowed halls, a silent witness to the ethereal beings that danced within the tapestry of her dreams. Yet, amidst the enchantment, the monotony of her existence weighed heavily upon her, a ceaseless cycle devoid of the rhythms of day and night, perpetuated by the luminescence of the floating orbs that adorned the castle's interior. Unbeknownst to her, secrets lay ensconced within the castle's labyrinthine depths, beckoning her with their enigmatic allure. Forbidden spaces, concealed behind locked doors and veiled by the Fae King's decree, tantalized her with the promise of revelation, a forbidden fruit that dangled just beyond her grasp. 2 years had passed since that fateful night, a silent testament to the bond forged amidst tears shed in solitude. Chand, a beacon of rebellion against the Fae King's edict, and his faithful companion Filroy, had become her guides through the clandestine corridors of the castle, unraveling its mysteries one clandestine excursion at a time. Within the confines of her chamber, anticipation hung thick in the air, a palpable presence that danced upon the precipice of adventure. As the echoes of a long-awaited knock reverberated through the silence, Lejiya flung open the door, her heart aflutter with the promise of the unknown. "Good afternoon, Filroy." "Good afternoon, Chand." Her greeting rang out, a symphony of excitement and anticipation that reverberated through the chamber. Chand, ever the harbinger of curiosity, maintained the shroud of secrecy that enshrouded their destination, leaving Lejiya to follow in silent expectation. With her feline companions in tow, she embarked upon the journey that awaited. In the hushed corridors of the castle, where shadows danced with the soft light of small floating orbs, Lejiya and her companions ventured toward the Fae port, a beacon of enchantment nestled at the terminus of a dimly lit hallway. Here, amidst the lingering whispers of magic, Filroy's deft fingers initiated the spell, casting them upwards in a rush of energy, soaring to heights unknown. With eyes aglow with wonder, Lejiya watched as they ascended, the world below shrinking into insignificance as they pierced the veil of the unknown. Peering over the railing, she beheld the vast expanse below, a yawning chasm that stretched into eternity, its depths shrouded in mystery and intrigue. This newfound perspective, born from the dizzying heights of the castle's upper reaches, filled her with a sense of awe and exhilaration. Yet, it was not just the vertiginous vista that captivated her gaze. As they teleported to a story far above, Lejiya's eyes widened at the sight of a majestic hallway, its grandeur rivaling that of the heavens in the storybooks of old. Adorned with extravagant chandeliers that cast shimmering pools of light upon its polished marble floors, this corridor stood as a testament to the opulence and splendor of the Reverium kingdom. But it was not toward this grandeur that they journeyed. Instead, Filroy led the way down a narrower passage to the left, with Lejiya and her vigilant cats trailing in his wake. Chand, ever watchful, remained behind, a silent sentinel guarding their secret excursion. At last, they came upon a pair of tall double doors, their golden-hued surface gleaming in the dim light of the corridor. With a wave of his hand, Filroy dispelled the enchantment that sealed them, revealing a vast chamber beyond, adorned with towering portraits that seemed to stretch into infinity. As Lejiya gazed upon these ancient relics, her heart swelled with a sense of wonder and curiosity. Each painting depicted vistas and landscapes that lay beyond the castle, their beauty a testament to Reverium's rich history and storied past. Beside her, Chan's voice carried a sense of reverence and pride as he spoke of these hidden gems of Reverium. And as Lejiya gazed upon the radiant sea beneath an unfamiliar golden orb hanging above it, her curiosity sparked anew, igniting a flame of inquiry that burned bright within her soul. "What's that golden thing? Is that the—" she asked, her finger tracing the outline of the orb with childlike wonder. Filroy's smile was warm as he replied, "That, Your Highness, is the sun. It lights up not just our kingdom, but many others beyond the sea." And as his words echoed through the chamber, Lejiya's heart swelled with a sense of awe and wonder, her thirst for knowledge unquenchable as she beheld the mysteries of the world beyond. Lejiya's countenance illuminated with a radiant curiosity, her eyes alight with the flickering flames of inquiry as she shared a morsel of knowledge she had gleaned. "I heard my father and the Fae emerged from realms veiled by the vast expanse of the sea," she began, her voice a gentle melody drifting through the air like a wisp of forgotten memory. "Is it beyond that sea?" Her gaze, filled with a childlike wonder, fixated upon the celestial orb, seeking answers in its distant glow. Chan's demeanor shifted, his once buoyant spirit now cloaked in the somber shroud of introspection. Meeting Lejiya's inquisitive gaze with a steady resolve, he spoke, his voice a solemn lament tinged with the weight of longing and loss. "Much farther," he replied, the words heavy with the burden of unfulfilled yearning. "Our home lies beyond the horizon of a journey we cannot undertake." In that moment, empathy flooded Lejiya's heart, a swell of compassion rising within her as she beheld her friend's silent sorrow. "I'll help you find a way back," she declared, her voice resolute and unwavering, a beacon of determination amidst the shadows of uncertainty. Touched by her sincerity, Chand felt a profound kinship with the young princess, a connection forged in the crucible of shared longing and unspoken dreams. With a gentle touch upon her shoulder and a soft smile gracing his lips, he imparted his wisdom, a whispered reminder of the value of home and hearth. "Your kindness is a gift, Your Highness," he murmured, his voice a gentle breeze weaving through the tapestry of their shared journey. "That's sweet of you. Just remember to cherish the home you have now. You'd give anything to be back when you can't." As Filroy and Chand guided Lejiya away from the chamber of suspended portraits, a sense of mystery and wonder cloaked the air, casting its enchanting spell upon their path. Through winding corridors and shadowed alcoves, they journeyed back to the heart of the story, where the Faeport stood before the yawning maw of a wide, dark hallway, beckoning them onward with whispered promises of hidden marvels. Lejiya's gaze was drawn to the threshold of the grand hallway that stretched before her, its towering pillars reaching toward the dark ceiling like silent sentinels guarding the secrets of the castle's depths. Each step carried her deeper into the ethereal embrace of the corridor, where the walls whispered tales of ancient lineage and forgotten lore, their surfaces etched with the marks of ageless wisdom. Finally, they arrived at a chamber that stole her breath away, a grand throne room, its towering ceiling lost in the depths of shadow, its regal splendor veiled in the ghostly glow of scattered light orbs. At its center, a majestic throne rose like a monolith, its presence an imposing testament to the power it represented. Above it, a banner of pastel purple and green unfurled, bearing a symbol that spoke of lineage and legacy, the echoes of bygone rulers resonating through the hallowed halls of the castle. As Lejiya's heart swelled with wonder, her gaze fell upon the cold expanse of the gray concrete floor, marred by sinister streaks of deep crimson. Tremors of apprehension coursed through her voice as she turned to Chand, her words a fragile whisper carried on the winds of uncertainty. "What are these marks?" she questioned. In a hushed and reverent tone, Chand unveiled the haunting narrative woven into the very stones of the castle. "It is the blood of humans," he revealed, his voice a solemn lament echoing with the weight of centuries-old secrets. Humans once waged war upon these sacred halls, their violence staining the very foundation upon which we tread. As the chilling truth enveloped her, Lejiya found herself engulfed in a shroud of unsettling familiarity, as if the echoes of these haunting scenes had whispered to her in a distant reverie. A disorienting haze clouded her senses, casting shadows upon the tapestry of her memories, leaving her adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Filroy and Chand exchanged troubled glances, their eyes heavy with unspoken concern. "Are you all right, Lejiya?" Filroy inquired, his voice a gentle melody tinged with worry. A wave of dizziness washed over her, a tempest of confusion raging within her breast. I am fine," she confessed. "Perhaps it is best we return," Chand suggested, his voice a beacon of reassurance. "The king will soon grace us with his presence, and it is not wise to continue the excursion." With a silent accord, her companions led Lejiya from the throne room, leaving behind the enigma and intrigue that lingered in its shadowed recesses. As they departed, a pall of unanswered questions hung heavy in the air. Guided by Filroy and Chand, Lejiya and her pair of faithful feline companions found themselves once more on the 22nd story. Chand's admonition echoed in Lejiya's ears, a solemn reminder of humans and the dangers that lurked in the world. Though she pledged her compliance, a flicker of curiosity danced behind her eyes, a silent question lingering in the recesses of her mind. 5. Dragon Slayer. Lejiya retreated to the solace of her chamber, the memories of the day echoing softly in her mind. With her loyal feline companions nestled at her side, she found comfort in their silent companionship, their presence a soothing balm amidst the tumult of her thoughts. As the hours slipped by, Lejiya found herself alone in the empty expanse of the dining hall, the clatter of silverware against porcelain a hollow echo in the silence. Philroy and Chand were occupied with their duties, their whereabouts veiled in mystery, whereas the Fae King had embarked upon an unforeseen journey, leaving Lejiya to ponder the enigma of her solitude. Just then, a delicate rap upon her chamber door shattered the tranquility of the moment. Lejiya's curiosity stirred, her gaze drifting toward the door as her father's voice resonated through the stillness of the room. Lejiya. With a creak of ancient hinges, the door yielded to reveal the imposing figure of the Fae King, his presence a beacon of reassurance amidst the shadows. Cradled within his hands was a brown book, its pages a portal to realms of adventure and valor that stirred Lejiya's imagination. With a tender smile, he inquired about her day, his gaze suffused with the warmth and concern of a devoted father. "How was your day?" His words, though casual, carried a weight of unspoken understanding, a silent invitation to share the burdens of her heart. Though Lejiya's spirit yearned to spill forth with exuberance, a lingering apprehension held her tongue captive. "Nothing out of the ordinary," she replied with a dismissive shrug, her voice a fragile facade masking the tempest of emotions swirling within. The hint of suspicion in her father's gaze did not escape her notice, his keen eyes probing the depths of her soul. "You seem troubled. Is there aught that weighs upon your heart?" His words, though gentle, bore the weight of paternal concern, a silent plea for her confidence. For a fleeting moment, Lejiya hesitated, torn between the impulse to confide and the fear of disappointment. Will you be busy in the coming days?" she ventured, her voice betraying a tremor of uncertainty. A furrow creased the Fae King's brow, a shadow of puzzlement clouding his features. "Yes, I have matters to attend to," he confirmed, oblivious to the storm of emotions raging within his daughter's breast. "Why do you ask?" A pang of disappointment pierced Lejiya's heart. The Fae King's response was proof enough that he had forgotten her upcoming birthday. She tried to mask her disappointment. "Oh, no reason, just curious." "Why the long face, then?" Her father's teasing tone, though light-hearted, only served to deepen her melancholy. With a roll of her eyes, Lejiya attempted to deflect his probing gaze, though the weight of her unspoken desires pressed heavily upon her spirit. "Anyway, you're partly to blame," he said. "What do you mean?" Lejiya said. The Fae King chuckled and finally said, "I'll be busy the next few days because I'm preparing a present. For your birthday." Yet, as her father revealed his secret with a mischievous grin, a spark of hope ignited within Lejiya. "You remembered," she breathed, her voice a fragile whisper suffused with wonder and joy. The Fae King's grin widened, his eyes alight with amusement at her elation. "Of course, child," he affirmed. "Now tell me, what gift do you want on this special day?" With bated breath, Lejiya pondered her deepest desires, her heart aflutter with anticipation. "I wish to see the world beyond the castle walls." That was what she wanted to say, but didn't, as they have had that conversation times before, and it never ended well. The countenance of the Fae King softened, a moment of contemplation preceding his response. "How about a new storybook? A lavish feast with your king?" "No." "What about venturing beyond the castle walls then?" Lejiya's disbelief resonated in her voice. "What did you say?" "Let me put it in simpler words. How about going outside the castle?" the Fae King reiterated, his tone gentle yet resolute. I can go outside." Lejiya questioned again, a tremor of disbelief tinging her words. "Yes," the Fae King affirmed, his voice carrying a note of assurance. For the first time in her existence, the possibility of beholding the world lay within her grasp. Overwhelmed by the flood of emotions, Lejiya threw herself into her father's embrace, a wellspring of joy overflowing within her. The Fae King chuckled warmly, tenderly patting Lejiya's head. "But you must promise me something, Lejiya. You must promise to remain by my side at all times." Her heart soared with elation. "I promise, father. I promise." With a graceful gesture, the Fae King extended a book, The Dragon Slayer, one of Lejiya's favorite tales. Nestling upon her bed, Lejiya sank into its embrace, her head cradled by a cloud of soft pillows, as her father embarked upon the journey of narrating the tale. Each word he spoke wove a tapestry of wonder, his voice a soothing melody that lulled her into a realm of dreams and enchantment. Once upon a time, in a world where tales were woven into the very fabric of existence, there lay a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and lush meadows. The sun bathed the land in a gentle embrace, and the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers danced in the breeze. Amid this picturesque landscape, an air of desolation hung heavy. The village had fallen under a sinister shadow, an evil dragon, an ancient beast of terror. This malevolent creature, with scales as dark as the abyss and eyes that glinted like molten fire, brought forth a sinister curse upon the land. Its presence brought misery, as the temperature in the village soared, the very earth parched under its oppressive heat. Droughts became the villagers' constant companions, and famine gnawed at their once happy hearts. Suffering was etched into the very earth and the people's souls. But legends spoke of a glimmer of hope, a beacon in the darkness. A sword of power, known as the Sword of Angels, lay hidden deep within the labyrinthine heart of a perilous ruin. This blade, it was said, possessed the power to sever the ties that bound the village to the malevolent dragon's curse. Yet the path to this weapon was not one walked lightly. The ruins were treacherous, a labyrinth where none who ventured forth returned. Hope flickered in the form of a young swordsman apprentice named Reel. His desire to free his village from the clutches of the dragon's evil was like an unquenchable flame. Reel sought the permission of his mentor, the wise swordsman whose lessons had prepared him for the perilous journey. The apprentice's heart brimmed with courage and the yearning to prove himself. 6. The 10th story. When she woke the next day, she found herself unable to prolong her slumber, consumed by the burgeoning excitement pulsating within her. At breakfast in the dining hall, the absence of the Fae King was palpable. Chand, his loyal confidant, informed Lejiya of his early departure, undoubtedly to ensure the safety of the surrounding lands and his beloved daughter. As she made her way toward the Fae port, a soft shriek caught her attention. Casting a vigilant gaze around the dimly lit hallway, above and below, she discerned nothing amiss. "Do you hear that?" she queried, her feline companions already attuned to the subtle disturbance, their senses keen. With a sense of foreboding, Lejiya's fingers instinctively tightened around the hilt of her sword, a silent vow to protect herself and those she held dear. Following the swift descent of her cats down the stairs, her eyes traced the curvature of the molding above. Down there, V's whisper carried an ominous weight. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Lejiya's veins as she recalled the vampire bat still at large. She had nearly forgotten about it. Descending the stairs with silent determination and Vaughn leading the way, they halted at the 10th story, the air heavy with anticipation. It was then that the vampire bat, sensing their presence, emerged from the shadows, its sinister form darting toward the darkness that lay ahead. A realization dawned upon Lejiya. This was one of the forbidden regions of the castle, an area cloaked in secrecy and danger, where there were no floating orbs to light the way. It must be deliberate to prevent Lejiya from exploring such areas in case she came across them. The Fae King's warnings echoed in her mind. Yet, fueled by the allure of adventure and the desire to prove herself, Lejiya steeled her resolve, ready to confront the mysteries that awaited her in the shadows. Amidst the ethereal glow of nearby orbs, Lejiya, her long silver hair trailing like tendrils of moonlight, embarked on her quest to vanquish the elusive vampire bat that had escaped the confines of her dreams. Her honey-colored skin exuded an otherworldly luminescence, while her sapphire eyes, twin pools of resolute determination, pierced the eerie darkness. The 10th floor, shrouded in malevolent shadows, concealed its secrets within a veil of ominous darkness. Strange, elusive fragrances wafted through the air, mingling with the distant, haunting cries of the rogue bat, drawing Lejiya deeper into the abyss like a siren's call. Accompanied by her steadfast feline companions, Vi and Von, Lejiya pressed forward, their lithe forms navigating the inky blackness with uncanny grace. Their eyes, aglow with an eerie radiance, guided her through the labyrinthine corridors, devoid of the comforting presence of radiant orbs. Deeper they delved into the enshrouded depths, the sound of their footfalls made clear by the ancient concrete floor. Yet, as Lejiya called out to her vigilant allies, her voice echoed unanswered, swallowed by the abyssal void that surrounded her. Undeterred by the spectral whispers that caressed her ears, she pressed on, her resolve unyielding. At last, they reached the threshold of the forsaken corridor, an ajar door beckoning like a gateway to the unknown. Within, the dissonant cries of the vampire bat resounded, filling the chamber with an aura of foreboding. As Lejiya's gaze met the glowing orbs of her cat's eyes, a silent trinity poised for battle, she beheld the malevolent crimson gaze of the vampire bat, a harbinger of imminent conflict. In the heart of the confrontation, a dormant entity stirred from its slumber, its eye piercing the darkness like a malevolent star. With a blazing beam, it transmuted the vampire bat to stone, shattering the moment into an eerie silence that enveloped the room. Without pause for reflection, Lejiya and her feline companions fled the chamber, descending a winding stairwell that spiraled through the obsidian depths. As they ascended into the crimson glow of the world above, Lejiya's gaze fell upon the malevolent guardian that loomed before them, a cyclops, and one-eyed colossus, signaling that the confrontation was far from over. With a menacing glare, the cyclops unleashed its deadly beam, a torrent of malevolent energy hurtling toward its prey. Vi and Von, their movements a blur of motion, evaded the lethal onslaught with hairbreadth precision, dancing on the edge of danger. As the Cyclops descended the stairs, its single eye fixed on Lejiya like a predator stalking its quarry, she gripped her sword with trembling hands, steeling herself for the impending clash. Though fear threatened to overwhelm her, she banished it with sheer determination, drawing upon her inner strength. In a swift, decisive motion, Lejiya lunged forward, her blade slicing through the air with a resolute purpose. With a rending tear, the sword cleaved through the Cyclops' tough hide, drawing forth a gout of ichor as proof of her resolve. But the Cyclops remained unyielding, its colossal arms reaching out to ensnare its diminutive adversary. Lejiya danced nimbly out of reach, her movements fueled by desperation and adrenaline, each step a dance of life and death. Cornered against the unyielding wall, Lejiya faced the Cyclops' deadly gaze, a sickly green glow promising imminent doom. Yet, in her darkest hour, a glimmer of hope emerged as the Fae King materialized behind the monstrous foe, a beacon of salvation in the midst of chaos. With a fluid grace born of centuries of mastery, the Fae King engaged the Cyclops in a deadly dance, his sword flashing like a streak of silver lightning against the creature's formidable bulk. Yet, for all his skill and prowess, the Cyclops seemed impervious to harm, its monstrous form an unassailable fortress. As the Cyclops prepared to deliver its final, devastating blow, the Fae King unleashed a torrent of luminous magic, a radiant cascade of ethereal power that pierced the creature's hide with blinding brilliance. In a cataclysmic burst of light, the Cyclops crumbled to dust, its malevolent presence extinguished by the combined might of Lejiya and her immortal ally. In the aftermath of the battle, as the echoes of conflict faded into the silence of the castle's depths, Lejiya stood amidst the remnants of her triumph, her heart still racing with the adrenaline of combat. Yet, even in victory, she knew that the mysteries of the castle remained, lurking in the shadows like secrets waiting to be unveiled. From within the folds of his regal robe, the Fae King withdrew a verdant herb, its leaves glistening with dew-like droplets. With a wave of his hand, he imbued it with a shimmering warmth, releasing a bitter medicinal scent that wafted through the air, swirling around Lejiya like an invisible shroud. She inhaled its potent aroma, feeling its healing essence seep into her senses. Gently, the Fae King applied the herb to her wounded elbow with thin trails of blue blood, his touch a comforting balm against the ache of her injury. "It'll heal in no time," he assured her, his voice a soothing melody amidst the turmoil of her thoughts. But her respite was short-lived, for the Fae King's next words hung heavy in the air, laden with the weight of impending admonishment. "Not so fast, young lady. I'm not done with you yet," he declared, his tone firm yet tinged with an undercurrent of concern. With a resigned sigh, Lejiya followed her father, her steps heavy with the weight of anticipation. As they moved through the shadowed corridors of the castle, she caught sight of a staircase descending into the darkness, its depths beckoning like an ominous abyss. Where did those stairs lead? She wondered, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, there was solace to be found in the familiar presence of her feline companions, Vi and Von. Their silent solidarity offered her a glimmer of reassurance as they followed the Fae King out of the dark area, back into the warmth of light from floating orbs. Finally, they reached a section of the castle bathed in an ethereal glow, a circular pattern of multicolored light shimmering before them like a portal to another realm. Lejiya watched in awe as the hues danced and shifted, casting a hypnotic spell upon all who beheld its mesmerizing beauty. With a practiced gesture, the Fae King activated the portal, his hand tracing an invisible path through the air as he commanded the light to carry them to their destination. As they ascended by the work of magic, Lejiya felt a surge of anticipation coursing through her veins, her heart racing with the thrill of the unknown. Emerging on the 13th story of the castle, Lejiya's gaze swept over her surroundings as they followed the Fae King, her eyes soon falling upon the familiar sight of the Fae King's chamber. As the Fae King opened the ornate doors, revealing a sanctuary of golden chandeliers and gilded paintings, Lejiya's gaze was drawn to the images adorning the walls, a painting of a place with stone houses, with beige-skinned people scattered across the scene. Some were talking to each other while others were tending to their chores. The other painting showed a figure cloaked in deep red on a horse riding in the woods. Each painting told a story, a glimpse into a world beyond her own, and she found herself captivated by their enigmatic beauty. In the golden light of the chamber, Lejiya's thoughts turned inward, her mind awash with memories and questions. What mysteries lay hidden within the castle's walls? The king strode purposefully to his desk, his regal bearing a stark contrast to the weight of his gaze as he turned to confront Lejiya. Her eyes, pools of guilt and uncertainty, met his with a tremulous intensity, mirroring the tumult raging within her. "I understand you've grown, as has your curiosity," the Fae King began, his voice a melodic lament tinged with sorrow. "But there are rules set to protect you. Rules, my dear, are meaningless unless they are upheld. What if I had arrived a mere moment later? You could have." "Things were different this time," Lejiya interjected, her voice tinged with a hint of defiance. "I didn't anticipate a monster lurking within the castle's walls." "It's not just the Cyclops I speak of," the Fae King countered, his tone heavy with concern. "What compelled you to venture to the 10th floor?" With a resigned sigh, Lejiya recounted the tale of the vampire bat, her words laced with the weight of truth. As she spoke, her feline companions, Vi and Von, added their insights, their silent presence a testament to the bond they shared. So the vampire bat was feeding on the Cyclops, and thus turned it undead, the Fae King mused, his expression grave. Had the Fae not alerted me to your presence on the 10th story, you would have met a grim fate. I didn't mean to wander. I just wanted to know more about what you are doing. I thought that maybe I could help. There's nothing you can help with, the Fae King said. Because you never gave me the chance, Lejiya said. What did you say? Maybe I'm not as useless as you suppose. I slashed a cyclops today, when it was my first time seeing a monster. With enough training, I can kill one. Silence descended between them, heavy with unspoken truths and unresolved emotions. Instead of reprimand, the Fae King approached Lejiya, his touch a tender caress against her shoulders. You are not weak, my daughter, the Fae King whispered, his voice heavy with emotion. I just can't take the pain of losing someone close to me again. Don't you remember how our kin were slaughtered, how your mother died? Lejiya took a moment to calm herself down. You said the Fae came to Reverium long ago and lived with the humans, aiding them with our magic. However, the humans feared that we would someday turn against them, and so they conjured a curse to kill us all. My mother was killed by a monster when she tried to save me. Lejiya's eyes watered. That's right. The curse is still out there, and it flows within those it claimed. It could infect and kill you. That is why I can't allow you anywhere near the monsters. You know, whenever I look at you, I see her. Not just because of your eyes, but because of how much alike you both are, brave and also stubborn. And that is what worries me. The king tugged her head to his chest. With all that had happened, I guess it's best that we cancel the outing. But you said you would let me go out on my birthday, Lejiya said. I did. I thought you were ready. But I was wrong. Whatever you say, she said softly and walked out the door without looking back even when the Fae King called to her. But, alas, the master had different thoughts. He refused the eager apprentice, deeming him unready for the monumental challenge. Real's heart sunk, and the sting of disappointment nipped at his soul. The master, however, had his own intentions, motives woven from a different thread. He declared that he, himself, would embark on the perilous journey to retrieve the Sword of Angels. Only if he did not return would Real be granted the task of carrying forth the quest. His words cut deeply into Real's heart, igniting sparks of resentment. The apprentice's resolve crystallized, forged by a stubborn determination to prove himself. He would surpass the doubts, he would conquer the trials, and in doing so, he would silence the doubting words of his mentor. Real's journey led him through treacherous paths, through winding corridors where whispers of the past and echoes of the fallen reverberated through the stones. He ventured deep into the heart of the ruin, guided by a dim glimmer of hope. The turning point of his quest lay in a chamber, shrouded in shadows and heavy with the scent of history. In this chamber, a flicker of light played upon a legendary sword, the Sword of Angels. Then, as fate had ordained, a revelation came to pass. The master appeared, his presence unveiling the truth. In the chamber, where sword met destiny, they stood together, apprentice and mentor. The master shared the forbidden secret, that anyone who dared to claim the Sword of Angels would be bound by an unbreakable enchantment. The sword would grant its power, but in return, the seeker must face the demon of terrifying power guarding the chamber's exit. A dilemma of selflessness and courage unfolded. For anyone who took the Sword of Angels would be marked by the demon, who would only vanish and allow passage through the exit after it killed its marked victim. The master had devised this quest, not to belittle Real's skill or bravery, but to be the living sacrifice that would allow his apprentice to attain the sword. In that moment of profound revelation, Real finally understood the essence of a true swordsman, forged not in the heat of battle but in the love for the people. That became the cornerstone of his journey, an attribute greater than any skill he had acquired. And there, in the chamber, the master fought the demon, embracing the ultimate sacrifice. His master perished with the demon while Reel obtained the Sword of Angels and defeated the evil dragon in his village, saving the lives and future of the villagers. Lejiya felt her eyelids weighed down by the enchantment of her father's tale, each word a tender lullaby guiding her toward the realm of dreams. With a gentle caress, the Fae King concluded the story, enfolding her in the warmth of his embrace, just as he had done in her tender years. In those fleeting moments of paternal tenderness, Lejiya heard the echoes of the dragon slayer still reverberating within her dreams as she surrendered to the embrace of sleep. The prospect of venturing beyond the castle walls filled Lejiya with an electrifying sense of anticipation. But, alas, the master had different thoughts. He refused the eager apprentice, deeming him unready for the monumental challenge. Reel's heart sunk, and the sting of disappointment nipped at his soul. The master, however, had his own intentions, motives woven from a different thread. He declared that he, himself, would embark on the perilous journey to retrieve the Sword of Angels. Only if he did not return would Reel be granted the task of carrying forth the quest. His words cut deeply into Reel's heart, igniting sparks of resentment. The apprentice's resolve crystallized, forged by a stubborn determination to prove himself. He would surpass the doubts, he would conquer the trials, and in doing so, he would silence the doubting words of his mentor. Reel's journey led him through treacherous paths, through winding corridors where whispers of the past and echoes of the fallen reverberated through the stones. He ventured deep into the heart of the ruin, guided by a dim glimmer of hope. The turning point of his quest lay in a chamber, shrouded in shadows and heavy with the scent of history. In this chamber, a flicker of light played upon a legendary sword, the Sword of Angels. Then, as fate had ordained, a revelation came to pass. The master appeared, his presence unveiling the truth. In the chamber, where sword met destiny, they stood together, apprentice and mentor. The master shared the forbidden secret, that anyone who dared to claim the Sword of Angels would be bound by an unbreakable enchantment. The sword would grant its power, but in return, the seeker must face the demon of terrifying power guarding the chamber's exit. A dilemma of selflessness and courage unfolded. For anyone who took the Sword of Angels would be marked by the demon, who would only vanish and allow passage through the exit after it killed its marked victim. The master had devised this quest, not to belittle Reel's skill or bravery, but to be the living sacrifice that would allow his apprentice to attain the sword. In that moment of profound revelation, Reel finally understood the essence of a true swordsman, forged not in the heat of battle but in the love for the people. That became the cornerstone of his journey, an attribute greater than any skill he had acquired. And there, in the chamber, the master fought the demon, embracing the ultimate sacrifice. His master perished with the demon while Reel obtained the Sword of Angels and defeated the evil dragon in his village, saving the lives and future of the villagers. Lejiya felt her eyelids weighed down by the enchantment of her father's tale, each word a tender lullaby guiding her toward the realm of dreams. With a gentle caress, the Fae King concluded the story, enfolding her in the warmth of his embrace, just as he had done in her tender years. In those fleeting moments of paternal tenderness, Lejiya heard the echoes of the dragon slayer still reverberating within her dreams as she surrendered to the embrace of sleep. The prospect of venturing beyond the castle walls filled Lejiya with an electrifying sense of anticipation. Lejiya wept in her room, accompanied by Vi and Vaughn, who didn't want to bother her and make her feel worse. They understood how important the outing meant to Lejiya, and the disappointment it caused. It would have been better that she was never promised it at all than to have her hopes raised so high only to be let down at the last moment. Lejiya could hardly sleep that night. She would open her eyes regularly to check if there was a large eye looming before her. The Cyclops' horrifying eye was vivid in her mind, and she couldn't stop wondering what was beyond those stairs, and her father didn't want her to know. She also desired to prove that she could survive fighting monsters and avenge her mother just like the other Fae. She hated to be the only Fae who was sheltered and worried for. 7. The Fae King's Secret. In the heart of a hall adorned in pristine white, where the very air seemed to hum with a sacred resonance, Lejiya found herself amidst a kaleidoscope of colors. Like spectral dancers in a celestial ballet, myriad hues swirled and twirled in a delicate waltz, their vibrant tapestry weaving tales of bygone eras against the canvas of purity. Sunlight, filtered through stained glass, breathed life into the cathedral's hallowed space, casting ethereal patterns upon the polished floors. Fragrant blossoms, strewn with abandon, lent their sweet symphony to the melodic chorus of this celestial sanctuary. Yet amidst this luminous splendor, a shadow stirred, a presence veiled in enigmatic obscurity. The figure stood before Lejiya, a silhouette swallowed by the darkness, both face and form shrouded in mystery. The tendrils of shadow, like liquid whispers, cascaded from the cathedral's walls, enfolding Lejiya in their inky embrace, ensnaring her in their spectral dance. Her heart quickened as she beheld a glimmer amid the shadows, a silver ring, adorned with a resplendent red gem, its brilliance a beacon in the gloom. Tiny diamonds encircled the crimson center, casting fractured reflections in the dim light. The ring clung to her finger with a tenacity that spoke of destiny, its weight a tangible reminder of its significance. As the cathedral plunged into an abyssal darkness, the shadows coalesced, giving birth to a spectral figure, a woman, her form wrought from the very obscurity that cloaked her. Her voice, a haunting echo, reverberated through the void. Find me before it's too late. The darkness enveloped Lejiya, suffocating her, its relentless grip tightening with each passing moment. She plummeted into the abyss, a slow descent into oblivion, the agony of her demise unfolding in languid waves. Consciousness fractured, reality warped, and a slow death claimed her. Then, with a sudden jolting gasp, Lejiya awoke, the dream's oppressive veil lifted, replaced by the comforting embrace of wakefulness. Her heart raced, but she was alive, breathing, her spirit unbroken by the cruel machinations of her subconscious. Yet, even as relief washed over her, a disquieting realization gnawed at the edges of her consciousness. This dream was no ordinary reverie but a recurring enigma, each iteration drawing her deeper into its cryptic web. Never before had she experienced the same dream twice. What could this mean? "Are you all right?" V murmured, her voice a gentle caress against the stillness. Lejiya's response was a whispered lament, her words heavy with the weight of unseen burdens. "It's that same dream again." V's eyes, heavy with sleep, fluttered open, like delicate butterflies emerging from their chrysalis of dreams. "The same dream. The one in the cathedral." "Yes," Lejiya affirmed, her voice a mere echo of her inner turmoil. "But this time, it unfolded before me more vividly." "A recurring dream?" V inquired, her curiosity piqued. Before Lejiya could respond, Vaughn's voice shattered the tranquility like a stone cast into a still pond. "Why aren't you guys sleeping?" he said, his movements abrupt as he rose from his slumber. "Has another creature from Lei's dream invaded our sanctum?" "No," V interjected, her tone tinged with reproach. "We were discussing Lejiya's dream. She just dreamed of the same nightmare, the one about her dying." "Ah, the one where she died in the cathedral," Vaughn remarked with a yawn, earning a disapproving glance from V. "Wait, you mean the one where she felt herself dying?" Lejiya nodded solemnly, her gaze fixed upon her outstretched hand, where the spectral remnants of her dream still lingered. "Yes, that dream. Except this time, I saw a figure, a phantom cloaked in mystery. Could it be a book you read before?" Vaughn mused, his words heavy with skepticism. "If only it were so simple," Lejiya replied, her touch gentle as she reached out to comfort Lejiya. But this dream felt different, more visceral, as though I'm the very essence of its narrative. And the tendrils of shadow. I had seen something like that before. Lejiya's thoughts were a tempest of uncertainty, her mind a battleground where reality and illusion waged an unending war. With each passing moment, the line between truth and fiction blurred, leaving her adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. You mean you saw the tendrils of shadow that appeared in the cathedral before? V's voice carried a note of concern, her brows furrowed with worry. Yes. It was a long time ago, Lejiya confessed softly, her tone tinged with a touch of melancholy. I was little, and I would have nightmares of me and a woman in a white dress running down a long narrow hallway. Something was chasing us, an inky shadow. Von's skepticism pierced through the solemn atmosphere like a sudden gust of wind. Hey guys. You're making it sound more and more creepy. Are you saying this shadow thing is real? His words were laced with disbelief, his expression incredulous. I hope it isn't. But it seems too much of a coincidence, Lejiya replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. V's curiosity burned bright, her eyes reflecting the flicker of candlelight. What about the woman in a white dress? Do you know who she is? Her question hung in the air like a delicate thread, fragile yet insistent. No. I could only see her back. All I knew was that she was trying to escape from whatever that was chasing us, Lejiya explained, her voice trailing off into the silence of unanswered questions. The weight of unspoken truths hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension simmering beneath the surface of their conversation. Oh, Lejiya. Why didn't you tell us about this before? V's voice was soft, her concern evident in the furrow of her brow. It's been many years since I last had those dreams. If it wasn't for this dream, I wouldn't have wanted to think about it, Lejiya confessed, her tone a mix of resignation and unease, her eyes clouded with troubling memories. I'm sorry, Lejiya, V offered, her words a gentle reassurance in the face of uncertainty. No, it's okay. It's just that I have a bad feeling. The feeling of death was so real in that dream. I was so certain that I was going to die. And that spectral figure, she reminded me a bit of the woman in white. It was like she was trying to warn me. She told me to find her before it's too late, Lejiya explained, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and determination. Warn you? You are making this feel like it is some sort of an omen. Vaughn interjected, his skepticism cutting through the solemnity of the moment, his tone laced with disbelief. Omen. If that's the case, it would mean that Lejiya's voice trailed off, her thoughts drifting into the murky depths of uncertainty. Don't say the word. V interjected sharply, her words a firm rebuke to the specter of impending doom. These are all mindless speculations. Even so, there's a possibility that it's true, Lejiya countered, her voice tinged with a hint of defiance, her resolve unshaken in the face of uncertainty. What should we do? V asked, her tone laden with concern, her eyes searching for answers in the depths of her friend's troubled gaze. Maybe we should tell the Fae King. No. That won't be necessary, Lejiya responded, her voice firm and unwavering. Lejiya, I know you are mad at him, but if this dream is a warning, we must do something, V urged, her words a plea for action in the face of impending danger. You're right. Whatever it is, I'm going to do it myself. Lejiya rose to her feet, determination etched upon her features like a chiseled sculpture of resolve. How? Von's voice was laced with curiosity. His eyebrows arched inquisitively as he leaned in. Lejiya pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting into the distance. The colors of the banners in the dream looked the same as the one in the throne room. Are you saying the place you dreamed of, where you died, was the throne room? Von's tone held a note of skepticism, his eyes narrowing as he processed the information. Wait, didn't Chan say those marks on the ground were bloodstains left by the humans when they attacked the castle long ago? Could it be that was what you saw in your dream? Vi interjected, her voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty, her eyes darting between Lejiya and Vaughn. No. It was a cathedral with stained glass windows. The layout was different. I had never seen it in any part of this castle. Speaking of Chand, Philroy and he seemed uneasy at the mention of the invasion, like they were keeping something from me. But what? Lejiya's words were a whirlwind of contemplation and suspicion, her brow furrowed in thought. Great, why not ask them then? Vaughn suggested, his tone brimming with impatience, his arms folded across his chest in a gesture of defiance. Do you think they will tell if they didn't want Lejiya to know in the first place? Vi countered, her voice calm yet firm, her eyes locking with Vaughn's in a silent challenge. There is only one way. I have to know what they are hiding. Father has been telling me not to go to certain parts of the castle. That Cyclops is proof that there's more to this castle than we know. I am sure there are more of such places and other secrets hidden in those dark hallways. I recall there were these stairs leading down into the darkness on the 10th floor. I wonder what lies beyond, Lejiya declared, her voice a mixture of determination and trepidation, her eyes shining with a fierce resolve. Oh dear, I'm having a bad feeling about this. Please don't tell me you are going to check out that place, are you? Vi's voice trembled with concern, her eyes wide with worry as she glanced at Lejiya. Of course not. Not me at least. Lejiya's tone was resolute, her jaw set with determination. You mean, you want one of us to go while you link with us? Vaughn's voice held a hint of skepticism, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. Yes. Can you help me, please? The Cyclops woke only because the vampire bat bit and resurrected it. Now that the vampire bat's been petrified, it shouldn't be an issue. Lejiya's words were laced with urgency, her eyes imploring Vaughn for assistance. Okay, but I will only help if I go, Vaughn declared, his voice firm with conviction. We don't know what dark secrets slumber down there. If something happens, I can escape faster since I am the faster runner. Vi rolled her eyes in exasperation, her lips quirking into a wry smile. Yeah. I won't argue with you on this one, since you are so keen to volunteer. You're the best. Lejiya's voice rang out with gratitude, her arms enveloping Vaughn in a tight embrace before turning to Vi. I don't know what I would do without you guys. Seated upon the cool stone floor, Lejiya's legs folded in a meditative pose. With a deliberate breath, she closed her eyes, allowing the tendrils of her consciousness to reach out, seeking the connection she craved. In the vast expanse of her mind, she found Vaughn, a flickering presence amidst the shadows. I'm here, Lejiya's whispered words echoed in the chamber of her thoughts, reaching out to Vaughn who traversed the corridors of her mind. I hear you, Vaughn's voice echoed back, resonating with determination. Together, they moved through the dark hallway on the 10th floor, their minds intertwined in a delicate dance of shared perception. As Vaughn tread the path before them, Lejiya watched through his eyes, which viewed the dark surroundings, as if it was bathed in a faint blue ambient light. To her surprise, the dimness began to recede, yielding to the seemingly blinding glow of luminescent orbs that danced in the air. There might be someone here. Be careful not to get seen, Lejiya cautioned, her voice a soft murmur in the recesses of Vaughn's mind. Okay, Vaughn acknowledged, his steps cautious as he pressed forward. Soon, they arrived at the summit of the stairs where the Cyclops' crumbled remains lay on the stairs. With a graceful leap, Vaughn descended the stairs, his movements fluid and graceful as he navigated the ancient stone steps. Ahead, a corridor stretched out before them, lined with hooded statues that stood like silent sentinels in the dim light. At the end of the path, Lejiya caught sight of 4 niches carved into the walls, each adorned with a faded painting that bore the scars of time. Through Vaughn's eyes, Lejiya glimpsed the figure. In a heartbeat, the figure vanished, leaving only the empty niche in its wake. Vaughn's brow furrowed in confusion, his gaze fixed upon the vacant space where the figure had stood only seconds ago. Unable to comprehend the figure's sudden disappearance, Lejiya's mind reeled with disbelief. Could it be a trick of the light, or something more sinister at play? Stepping closer, Vaughn studied the painting with newfound scrutiny, his eyes tracing the contours of the figure in the black painting with a faint silhouette of a regal woman with a tiara. At a closer look, Lejiya noticed the tiara wasn't flat but slightly protruding from the painting. The tiara looks different from the rest of the painting, Lejiya told Vaughn. You're right, Vaughn said as he hovered before it and stroked it with his paws. Suddenly, there was a click and the wall moved inward. It was a door. 8. The secret library. Beyond the threshold lay a narrow passage, a corridor veiled in shadows that whispered secrets to those who dared to tread its path. At its terminus stood an ancient wooden door, its weathered surface worn smooth by the passage of time. With cautious steps, Vaughn ventured forth, slipping through the slender gap of the wall with ease. Before him sprawled a vast expanse, a labyrinth of knowledge hidden from prying eyes. Bookshelves encircled the chamber like sentinels of wisdom, their dark wood blending seamlessly with the walls. Lejiya watched, her curiosity piqued by the discovery of this clandestine sanctuary. The shelves, repositories of untold stories, bore witness to the passage of time, their secrets whispered only to those who knew of this place. The library, bathed in the soft glow of ethereal orbs, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Each tome held within its pages the echoes of bygone eras, their titles like whispered incantations: Draven Greenthorn, Greta Applegate, Tamsin Hayfield. Standing upon a shadowed perch, Vaughn observed in silence, a silent guardian amidst the hallowed halls of mystery. Together, Lejiya and Vaughn lingered, 2 souls bound by a shared curiosity. Upon the highest story of the library, 2 figures emerged from the gloom, their forms obscured by the mystical haze that permeated the air. Lejiya could hear their voices, a faint murmur drifting through the chamber. One was unmistakably the Fae King, his presence a looming specter in the dim light. The other voice was Chan's, whispering words of unknown import. With a soft command, Lejiya dispatched Vaughn to investigate, his stealthy movements shrouded in the darkness. I've read every spell book, yet all the answers led to the same revelation. The Fae King's voice, a spectral murmur, said. His enigmatic words cast a shroud of unease over the chamber, lingering like a haunting melody. Chand, his voice a gentle breeze amidst the encroaching gloom, inquired, "What should we do?" The response, heavy with the burden of impending decision, hung in the air like a storm cloud on the horizon. "I don't know," the Fae King confessed, his tone weighted with the gravity of their plight. Yet, beneath his uncertainty, lay a steadfast resolve. "Must we be forced to make the painful sacrifice?" he declared, his voice a clarion call in the darkness. Chan's concern, a flickering flame in the shadows, pressed on, seeking clarity amid the swirling mists of uncertainty. "Lejiya's birthday is fast approaching, my lord. We have no time." The silence that followed was filled with foreboding, broken only by the Fae King's somber response. "She holds the key to our salvation, yet I can't bear myself to do it," he murmured, his voice a whisper against the encroaching darkness. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, a testament to the depth of his inner conflict. As the specter of the curse loomed large, Chand dared to voice the unspoken fear that gripped them all. "But what of the curse that resides within the princess? If we don't act fast, she will die." With a suddenness that shattered the oppressive atmosphere, The Fae King's voice rang out, defiant and resolute. Carmilla, are you the one behind Lejiya's dreams? In the shroud of Twilight's embrace, Lejiya found herself ensconced within the cavernous depths of secrecy, her heart aflutter with the tempest of disbelief. The revelation of her own cursed fate, a weight concealed from her in the cloak of ignorance, sent a frigid chill coursing through her veins. Trembling, she stood amidst the shadows, her thoughts a whirlwind of fear and confusion, engulfing her in their tumultuous embrace. The Fae King, once a bastion of trust and admiration, now seemed veiled in a cloak of deception, his secrets threatening to unravel the very fabric of her existence. Within the confines of that clandestine sanctuary, a quiet fury simmered, heralding the dawn of an uncertain future and the genesis of a quest for truths that lay shrouded in the unexplored parts of her world. Am I truly cursed, as they said? Lejiya's voice, a mere whisper in her mind, echoed with despair. Could it be that the dreams were not mere phantasms, but portents of my fate all along? And who is this Carmilla? As her mind swirled in a maelstrom of doubt, a fleeting vision broke through the haze, wrenching her back to the present moment. Vaughn, swift as a shadow, slipped through the half-opened wall and vanished into the darkness of the first niche. Moments later, the Fae King emerged from the ajar wall, a gleaming key cradled in his hand, its radiance bathed in the ethereal glow of the orbs. Lejiya glimpsed the intricate design as he handed it to Chand. Put this back to my chamber. I have other matters to attend to, he commanded, and Chand nodded in solemn acquiescence. With measured steps, the Fae King and Chand disappeared down the hallway, leaving behind a palpable sense of relief in their wake. Both Lejiya and Vaughn exhaled in unison, their shared tension dissipating like mist in the morning sun. As moments stretched into eternity, Lejiya's mind slowly disentangled from Vaughn's, her focus returning to her body. She found V gazing at her with curiosity. How did it go? Did Vaughn find anything? She inquired. Lejiya remained silent, her eyes closing in contemplation. 9. Getting the key. As Lejiya whispered her unsettling discoveries to V, the weight of truth bore down upon them both, casting a pall of shock and dread over them. V, her countenance a mirror of Lejiya's turmoil, implored Lejiya to seek confirmation from the Fae King, clinging to a fragile hope that reality might not be as dire as they assumed. But Lejiya wasn't sure of that. If the Fae King had chosen to hide Lejiya's curse for so many years, why would he tell her now? No, if she were to unravel the truth, she must embark on this quest alone. What? You intend to go to that secret library again? Vaughn's incredulous voice cut through the air, but Lejiya's resolve remained unyielding. With a nod as resolute as the beating of wings in flight, she affirmed her intent, undeterred by the perils that lay ahead. But how? V's voice quivered with trepidation. The king holds the key to that realm of secrets. Without it, entry is impossible. That is precisely why I must find the key, Lejiya declared, her gaze unwavering. My father told Chand to put it back to his chamber. Vaughn's fur bristled with unease. That is a perilous task, my princess. What if the Fae King finds out? I have no intention of letting that happen, Lejiya retorted firmly. You plan to sneak into his chamber? V's said. Indeed, Lejiya affirmed, her determination unshakable. It is the only way. I shall return the key once I am done. I might be able to find some answers about my curse. Please help me. I promise a bounty of golden berries upon my return. And with that, Lejiya's fate was sealed, her resolve as unyielding as the stars that shone in the midnight sky. In the hushed confines of her chamber, as shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, Vaughn's inquiry pierced the silence like a whisper of fate. Do you have a plan? He ventured, his voice a hesitant echo in the stillness. Lejiya unveiled her plan with a flicker of determination in her eyes. "Of course," she murmured, her words a beacon of resolve. "So, we are to distract the Fae guards while you venture into the Fae King's chamber?" Vi pondered aloud, her paw tracing circles upon her temple in contemplation. Lejiya nodded. "But what if the guards see us?" Vi voiced her trepidation, her uncertainty a palpable presence in the room. "If that happens, I will think of something," Lejiya replied. "This is crazy," Von said, his voice a melody of anticipation. "And when do we enact this audacious plan?" "The next time my father leaves the castle," Lejiya proclaimed, her words a solemn vow echoing through the chamber. Restless and bleary-eyed, Lejiya wrestled with the tendrils of her dreams, her mind still ensnared in the remnants of her nocturnal reverie. Today was the day. With determination coursing through her veins, Lejiya descended to the dining hall, the echoes of her footsteps a symphony of resolve. Fate, it seemed, had orchestrated an unexpected encounter with Filroy, whose presence offered an unforeseen opportunity. Inquiring after the Fae King's whereabouts, Lejiya confirmed from Filroy that the Fae King had left the castle not long ago. Filroy's response, though innocuous on the surface, sparked a flicker of suspicion. Was this mere happenstance, or did the Fae King's absence hold a deeper significance? Lejiya invited Filroy to have breakfast with her, which Filroy gladly accepted. With each mouthful of bread and meat consumed, Lejiya's impatience grew, a tempest roiling beneath the calm facade of her demeanor. Excusing herself from Filroy's company, she bid him farewell with feigned nonchalance, her true purpose concealed beneath the cloak of casual conversation. Guided by feline companions, Lejiya and her cats ported 5 stories down to the 13th story where the Fae King's chamber was, acting as casual as they could as they strolled down the hallway, passing 1 or 2 Fae warriors on the way. When they reached the junction where the Fae King's room lay to the left, they inched out to check the hallway and saw a guard standing outside 2 big blue doors. The cats slipped into the hallway and began to fight each other, their claws barely missing each other in choreographed moves. The guard chased them away from the Fae King's chamber. Meanwhile, Lejiya headed right, hid behind a statue, and waited until the guard chased the cats down the hallway where she came from. She made sure the guard was far enough before running to the 2 blue doors of the Fae King's chamber. Lejiya turned the knob slowly with her heart in her mouth. The king's chamber was a mix of blue and gold in the gloom. Unlike all the time she had been here, the room was much dimmer. Lejiya could only see thanks to the few light orbs scattered here and there. The Fae King must have turned down the lights. Clearly, he didn't want her to wander around in this room, as she was the only Fae incapable of conjuring light orbs. Her gaze lingered upon the vast map adorning the chamber's wall, a tapestry of dreams and history woven in ink upon parchment. Reverium unfolded before her, a realm of whispered tales and childhood fantasies, each locale a thread in the fabric of her history. There, at the southern expanse, stood the Fae Castle, a spire of strength amidst the shifting sands of time. Eldermore Town surrounded the castle, its streets alive with the whispers of forgotten lore, while the whispering woods murmured secrets to the wind. The mist marshes, veiled in mist, stirred ancient fears within her soul, while the Ashleran plains stretched out like a canvas of forgotten battles. The ever-light mountains lay far to the north and pierced the heavens, housing the tombs of kings. Yet, amidst the allure of exploration, a more important task awaited her. Vi and Von could only divert the Fae Guard's attention for so long. Every corner, every shadow held the promise of revelation she sought. She combed through the opulent chamber with meticulous precision, each movement a delicate dance between stealth and desperation. Her fingers traced the polished surface of the wooden table, seeking solace amidst the chaos of her quest. Each drawer yielded naught but mundane trinkets and forgotten relics, their significance lost amidst the labyrinth of memory. Yet, the elusive truth lay concealed within the locked confines of the bottom drawer, a testament to secrets veiled in darkness. The weight of realization settled upon her shoulders, a burden born of both anticipation and dread. She needed to find the key that would unlock it. Across the expanse of the desk, a realm of knowledge lay spread before her, a tableau of scholarly pursuits and forgotten lore. With each fruitless search, hope dwindled like the dying embers of a forgotten flame, casting shadows upon her weary soul. Papers fluttered beneath her touch, their whispered promises of revelation lost amidst the din of her frustration. Yet, amidst the sea of parchment, a solitary drawing beckoned, its lines etched in obsidian ink upon a canvas of forgotten dreams. A thin rod, crowned with a circular disc, danced upon the page, its significance a mystery shrouded in enigma. Other sketches adorned the paper, rings and tiaras nestled amidst the folds of imagination, yet it was the inkblot that captured her gaze, its form a spectre of darkness amidst the sea of creation. Beneath the drawing was a book titled Mirror of Souls, its words a haunting echo of forgotten whispers. Memories, distant and ephemeral, danced at the edges of her consciousness, their significance veiled in the mists of time. With a heavy heart, she returned the book to its rightful place. Yet, amidst the shadows of uncertainty, a glimmer of hope emerged, a silver globe standing sentinel at the edge of the desk. Its surface, a reflection of worlds unseen, beckoned her closer. With trembling hands, she lifted the globe. And there lay a small bronze key. The key nestled in the palm of her hand, a cool whisper against her skin. With each heartbeat, excitement surged through her veins, a symphony of anticipation echoing in the chambers of her soul. But as the door clicked open, reality shattered her reverie. It was the Fae God. Shock rippled across his features, a silent accusation in the depths of his gaze. "Your Highness, you're not allowed in here." A rush of panic seized her, a desperate plea for escape echoing in the recesses of her mind. "I was just looking for Father. I'll go now." With hurried steps, she sought solace in retreat, but the guard's voice halted her in her tracks. "Your Highness, please hand over whatever you took from the Fae King's room." With reluctant resignation, she extended her hand, revealing the key. A sense of defeat settled upon her shoulders, the imprint of the key a bitter reminder of her failure. With each step, she retraced her path through the labyrinthine corridors, her mind awash with uncertainty and regret. Her quest had ended in naught but disappointment, her ambitions thwarted by the watchful gaze of the Fae Guard. Yet amidst the shadows of despair, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. As she wandered toward the Fae Port, a newfound resolve blossomed within her. There was another way to get the key without actually going into the Fae King's chamber. Later that day, Lejiya shared her plan with Vi and Vaughn. They listened, their faces a mirror of intrigue and apprehension. In the realm of slumber, Lejiya surrendered to the call of dreams, a delicate dance between consciousness and oblivion. Fatigue, a heavy shroud draped over her weary form, guided her into the realm of dreams, where the boundaries of reality blurred and possibilities blossomed like flowers in the spring breeze. A familiar hallway appeared before Lejiya as darkness lifted from her eyes. It was the hallway leading to the Fae King's chamber where Vi and Vaughn had distracted the Fae Guard earlier. The left half of the golden double doors opened and Lejiya slipped through the gap. The noises outside quieted as she gently closed it. Once again, Lejiya was alone in a large room filled with grand chandeliers, potteries, bookshelves and odd-looking artifacts. She must hurry and find the library key. Without further ado, the young silver-haired Fae inhaled and proceeded to the shiny brown desk at the center of the room. She pulled the bottommost drawer at the side of the desk, but it did not budge. "Tisk," she scoffed, forgetting to take the key first. The idea of blasting the drawer open with magic crossed her mind, but she dropped the idea, fearing it would have implications, such as alerting the Fae Guard or triggering undesirable elements related to the magic. The last thing she needed was a monster from another story to spill into this dream. Her eyes moved to the globe atop the corner of the desk and lifted it up to reveal a small silver key hidden beneath its metal base. The drawer clicked as she turned the silver key in its keyhole, and she pulled it open to reveal several boxes of various colors. Immediately, she reached for the black box. Just then, the door opened and a lean and stern-looking Fae guard with long emerald hair and golden armor shouted, "Your Highness, you are not supposed to be here." Not now. There was no time for an explanation. There was none anyway. The guard ran toward her as her hand pried the box's lid open to reveal a golden key with a spindle design at its top. Grabbing the key, she touched her spindle pendant as the guard reached out to grab her. Lejiya's eyes opened, and the guard was gone. Gone, too, was the grand-looking king's chamber. She was lying alone on her warm bed, staring at the beautiful ceiling of stars. Then, something glowed beside her bed. A shiny golden key floated in the air, as if lifted by magic. Lejiya sat up and reached for it. 10. Ixar Iceburn. The hour was late, and the castle was quiet when Lejiya left her room, headed for the stairway. But along the way, a Fae guard at the hallway saw her. "Where are you going, Your Highness?" The pantry. I am a little hungry. What would you like to eat? I will ask someone to get it for you." No. I would like to take a walk alone. Then let me escort you. It's the Fae King's orders. After what happened few days ago, he is taking stricter measures. I understand, but I need a breather. I already can't go outside. I will go crazy if I can't even be allowed some freedom in my own castle. Besides, there's no way I can go anywhere near my father's room without being noticed. That place must be packed with guards now. All right. Please don't wander off and return as soon as you are done. The king means well. Okay, Lejiya said and headed down the corridor leading to the stairs with Vaughn next to her. Heading her way to the niche of the woman, Lejiya traced the contours of the tiara adorning the charred queen's portrait, her fingers lingering upon the cool surface before pressing down. Something clicked and the wall yielded. She walked into the dark, narrow corridor behind the wall until she reached an old-looking wooden door at the end. She took out the golden key and unlocked it. Despite the fact she had seen it through Vaughn's eyes before, Lejiya's eyes still widened at the sight that greeted her, a large circular tower of books. She reached out, fingertips grazing the spines of countless volumes, each whispering tales of worlds unknown. Drawing forth a book titled Goris Fillan, Lejiya delved into its pages, immersing herself in the story of a farmer from Eldermore Town, his fate intertwined with the enigmatic Queen's castle. Then, she checked another book, and then another, and she realized a disturbing similarity. All the books' titles were named after their protagonists, and every one of those stories concluded with the arrival of a black, misty shadow. Beneath the weight of unanswered questions, Lejiya ascended the ladder to the top story, where the Fae King stood talking to Chan during their last visit. Across the circular landing was a desk, where 3 piles of books were stacked next to another. Pausing to glance down at Vaughn, a sense of reassurance washed over her, grounding her amidst the dizzying array of mysteries. With cautious steps, she approached the desk. Lejiya's fingers brushed against the dust-laden cover of Ixar Iceburn. With bated breath, Lejiya opened the book, eager to uncover the secrets that lay within its pages. It was the story of a boy who once traversed the corridors of a castle in Reverium, his journey marked by the alchemy of magic and memory. Lejiya's fingers danced lightly across the pictures of the book, tracing the contours of a world both real and imagined. With each turn of the page, She ventured deeper into the realm of Ixar Iceburn, where magic intertwined with destiny like ivy upon a crumbling castle wall. Her breath caught as her gaze fell upon an illustration. A mage, poised amidst a forest awash with the golden hues of autumn. Leaves pirouette around him, suspended in an unseen current, whispering secrets to the wind. In his eyes, she glimpsed a strength tempered by kindness, a rare blend of masculinity and gentleness that stirred something within her soul. Yet, as she read on, the tranquility of the forest gave way to chaos. A battle scene unfolded before her, Ixar standing alone against a horde of marauders, their faces twisted into grim masks of malice. Despite the odds, he fought with a courage born of desperation, his blood mingling with the earth as he stood firm against the tide of darkness. "Lay, have you found what you seek? We shouldn't linger too long." Von's voice cut through the silence like a blade, pulling her back from the brink of reverie. "Just a little longer," she replied, her fingers lingering upon the page. Though she knew the risks, she could not resist the allure of Ixar's tale. With a decisive motion, she tucked the book beneath her dress, a weighty secret nestled against her skin. The warmth of its presence offered solace amidst the chill of uncertainty, a silent companion in the shadows of the night. As she stole one final glance around the library, Lejiya felt the pang of reluctant farewell. The allure of the forbidden library beckoned, but she had no choice but to leave. With a heavy heart, she retraced her steps, each footfall a whisper against the stones, a silent oath to keep the secrets she now bore. Back in her room, Lejiya sank onto the edge of her bed, the Ixar Iceburn book lying like a relic before her. Beside her, the cats stirred, their curiosity piqued by the object of her fascination. Her gaze flickered toward the door, half expecting to see the Fae King's figure looming in the threshold, his eyes alight with suspicion. The book's distinct design would betray her secret. But for now, the room remained shrouded in silence. With a sigh, Lejiya reached out, her fingers brushing against the time-worn pages. "Are you sure this is safe?" V's query, though delivered with a solemn countenance, nearly elicited a chuckle from Lejiya. There was an endearing charm in the seriousness of her feline companions. Joyful or grave, the cats always managed to capture her heart. Drawing in a steadying breath, Lejiya nodded. "No. But guess we will find out." With a decisive motion, she lifted the cover and allowed her gaze to settle upon the first page. Ixar, youngest scion of the esteemed High Mage Remorial, found himself cradled within the protective embrace of his mother, the revered right hand of the Queen of Reverium, Arena Maina. Even in his infancy, young Ixar was observed by onlookers, their solemn postures a testament to the gravity of his destiny. From his earliest days, he was steeped in rigorous discipline, his tender mind molded to wield the forces of magic. As Lejiya's eyes traversed the vivid illustrations, Lejiya found herself enraptured by their lifelike quality. Each stroke of the artist's brush breathed life into the characters, drawing her deeper into the tapestry of their tale. With each turn of the page, the narrative unfolded like the delicate petals of a blooming flower, revealing secrets and sorrows woven into the fabric of Ixar's existence. Lejiya and her feline companions were swept away by the magic of the written word. Trained from youth to ascend the ranks of magehood, Ixar's prowess knew no bounds. Lejiya continued, her empathy for the young protagonist swelling within her heart. Yet, amidst his triumphs, a gnawing emptiness plagued his soul, a void no amount of accolades could fill. As the tale unfolded, Lejiya found herself drawn ever deeper into the labyrinth of Ixar's emotions. She longed to reach out and comfort the troubled youth, to offer solace in the face of his inner turmoil. With each illustration, she felt her connection to Ixar strengthen, a magnetic pull that defied explanation. His charisma was palpable, his struggles etched upon the canvas with heartbreaking clarity. In the midst of her reverie, Lejiya was reminded of her own reality, a reality fraught with doom and oblivion. Eager to unravel the mysteries enshrouding the book and its connection to the secret library, Lejiya turned the pages with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. Her fingers traced the delicate parchment, each rustle of paper a whisper of anticipation. In the heart of the narrative, nestled within the depths of the middle pages, she found herself ensnared in an intricate tapestry of love and betrayal. A tale unfolded before her eyes, a tale of forbidden romance between Rowan, the youthful prince of the Reverium kingdom, and the myth maiden, a girl of humble birth whose heart concealed dark intentions. Reverium kingdom. The very name sent a shiver down her spine, for it was the name of her kingdom. Wasn't this book mere fiction, or was there truth in it? The myth maiden, with her sinister ambitions, sought to usurp the throne that Ixar served with unwavering loyalty. The words danced upon the page, each syllable laden with portentous weight. Though the queen attempted to intercede, Rowan's devotion to his beloved clouded his judgment. He was determined to wed the myth maiden and legitimize her claim to royalty, a scheme orchestrated by the myth maiden herself. But then, the narrative took a chilling turn, plunging Lejiya into a world of darkness and despair. A gasp escaped her lips as she beheld the illustration of a malevolent shadow, its thread-like tendrils stretching ominously toward the castle, a harbinger of doom on the eve of the ill-fated wedding. Ixar, the valiant mage, stood as witness to the encroaching terror, his expression a mask of disbelief and horror. With each stroke of the artist's brush, Lejiya felt the icy fingers of fear clutch at her heart, drawing her inexorably closer to the brink of despair. Drawing her legs beneath her, Lejiya leaned closer to the book, her pulse quickening with each passing moment. The narrative's abrupt conclusion left her yearning for resolution, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. What fate befell Ixar in the wake of the Shadow's onslaught? And why did every book she had browsed within the secret library end with the protagonists ensnared by the same dark, malevolent shadow? A disquieting sensation settled like a heavy stone in the depths of Lejiya's stomach, lingering there as she turned over the revelations gleaned from the book. Closing the book, Lejiya reclined, thoughts of the enigmatic mage swirling in her mind like eddies in a restless stream. The narrative had woven its tendrils around her, ensnaring her in its spell, blurring the lines between reality and fiction. Beside her, Vi and Von, the feline companions who had kept her company, slumbered soundly, their rhythmic breaths a soothing cadence in the stillness of the room. Lejiya's fingers brushed against their fur in a tender gesture before she gently resettled them in their beds, nestled in a quiet corner. As she concealed the book beneath her bed, a sense of apprehension lingered. Time slipped away unnoticed, swallowed by the darkness and oblivion of sleep that enveloped her. Then, a soft disturbance shattered the silence, stirring Lejiya from her slumber. Her eyes fluttered open, seeking the source of the disturbance in the dimly lit chamber. "Lidden," she murmured, invoking the ancient incantation taught to her by the Fae King, willing the floating light orbs in her room to brighten. They responded to her command, casting a feeble glow that illuminated the shadowed recesses of her chamber. In the dimness, a figure materialized, a spectre cloaked in crimson, his presence a whisper against the dark. Lejiya jolted as she beheld the familiar features of the mage from the pages of her cherished book. Medium-length strands of dark brown framed his face, and his eyes, a piercing shade of blue, held her captive in their depths. It was as if he had stepped from the realm of myth into reality. Breath caught in her throat, Lejiya gazed upon him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Here stood Ixar, the embodiment of her dreams and fears, an enigma cloaked in the guise of a man. The realization struck Lejiya like a thunderbolt, leaving her reeling in disbelief. Ixar. How did he end up in her bedroom? Lejiya didn't even recall dreaming about him, much less bringing him out of her dream. Or was this a dream? Her hand instinctively sought the spindle pendant at her neck, but found only empty air. This was no dream. Ixar Iceburn, the mage from the book of the same name, now stood before her in flesh and blood. "Where am I?" Ixar's voice echoed with confusion, his gaze sweeping the room in bewilderment. "Are you a servant of the myth maiden?" Lejiya shook her head, her brow furrowed in perplexity. "Servant of what? There's no myth maiden here." "You're in the Fae Castle," she replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Ixar's expression darkened, his hand igniting with flickering flames as he leveled a threat. "Fae Castle? Preposterous. This is Queen Arena's domain." His long, unruly locks danced like tendrils of fire, casting shadows against his determined visage. "Tell me the truth, or suffer the consequences." Before Lejiya could respond, Vi and Von sprang into action. With feline agility, they lunged at the intruder, claws bared and fur bristling in defiance. Ixar's gaze hardened as the cats closed in, his resolve unwavering. With a flick of his wrist, an unseen force repelled the animals, sending them tumbling backward. He regarded them with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, his stance poised for further confrontation. "Don't hurt them. They mean no harm," Lejiya pleaded, her voice laced with urgency. Ixar's gaze softened momentarily, though suspicion still lingered in his eyes. "So says the one who sent to attack me," he retorted, his tone tinged with skepticism. Lejiya interjected, her voice a calming presence amid the escalating tension. "You were the one who threatened me first. They were trying to protect me." The cats, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hesitated, their gazes flickering between Lejiya and the mysterious mage before them. The air crackled with tension as Ixar's piercing blue eyes bore into Lejiya's, his voice a low growl laden with threat. "This is your last chance. Why did you bring me here?" His words hung heavy in the room, suffused with an ominous aura that sent shivers down Lejiya's spine. Her heart raced as she struggled to find the right words, her mind racing to make sense of the inexplicable. "I didn't bring. This is going to sound strange, but I read your book. I mean, not your book, but a book about you. And then I think I accidentally brought you out of the book," she stammered, unsure of how to make all of this sound less crazy. Ixar's gaze narrowed, skepticism etched into every line of his face. "Do you take me for a fool? Fine, since you won't tell the truth." "Don't blame me," he retorted, his tone laced with a warning. "No, wait. I can prove that I am not lying. Your name is Ixar Iceburn, right?" Lejiya interjected. Ixar's expression softened marginally. "Yes. What of it?" "And how did you know my name?" he replied, his voice guarded. "I am Lejiya, the princess of this castle." "Well, that shouldn't matter. What I want to say is I have the power to channel things out of my dreams into reality. And you were channeled out of my dream accidentally, or so I think," she explained, her voice trembling with earnestness. "You're not making any sense. What has your dream got to do with me?" Ixar's confusion mirrored her own, his tone tinged with disbelief. "I'm telling the truth," Lejiya insisted, her mind racing for a way to prove her sincerity. "I can show you the book." With cautious steps, she got off her bed and looked under it, her heart pounding in her chest. Ixar's gaze followed her every move, his hand poised to strike at the slightest hint of deception. "I will set you on fire if you dare to try anything funny," he warned, his voice a low rumble. But as Lejiya reached under her bed, her fingers touched empty air. Panic clawed at her chest as she frantically searched for the missing book, her mind reeling with confusion. "So, are you done with your lies?" Ixar's voice cut through the silence. Lejiya's mind raced as she grappled with the inexplicable disappearance of the book. Had it all been a figment of her imagination? It couldn't be. In the dimly lit chamber, Lejiya's thoughts swirled like mist around her mind, trailing tendrils of uncertainty. She pondered the sudden appearance of Ixar, his presence so jarringly real that it felt like a splinter in the fabric of her consciousness. She had not dreamed of him. Of that she was certain. Was it possible that her powers were evolving beyond her understanding? As she wrestled with these thoughts, the creak of the door pierced through her contemplation, drawing her attention sharply. Ixar had vanished, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of his presence. With a surge of determination, Lejiya propelled herself from the bed, her movements fluid and purposeful. She bounded across the room, her lithe form propelled by a sense of urgency. Outside, the hallway stretched before her, bathed in the soft glow of floating orbs. Lejiya scanned the hallway, her senses alert for any sign of the elusive mage. And there he was, the human mage, standing amidst the flickering shadows with an air of confusion. Without hesitation, Lejiya darted forward, intercepting an approaching guard with a deft maneuver. She seized Ixar's hand, her grip firm and resolute, and signaled with her other hand for him to head back toward her room. Ixar recoiled, his voice edged with hostility. "Take your hand off me, or it will be the last thing you feel, you pale-haired devil." Lejiya met his gaze, unflinching. "If any of the Fae sees you, you're dead. I won't sit around and wait for the Myth Maiden to kill or use me," Ixar retorted, his tone defiant. Lejiya's lips curved into a wry smile. "Like I said, there's no Myth Maiden here. The one who calls the shots here is my father, the Fae King, and you certainly don't want to mess with him." Ixar's eyes widened in realization. "The Fae King is your father?" Lejiya nodded, a regal tilt to her chin. "Yes. He's the mighty king of the Fae." Ixar's bravado faltered, replaced by a flicker of surprise. "So then you're—" Lejiya's laughter echoed through the corridor, imbued with a hint of mischief. "Yes. A Fae princess. Scared, are you? I can have you executed for not bowing to me. If I command it, you would die thrice at least. But I'm not going to do that. My name is Lejiya." Ixar was a silhouette against the light, and his figure seemed to blend with the encroaching darkness, save for the glint of steel in his hand, a dagger poised at Lejiya's throat. The air crackled with urgency, a silent demand for escape that hung heavy in the stagnant air. "This will ease my escape," Ixar demanded, his voice a low rumble that reverberated through the corridor, edged with ominous resolve. In response, Lejiya's voice carried a weight of resignation, a tremble betraying the gravity of the situation. "Look, there's no call for this. There's no way out of this castle. The only exit is the entrance far below, and it's heavily guarded." Ixar's grip tightened. "I don't need a door to escape," he countered, frustration lacing his words as his gaze darted around the hallway. Lejiya's revelation pierced the tension like a blade. "All the windows are sealed too." Ixar's confusion deepened, brows furrowing in consternation. "Sealed? Why?" "To prevent monsters from getting in," Lejiya replied, her words laden with a hint of dread. Ixar's skepticism flared. "What monsters are you talking about?" "Dark creatures from your worst nightmares. Honestly, I haven't seen one until recently." Ixar's grip on the dagger tightened further, his resolve unyielding. "The only monster I see is you. I will ask you one last time. What's your plan, and what are you doing in our castle?" Lejiya's voice rang with defiance. "Your castle? This is our castle. And I'm planning nothing." Ixar's eyes narrowed, suspicion darkening his gaze. "You're lying. There is only one castle in Reverium, and it belongs to Queen Irina. Lejiya's incredulity was palpable. This Queen Irina, is she the Fae Queen? Ixar's response was swift, his tone tinged with bitterness. No. I'm talking about the human queen, he spat, the dagger's edge pressing against Lejiya's skin. A flicker of fear danced in Lejiya's eyes. You're a human, she whispered, horror creeping into her heart at the thought of the atrocities she had heard humans commit. Ixar's gaze bore into hers, unyielding. I've lived here all my life. It doesn't belong to the humans. Maybe that's only true of the story where you came from. Ixar stood, a shadowy figure in the dimly lit corridor, his eyes ablaze with a mixture of desperation and determination. The dagger he held at Lejiya's throat gleamed menacingly, a silent threat hanging heavy in the air. Tell me where the nearest exit is, or I will bleed you to death, he demanded, his voice low and edged with urgency. Lejiya's response was swift, her words tinged with resignation. I can't. Like I said, there's only one way out, and it's the main entrance on the ground story. Ixar's disbelief was palpable. I don't believe you, he countered, his grip on the dagger tightening. But Lejiya held firm. It's true. I've never been outside my entire life. Ixar's frustration boiled over, his patience wearing thin. End this illusion or spell, or I will end you. Perhaps killing you will break it, he threatened, his voice tinged with menace. Lejiya's plea was desperate, her voice trembling with fear. Ixar, please. I know you're a kind mage from what I have read about you in the book. Let's calm down and figure this out together. I want to find out the truth as much as you do. Ixar scoffed. Not this again. I'm not a character in a book. Since you won't tell the truth, I have no choice but to kill you. Lejiya's mind raced, panic clawing at the edges of her consciousness as she struggled to find a way out of her predicament. But with Ixar's dagger so perilously close, her thoughts turned to survival. Lejiya. A familiar voice sliced through the tension, drawing both Ixar and Lejiya's attention down the hallway where Chan stood, a stalwart figure in the dim light. Ixar's grip tightened, the dagger pressing against Lejiya's skin. Move, and I will kill her. I mean it, he warned, his voice laced with condescension. Chan's response was measured, his stance unwavering. All right. I won't move. Don't hurt her. As Ixar whispered urgently to Lejiya, Chan remained rooted to the spot, his gaze unwavering. Lejiya's heart pounded in her chest as she revealed the location of the nearest sealed window, which was her room. But Ixar's intent was clear. Without another word, he stepped back, guiding Lejiya back to her room, his eyes never leaving Chan's form as they moved down the hallway, the tension thick in the air like a heavy fog. I said, don't move. Ixar's voice cut through the tension like a dagger, halting Chan in his tracks. That includes you too. His gaze pierced V and Vaughn, who stood sentinel outside Lejiya's room's door. Guiding Lejiya back into her room, Ixar closed the door with a decisive click. With a wave of his hand, he cast a spell upon the door, though its effects remained unseen to the naked eye. Demanding the whereabouts of the sealed window, Ixar pressed a dagger to Lejiya's throat, his grip unyielding. She pointed silently to a section of the wall where the bricks bore a different hue. With a flick of his wrist, Ixar conjured a pulsating aura of blue magic, casting a blinding glow upon the room. The air thrummed with power as he directed his focus toward the sealed window, each surge of energy causing the very walls to tremble. As Lejiya watched in awe, the sealed window yielded to Ixar's relentless assault. With each blow, the room quaked, bricks shattering against the force of his magic. Blinding streams of light poured through the newly opened window, forcing her to shield her eyes against the glaring brilliance. But before she could fully comprehend the spectacle, a regal voice shattered the fragile peace. The door swung open with a resounding crash, revealing an imposing figure silhouetted against the threshold. Ixar turned sharply, his eyes ablaze with determination as he faced the newcomer. A fiery orb hovered menacingly above his outstretched hand, the threat of violence palpable in the air. "Tell me what your master is plotting, or she dies." Ixar's words rang out with a chilling finality, the edge of his blade gleaming in the light. "No one's plotting anything. That should be the forte of your kind. You have nowhere to run. Release her and I promise you I will spare your life," the Fae King proclaimed, his voice resounding with unwavering determination. Ixar scoffed, a sardonic smile twisting his lips. "Do you think I will believe a cold-blooded murderer?" He muttered incantations under his breath, the air crackling with latent power. Lejiya felt herself lifted off the ground, a strong gust carrying her toward the window ledge, Ixar's grip still firm around her. "What are you doing?" the Fae King said, his voice tinged with incredulity. "Like you said, I have nowhere to run, which means there is only one way out," Ixar replied cryptically, stepping back and plummeting over the edge, Lejiya held captive at his side, his dagger still poised menacingly. Lejiya's heart pounded in her chest as she fell through the air. The ground rushed up to meet her, the castle walls a blur of stone and mortar. Regret of exploring the secret library gnawed at her, the weight of her actions heavy upon her conscience. But just as she braced herself for the inevitable, a verdant circle materialized below, a shimmering barrier against the abyss. With a sense of vertigo, both Ixar and her passed through the portal, her world spinning as reality shifted around her. 11. The world beyond. She tumbled through space before wildly rolling across a solid surface, the world spinning around her, her senses overwhelmed by a cacophony of sensations. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of dew-kissed grass and earth. Blades of grass brushed against her skin, their rough texture a stark contrast to the smooth stone of the castle. Struggling to her feet, Lejiya surveyed her surroundings with slight dizziness, her eyes drawn to a towering structure looming in the distance. Like a beacon in the mist-shrouded landscape, its spire reached toward the heavens, an enigmatic silhouette against the gray-blue sky. As she took her first tentative steps on unfamiliar ground, Lejiya couldn't shake the feeling that she had stumbled into a world beyond her wildest dreams, a realm of mystery and intrigue waiting to be explored. Done admiring the view, a familiar voice interrupted Lejiya's reverie, and she turned to face its owner. "Where are we?" she inquired. "A grassland not far from the castle," Ixar replied, brushing off his clothing with a nonchalant air. Lejiya paused, momentarily transfixed by her surroundings. The landscape stretched out before her in a lush expanse of greenery, the scent of honeysuckle hanging heavy in the air. A riot of colorful flowers bloomed all around, their vibrant hues a stark contrast to the gray stone of the castle walls. It was a world unlike any she had ever known, a far cry from the desolate wasteland her father had described. Despite her predicament, Lejiya couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the beauty that surrounded her. She longed to savor every moment, to imprint the image of this idyllic scene upon her mind. A sudden rustling to her right snapped her out of her reverie. Lejiya took a few cautious steps closer, straining to catch a glimpse of the elusive figure hidden within the foliage. But whatever had been there had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "Walk," Ixar commanded, brandishing his dagger menacingly as he gestured away from the castle. "What?" Lejiya's voice trembled with apprehension. "Keep walking, or I'll kill you," Ixar threatened, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Wait, you can leave now. My father and his men won't be here so," Lejiya began, but before she could finish, Ixar advanced with swift, purposeful steps, the cold steel of his blade pressing against her throat. "If you say another word, This blade goes right through your neck. Understand? Ixar's voice was low and dangerous, his breath hot against her cheek. Okay, Lejiya acquiesced, her voice barely above a whisper. Ixar lowered his blade, and Lejiya felt a shiver of relief wash over her. Move, Ixar commanded, prodding her forward with the tip of his sword. With a heavy heart, Lejiya obeyed, tearing her gaze away from the distant silhouette of the castle that had been her home for so long. She couldn't afford to test Ixar's patience, not when her life hung in the balance. And so, with each step, she left behind the familiar comforts of her past, venturing into an uncertain future fraught with danger and intrigue. Lejiya's fingers grazed her neck, searching for the telltale mark of the spindle pendant, but found only skin. It wasn't a dream, after all. It was real. The world beyond the castle walls stretched out before her, a landscape of mystery and danger. She had imagined monsters lurking in every shadow, ready to pounce at any moment, but all she heard were the soft rustling of leaves and the distant calls of unseen creatures. The quietude of this unfamiliar world was almost unsettling, yet there was a strange beauty to it, tempered only by the lingering mist that shrouded everything in a veil of uncertainty. Her father must be beside himself with worry, willing to do anything to bring her back safely. Yet, despite the perilous situation she found herself in, a part of Lejiya couldn't help but hope that her father wouldn't find her too soon. There were secrets to uncover, truths to unravel, and a curse that gnawed at the edges of her consciousness. She needed time to explore this new world, to delve into its mysteries and confront the truth behind the nightmares that haunted her. Ahead, blocks of varying shapes loomed through the mist, their forms obscured by the haze. Undeterred, Lejiya pressed on, Ixar trailing closely behind. As they drew nearer, the shapes resolved into houses, their facades weathered by time and neglect. Ixar walked beside her, his presence a constant reminder of her precarious situation. She quickened her pace, eager to put distance between herself and the mage who held her fate in his hands. The empty streets stretched out before them, silent witnesses to the unfolding drama that now played out in their midst. And as Lejiya moved forward, she couldn't shake the feeling that each step brought her closer to the answer she sought, and the dangers that lurked just beyond the edge of her perception. "Where is this place?" Lejiya said. "This can't be right," Ixar muttered under his breath. "What do you mean?" Lejiya said. "This is Eldermore Town," Ixar said. "It has always been a thriving town nestled at the foot of the castle." However, what Lejiya saw was contrary to Ixar's claim. The town now lay abandoned, a haunting testament to the passage of time and the cruelty of fate. As they ventured deeper into its desolate streets, Lejiya felt a chill settle in her bones, a palpable sense of melancholy that hung heavy in the air. The terrain of the town shifted gradually downhill the farther it moved away from the castle, mirroring the ascent to the castle that had once symbolized hope and prosperity. But now, the gradual incline only served to accentuate the town's decline, its once bustling streets now silent and forlorn. Roofs of the abandoned houses were like broken dreams, their tiles scattered haphazardly across the ground, shattered remnants of lives once lived. Windows, once gleaming with the warm light of hearth and home, now stood empty and hollow, their shattered panes like fractured memories. Corpses littered the streets, a grim mosaic of death and decay. Bones lay scattered among the ruins, their lifeless forms a stark reminder of the town's tragic fate. The stench of death hung heavy in the air, mingling with the scent of earth and decay. As the Fae princess moved through the deserted streets, she felt a wave of sadness wash over her, a deep ache in her heart for the lives lost, a swirling maelstrom of images and emotions, each one a dagger to her soul. Yet amid the desolation, there was a strange beauty to be found. Wildflowers sprouted from the cracks in the cobblestone streets, their vibrant hues a stark contrast to the bleakness that surrounded them. The distant sound of a babbling brook echoed through the silence, a whisper of life amidst the death. "Hello," Ixar called out, but no answer came, except for the faint echoes of his own voice. "What's wrong?" Lejiya inquired, but Ixar remained tight-lipped. Instead, he motioned with his sword, urging her forward. Drawing closer, she observed the town's decay, shattered structures, a noxious stench lingering in the air. Crimson stains marred the concrete, leading her gaze to a grotesque figure lying in the shadows, a twisted semblance of humanity, its form rent and ravaged. Ixar knelt beside the abomination, scrutinizing it with a mix of fascination and revulsion. His attention then shifted to a nearby house, its windows barred against the outside world. With a swift toss, he shattered the glass, sending Lejiya reeling in surprise. "Lead the way," Ixar commanded, his tone brooking no argument. "What? You want me to go in there?" Lejiya's incredulity rang clear. "No time for questions. Just move," Ixar insisted, his impatience palpable. Helpless, Lejiya approached the broken window, her mind racing with uncertainties. In her dreams, she wielded power beyond imagining, but reality offered no such reprieve. Halfway through, doubt gnawed at her resolve. What if there's something inside? "Shouldn't I have a weapon?" she protested, eyes locked on Ixar. "A weapon to use against me? No way." Ixar's retort was sharp, his gaze unwavering. "You're my prisoner. Don't make this harder." With a resigned sigh, Lejiya clambered into the house, the musty air thick with memories long forgotten. As she took in the dim surroundings, the weight of their predicament settled upon her shoulders like a heavy cloak. "Do you see anything?" Ixar's voice echoed from the window, the urgency palpable. "Yeah, plenty. Come take a look," Lejiya responded, her tone tinged with unease. "Quit babbling and tell me what you see," Ixar retorted, impatience creeping into his voice. Okay. There's a wooden table with a candlestick, a cupboard, and..." Lejiya's words were interrupted by a sudden thud as her foot collided with something, sending her tumbling to the ground. Just inches away lay another figure, resembling the grotesque beings outside but eerily intact. As she rose to her feet, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling gnawing at her. Were these creatures truly monsters? Despite their lifeless appearance, a sense of unease lingered. "There's something here. It looks like a monster, but it's more disgusting and it reeks," Lejiya reported to Ixar. No answer came. Returning to the window to check, Lejiya realized Ixar was nowhere to be seen. Panic crept into her chest. Where had he disappeared to? This was it. Her chance to escape had come. Silently slipping through the window, Lejiya scanned the mist-shrouded streets before darting down a narrow path, veering off her original course to evade Ixar's pursuit. The alley led to a vantage point overlooking the town, its winding streets cascading down the hill like a labyrinth. A chilling breeze swept through the alley, stirring the mist and sending a shiver down Lejiya's spine. Casting her eyes upward, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting across the sky, a phantom presence haunting her every step. Through the misty haze that blanketed the street, Lejiya's gaze wandered, lingering on the worn cobblestones beneath her feet. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingling with the faint aroma of candle wax. She could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on her, broken only by the distant echoes of her own footsteps. Ahead, the alley stretched out like a yawning chasm, its narrow confines casting elongated shadows across the ground. Lejiya's steps faltered as she glanced upwards, searching for the source of the fleeting shadow that had passed overhead. But the pale blue sky offered no answers, its vast expanse seemingly devoid of life. Shaking off her unease, Lejiya pressed on, her senses heightened by the palpable sense of foreboding that hung in the air. The architecture of the buildings loomed above her, their weathered facades adorned with intricate carvings and ancient symbols. Each step she took echoed in the empty alleyway, reverberating against the walls like a solemn hymn. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, the world around her seemed to expand, revealing a panorama of winding streets and towering structures. The mist danced around her, obscuring her view of the distant horizon. Lejiya's heart quickened as she felt a chill wind brush against her skin, its icy tendrils stirring the hairs on the back of her neck. With a deep breath, Lejiya turned away from the descending slope of the hill, her path uncertain but her resolve unyielding. Whatever lay ahead, she knew she could not turn back now. A cold wind swept through the narrow alley, sending a shiver down Lejiya's spine as she drew in a deep breath, the air heavy with the scent of damp stone and decaying leaves. It was a path she had not intended to take, but fate had a way of leading her astray. As she walked, her eyes were drawn upwards, searching for the source of the fleeting shadow that had passed overhead but to no avail. And still, the shadow lingered, a silent companion on her journey through the unknown. It was a presence she could feel but not see, a spectre that haunted her every step, drawing her ever closer to the heart of darkness that lay ahead. Lejiya's heart raced with growing anxiety as she quickened her pace, the houses blurring past her like shadows in the mist. Suddenly, she collided with something hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. Confusion clouded her senses as she scrambled to her feet, only to find nothing before her but empty air. A settling shadow descended upon the surroundings, casting a pall over the alleyway. Her breath caught in her throat as she turned back, expecting to see Ixar. But the figure that loomed before her was far taller, its form obscured by the thick mist. Brown feathers adorned its massive wings, and its pale face bore a stern, menacing expression. Where its legs should have been, there were only thick, avian appendages. A shrill shriek pierced the silence, causing Lejiya to instinctively cover her ears. With a surge of adrenaline, she turned and fled, but her escape was thwarted by an invisible barrier. The creature darted forward effortlessly, its monstrous form passing through the air where the invisible barrier was. As she picked herself up from the ground, Lejiya felt a surge of relief mingled with confusion. Had she imagined the barrier? She was pretty certain she hit something hard and fell. Her lungs burned with exertion as she ran, the sound of her own footsteps echoing in the empty silence. Sweat soaked her clothes, clinging to her skin like a second skin. With each step, she prayed for deliverance, wishing desperately for a weapon to defend herself against the monstrous foe. But fate had other plans, as a forceful wind buffeted her from behind, followed by the thunderous flapping of wings. With a cry of alarm, Lejiya tumbled down the concrete stairs, the hard stones scraping against her skin. Pain lanced through her body, intense and unyielding. Just as she thought she could bear no more, her fall was slowed, and the ground seemed to soften beneath her. With a gasp of relief, Lejiya came to a halt on the flat ground below, the world spinning dizzily around her. Lejiya felt the sharp prick of panic as the winged monster's claws dug into her dress and suspended her in mid-air. She struggled, her body twisting and kicking in a futile attempt to break free from the creature's grasp. But with each desperate movement, she only found herself drifting further from the safety of solid ground below. Hopelessness flooded her senses, threatening to overwhelm her, until she finally surrendered, her arms falling limply at her sides. It was then that she noticed the whirlwind of leaves swirling around them, a chaotic tempest that seemed to disorient the creature holding her captive. With a shriek of confusion, the monster crashed through the roof of a nearby house, releasing its grip on Lejiya. She landed on her feet, her heart racing as she took in the figure of Ixar standing before her. His hands moved in a practiced pattern, his lips murmuring strange words as he faced down the creature. Thanks, Lejiya managed, her voice shaky with adrenaline. That fight with the harpy was pretty awesome. Ixar's expression was dark as he approached her, his dagger glinting in the faint light. He pressed her against the wall, the cold metal of the blade pressing against her throat. Whatever you did, he growled, his voice low and dangerous, I want you to undo it. Or I will end you right here, right now. Confusion clouded Lejiya's mind as she struggled to make sense of his words. Undo what? She demanded, her voice rising in frustration. Ixar's grip tightened, his eyes blazing with anger. You know exactly what I'm talking about, he said. You and your tricks. Whatever you did to this town, to my mind. Undo it now. Lejiya's breath caught in her throat. You think I caused this? She exclaimed, incredulous. Ixar's gaze was unwavering, his grip unyielding. Who else could it have been? He demanded. You knew that creature's name. Of course I knew. They are common in the stories I read. Lejiya retorted, wincing as the dagger pressed harder against her skin. Stories. Ixar's eyes narrowed as he confronted Lejiya, suspicion etched into every line of his face. Yes, fairy tales, folklore, the like. Don't tell me you don't know about them. Lejiya said. I don't read childish stories. Anyway, you Fae are capable of anything. I'm giving you one last chance, he demanded, his voice a low growl of frustration. Lejiya met his gaze with a mixture of defiance and fear, her heart pounding in her chest. Whatever I know, I already told you, she replied, her voice trembling slightly. You were from a book I found yesterday in my father's library, a book named after you. As for this town, this is my first time seeing the world, so I don't know anything. If I knew you would kill me, I wouldn't have let you out. Ixar hesitated, the tension in the air thickening with each passing moment. Finally, he let down his dagger and stepped back, his expression unreadable. Lejiya released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her body trembling with relief and exhaustion. She reached up to touch the back of her neck, wincing as her fingers came away stained with blood. A brief flicker of something crossed Ixar's face when he saw the blue blood, but Lejiya couldn't discern if it was surprise or annoyance. With a sense of unease settling in her stomach, she watched as he retrieved something from behind his cloak, a grey book, similar to the one she had found in her father's library. Where did you find that? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. It looks like those books in The Secret. It looks like your book. Found it down the street. It's titled Maya Horner, Ixar replied cryptically, his eyes never leaving hers. Maya Horner. Is that the protagonist? Lejiya pressed, her curiosity piqued. Ixar remained silent, his expression inscrutable, but the look in his eyes confirmed Lejiya's suspicions. This book was similar to his, named after its protagonist. With a sense of foreboding, Lejiya watched as Ixar flipped through the pages to the end. She moved closer, her breath catching in her throat as she glimpsed the final passage. Maya was pulling a cart, when suddenly, screams pierced the air. And then, darkness, darker than night, engulfed the street, swallowing everything in its path. Your story also ended with you seeing something similar, a thread-like shadow, she pointed out. Ixar furrowed his brow, as if trying to conjure the image Lejiya described. With a sense of resignation, Ixar turned to Lejiya once more, his eyes boring into hers with an intensity that made her squirm. Turn her back, he demanded, his voice a low growl of impatience. Prove to me you're telling the truth. Lejiya swallowed hard, the weight of Ixar's gaze bearing down on her. I don't exactly know how I did it. Also, I need to sleep for my magic to work, she explained, her words a weary admission of her limitations. Ixar's lip curled in disdain, suspicion simmering beneath the surface. Forget it. We must keep moving, he insisted, his resolve unyielding despite Lejiya's protests of exhaustion. Try to run away again, and I'll kill you. Lejiya recoiled at the threat, her breath catching in her throat. I didn't run away, she said. Don't take me for a fool, Iksar admonished, his words a sharp rebuke. If it wasn't for my magical barrier, you would have. As the truth of his words settled over her, Lejiya felt a pang of guilt wash over her. That invisible barrier she had collided with, it was Iksar's spell to stop her from escaping. How shrewd of him, she thought, even in the face of danger. But the memory of the harpy still sent a chill down her spine, and she would have taken a direct hit if she hadn't bumped into the barrier and fallen down. We need to hurry, Iksar urged, his voice cutting through her thoughts. Keep quiet and follow me. Despite the failure of her escape plan, Lejiya couldn't help but feel a sense of relief at being freed from the monster's clutches. Being with Iksar, despite his brusque demeanor, was preferable to facing monsters alone. They walked in silence for what felt like an eternity, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on them like a heavy burden. Lejiya's stomach growled in protest, the gnawing hunger a constant reminder of how arduous her time outside the castle was. Where are you planning to go? She ventured, her voice barely above a whisper. That's none of your business, Iksar replied tersely, his gaze forward. And what did I say about keeping quiet? Has it occurred to you that we might run into more monsters if we just wander on? Besides, I am hungry and thirsty, Lejiya protested weakly. Iksar stopped abruptly, his patience wearing thin. But instead of brandishing his dagger, he turned toward a nearby house and opened the door gently. We'll rest here for a while, he announced, his voice softer than before. 12. The Madwoman. Iksar handed his bottle to Lejiya. With a weary sigh, she took a swig of water, the cool liquid soothing her parched throat. He then offered her a piece of bread, a meager but welcome offering in their current predicament. As they settled down, Iksar closed his eyes in silent meditation, his thoughts veiled behind a mask of composure. Breaking the uneasy silence, Lejiya ventured to ask Iksar about the town they found themselves in. What was this town like before all this? She inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Iksar's expression softened, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. It was filled with people, he began, his voice a mixture of regret and longing. The most prosperous town in all of Reverium. During the day, he continued, the bustling streets were alive with the vibrant energy of mages, knights, peasants, and traders alike. The air was filled with the sounds of activity and music, a testament to the town's thriving community. And at night, the town transformed into a spectacle of lights, each flickering beacon casting a warm glow against the backdrop of the castle. But there was no time for reminiscing. Iksar shook himself from his reverie. Get up, he commanded Lejiya, his tone brooking no argument. We must continue on our way. Lejiya's brow furrowed in confusion, her exhaustion still fresh. Where are we going? She asked. Iksar's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin. A hostage has no right to ask questions, he snapped, his tone sharp. Just shut up and follow me. As they trudged forward, the air thick with tension, Lejiya's senses were suddenly drawn to a faint sound emanating from beneath a nearby well. She leaned in to listen, the distant murmurs stirring a sense of unease within her. Keep moving, Iksar urged, his voice cutting through the silence. But Lejiya hesitated, her curiosity getting the better of her. Forget about escaping, he warned, his tone tinged with annoyance. Annoyed by his dismissive tone, Lejiya couldn't help but argue back. But her protests fell on deaf ears as Iksar suddenly looked up, his senses alert to something ahead. Iksar came to a sudden stop, his hand raised with a clenched fist, a silent command for Lejiya to keep quiet. Irritated by his constant demands, Lejiya opened her mouth to retort, but her words died in her throat as something moved across the mist ahead, disappearing behind a nearby house. A single path, barely visible amidst the swirling mist, stretched out before them, leading to the lower levels of the town. With Ixar leading the way and Lejiya close behind, they followed the path as it curved to the left, revealing a faint view of the town below. But their moment of respite was short-lived as a shadow emerged from the mist, lunging toward Ixar with deadly intent. With lightning-fast reflexes, Ixar dodged the attack, using the power of the wind to repel their assailant backward. As the figure stumbled back, Ixar seized the opportunity to hold his dagger to their throat, his eyes narrowing in recognition. The attacker was a woman, whose face contorted with a sudden terror, her eyes widening as she caught sight of Lejiya. A wave of confusion and fear seemed to ripple through the woman, leaving her rooted to the spot. Messy, wiry gray hair fell in tangled strands across one side of her face, partially obscuring her features. The hair looked wild, like it had been caught in a storm and left untamed, adding a chaotic frame to her expression of horror. Lejiya's gaze lingered on the woman's eyes, those empty, glassy orbs that stared back at her. They were dull and lifeless, devoid of the spark that usually flickered within a person's gaze. The light of her soul seemed to have long been extinguished, leaving behind only a hollow, distant stare that hinted at countless memories lost to time. Those eyes held a peculiar quality, as if they had once seen too much and had now retreated into some hidden place, leaving nothing but trepidation and a silent, desperate plea for understanding. Ixar fixed his gaze on the woman, his voice firm with curiosity. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" The woman's eyes darted nervously between Ixar and Lejiya, her trembling voice betraying her fear. "You talked. I thought you. One of them." "Them?" Ixar prodded, his brow furrowing in confusion. The woman's words spilled out in a frantic rush. "You talked. Haven't seen any talkers. Not for a long time." Ixar's patience waned as he pressed for more information. "Who are you?" "I am like everyone. We all die. They kill us and eat us alive," the woman whispered, her voice thick with dread. Lejiya interjected, her voice gentle but resolute. "Who killed you all? Do you mean the monsters?" "No, no. Don't kill me," the woman pleaded, her eyes wide with terror. Lejiya offered reassurance, her voice calm and soothing. "I won't harm you or anyone. We need your help. Please, tell us what happened to the other people." Ixar stepped forward, his presence commanding yet protective. "I am a mage. You have nothing to fear. As long as I am here, she won't harm you." The woman nodded slowly, her fear giving way to resignation. "It's dangerous out here. I'll tell you more at my house." As they made their way to the madwoman's house, silence enveloped them like a heavy shroud. Their last conversation lingered in the air, fraught with skepticism and fear. Upon reaching the woman's humble abode, she offered a tentative apology. "Sorry about the mess. Wasn't expecting visitors. It's been a long time since I last talked to anybody. Make yourselves at home. Who are you, if you don't mind me asking?" Lejiya hesitated, feeling out of place amidst the woman's hospitality. After a moment of contemplation, she began, "I'm the princess." Ixar cut her off abruptly, interjecting with a strange look. "She is the princess servant." Lejiya's gaze flickered between Ixar and the woman, a mixture of surprise and confusion clouding her features. "A servant of a fae," the woman muttered, her voice laden with uncertainty. "And I'm a mage, a loyal servant of the queen." Ixar seized upon the opportunity to glean more information, his gaze piercing as he probed. "You haven't told us who you are." "Who I am? Who am I?" the woman uttered, her voice trembling with apprehension. Why is she talking like that? Lejiya said. Why don't you ask her? Ixar said, his tone laced with impatience. Where did the townsfolk go? What happened to them? Ixar directed his questions again at the madwoman. The madwoman blinked, her gaze drifting aimlessly around the room as if seeking the ghosts of the past. Her lips trembled, and when she spoke, her words came out in a disjointed murmur, a broken tapestry of memory and madness. Years, many years ago, she began, her voice wavering like a thread on the brink of snapping. It was a normal day, yes, normal. The sun was shining, and the banners, oh, those bright purple-green banners flapping in the wind. The prince's wedding. They said, yes, they said he would wed. Oh, the town was alive, alive with joy. Lejiya listened, her senses attuned to every shift in the madwoman's voice, every flicker of emotion that crossed her weathered face. She could almost hear the echoes of that day, the laughter of children, their songs filling the streets with innocent delight, the clatter of market stalls as merchants hawked their wares, and the chatter of townsfolk as they shared in the collective happiness. But then the madwoman's tone darkened, her words growing more frantic, more desperate, as she relived the moment when joy turned to horror. The wind changed, she whispered, her eyes widening with a mix of fear and disbelief. A chill like death itself, creeping through the streets. And then the screams. Oh, the screams, piercing, endless, and the wailing of mothers and children. And the growls. She shuddered, her body curling in on itself as if trying to escape the memories that clawed at her mind. Lejiya felt a cold knot form in her stomach, the madwoman's terror seeping into her bones. The growls. What kind of monstrous sounds could have echoed through those streets, drowning out the joy of the day? She could almost see it, the townsfolk, frozen in their tracks, their smiles fading into masks of horror. Clouds, black clouds, the madwoman continued, her voice a broken whisper, her hands clutching at the threadbare shawl around her shoulders. They came from nowhere, pouring down from the sky, sweeping across the town like a plague. The light. It died, and the town swallowed whole. Lejiya's mind conjured the image. The vibrant town, alive with color and life, suddenly plunged into darkness, the banners torn from their posts, the children's songs replaced by cries of terror, the streets running red with blood as the black clouds descended, bringing with them a nightmare that no one could escape. And then, nothing, the madwoman finished, her voice trailing off into a void of silence. Nothing but emptiness. And the dead. The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over them like a shroud. Lejiya glanced at Ixar, his expression unreadable, but she could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken questions that lingered between them. Ixar pressed further, his mind grappling with the grim reality. You said the townsfolk were dead. But why are there so few bodies? What happened to the rest of them? The madwoman's gaze turned inward, haunted by the memories of unspeakable torment. They are cursed with a fate worse than death, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Ixar's eyes fell upon the scattered books in the house. What are these books? Cursed. These cursed books, the madwoman confessed, her words laced with sorrow. Ixar sought clarity amidst the shadows of uncertainty. What do you mean? The madwoman's response came in fragmented whispers, veiled in mystique. Yet before she gave any answers, she slipped into a trance-like state. Are there any survivors? Ixar inquired, his voice a beacon of resolve cutting through the murky gloom. Once more, the madwoman slipped into a trance, her words a whispered echo of assurance. There are, she murmured cryptically, leaving Ixar and Lejiya to grapple with the weight of her revelation. Where are they? He pressed, his tone edged with urgency. In the other part of town, the madwoman divulged cryptically, leaving their curiosity unsated. With a solemn nod, the madwoman stood up. Going to find some food. Don't go anywhere, the madwoman said and departed, leaving Ixar and Lejiya to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of uncertainty. While they waited for the madwoman's return, Lejiya's curiosity led her to a dusty book resting upon the floor. With trembling hands, she lifted the volume, its pages whispering secrets of lives long past. Marian Lands, she read aloud, the name unfamiliar yet strangely compelling. As she browsed through the pages, Lejiya found herself drawn into the tapestry of Marian's life, a tale of innocence lost amidst the coming of darkness. Ixar's gaze lingered upon the frayed curtains that veiled the world beyond, his thoughts a tempest of uncertainty. Earlier in that house, there were these dried-up monsters lying on the floor, with their bones visible. They looked lifeless, Lejiya said, her voice laced with curiosity. Ixar's response was somber, his words a reflection of harsh reality. Those weren't monsters, he explained matter-of-factly, his hand gripping the threadbare fabric. They were people, probably the townsfolk. Lejiya's brow furrowed in confusion, her gaze locking with Ixar's. Do all the townsfolk look like this? She asked. Ixar's eyes held a world of knowledge, his gaze unwavering. Eventually, yes, he confirmed, his tone solemn. After death, all become like them. Lejiya's mind grappled with the gravity of mortality, her thoughts drifting to the immortal Fae. Death. Is it like a curse? She said, her voice tinged with disbelief. This is quite the most absurd description of death I have ever heard. But I guess that's expected of a Fae. Ixar's response was heavy with sorrow, his words a lament for the fragility of human life. You Fae are immortal, but humans are not so fortunate, he explained, his gaze a reflection of the weight of their mortality. And they would still be alive if not for your kind. Lejiya's mind whirled with questions, her thoughts a tempest of uncertainty. What does their deaths have to do with the Fae? She inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Ixar's response was laden with grim truth, his words a bitter revelation. Most of them that I saw were not killed by monsters, he explained, his voice tinged with sorrow. The wounds were not caused by claws or fangs but powerful magic of the same kind. Lejiya's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind reeling from the revelation. Magic. Was it the mages? She ventured, her voice trembling with uncertainty. The mages don't kill innocents. Also, I haven't seen such magical wounds before. If I recall correctly, the Fae's light is said to be one of the most deadliest magic, Ixar remarked. Lejiya's heart skipped a beat as she caught the weight of his words, her thoughts swirling like leaves caught in a sudden gust. She knew he spoke of her father and his warriors. Ixar's gaze fell upon Lejiya, piercing through the veil of her thoughts. She could feel the weight of his scrutiny, like the gaze of 1,000 eyes upon her. Do you know who unleashed the curse that woman spoke of? Lejiya asked, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. Ixar's expression softened, a flicker of sorrow dancing in his eyes. I have no idea. You must have forgotten that I was turned into a book and only came out recently because of you. The day the curse was unleashed was supposed to be a day of great celebration. Lejiya's brow furrowed, her mind racing to piece together the fragments of the puzzle laid out before her. What happened that day? She pressed, her voice barely above a whisper. Ixar let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the past bearing down upon him. You are full of questions, but maybe you deserve some answers after being lied to for so long. The prince was supposed to marry the myth maiden at a wedding in the cathedral. The words hung in the air, pregnant with the weight of unspoken truths. Lejiya's mind raced, connecting the dots like stars in the night sky. The myth maiden, a figure shrouded in mystery and whispered tales of power and betrayal. She had sought to overthrow the queen, to seize control of Reverium with a grasp as iron as the chains of fate. Why did the prince marry her if she was so dangerous? Lejiya questioned. Iksar's gaze darkened, the shadows of the past dancing in the depths of his eyes. The myth maiden was too powerful, a threat that could not be ignored. She sought to murder the queen as a warning, a testament to her power. Marrying the prince was but the first step in her scheme. Lejiya's mind reeled, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place with chilling clarity. Then why unleash the curse if the prince had already agreed to marry her? She asked, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Iksar shook his head, the weight of the unknown pressing upon him like a burden too heavy to bear. That is what I do not know. The only way to uncover the truth is to journey to the cathedral. There might be some clues there. Cathedral. Lejiya's voice trembled in the darkness, the word hanging heavy in the air like a shroud of uncertainty. Yes, the wedding was held at a cathedral to the far north. The Duskfall Requiem, Iksar replied, his tone laced with a sense of foreboding. Lejiya's mind flashed back to her nightmare, the haunting memories clawing at the edges of her consciousness like gnostly fingers reaching from beyond the grave. She remembered the ring pressed onto her finger, the weight of destiny bearing down upon her. Fear gnawed at her heart. Iksar's voice broke through her reverie like a thunderclap, snapping her back to the grim reality of their situation. Something's wrong. We must leave, he urged, his words dripping with urgency. But what about that woman? She told us not to wander off, Lejiya protested, her voice tinged with exhaustion and fear. Also, it's getting darker outside, and I'm tired. Iksar's gaze hardened, a flicker of suspicion dancing in the depths of his ancient eyes. I suspect she is hiding something. Doesn't it bother you that a helpless woman like her could survive for so long, wandering alone in the streets without a scratch? He mused, his voice heavy with concern. Lejiya's brow furrowed in confusion. Maybe she's good at hiding, she pressed, her voice barely above a whisper. No time to talk. I just hope my worst fears won't come true, Iksar replied cryptically, his words hanging in the air like an omen of doom. As they moved to leave, Iksar realized the door was locked from the outside, trapping them within the confines of the darkening house. Stand back, he commanded, his voice firm and resolute. With a flick of his wrist, Iksar unleashed a surge of power, tearing through the door with a force that sent splinters flying like leaves in a storm. Lejiya watched in awe as the wood buckled and groaned under the weight of his magic, the door parting like paper before their eyes. That was amazing. Why didn't you do that to the harpy earlier? Lejiya exclaimed, her voice tinged with admiration, but Iksar kept his focus on the surroundings before him as if he didn't hear what she said. Iksar looked up at the full moon, its pale light casting long shadows upon the deserted streets. With a whispered incantation, he conjured a flame to light their path, its flickering glow guiding them through the labyrinthine alleys like a beacon in the night. They ran through the darkness, the echo of their footsteps reverberating off the cracked walls like a heartbeat in the silence. But their flight was halted by a shuffling sound, like the whisper of a ghost passing through the night. Iksar's grip tightened around Lejiya's hand as he pulled her into the shadows between two houses, their breaths held in anticipation as they waited. They watched in silence as a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form looming large against the backdrop of the moonlit sky. With a gesture, Iksar motioned for Lejiya to move quietly to the other end of the alley, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. They backed away slowly, their hearts pounding in their chests as they sought refuge from the unknown terror lurking in the shadows. Emerging from the alley, Lejiya and Iksar saw dark silhouettes blocking their path ahead. Panic clawed at Lejiya's chest, threatening to overwhelm her like a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. She could feel the fear coiling within her, threatening to consume her from within. Stay close to me. Ixar's voice was a whisper in the darkness, his words a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching despair. Lejiya nodded, her heart pounding in her chest like the beat of a war drum. She watched in awe as Ixar began to chant, his words a murmured incantation beneath his breath. A translucent barrier shimmered into existence around them. But their respite was short-lived as the figures closed in, their monstrous forms casting long shadows in the light of Ixar's fire. Lejiya's breath caught in her throat as she saw their attackers, their bestial features twisted into grotesque masks of rage and hunger. They were werewolves, creatures of nightmare and legend, their eyes burning with an unholy light. With a snarl, one of the werewolves lunged forward, its massive form crashing against the invisible barrier with a force that sent tremors rippling through the air. Lejiya watched in horror as it stumbled back, its fur ruffled from the impact, its eyes filled with primal fury. Others followed suit, their relentless assault pounding against the barrier like waves crashing against the cliffs. Lejiya could feel the barrier weakening, its fragile threads stretched to the breaking point. On the count of 3, run as fast as you can. Ixar's voice cut through the chaos, his words a lifeline in the darkness. What about you? Lejiya asked, but Ixar did not answer. Lejiya's heart pounded in her chest like a drumbeat in the silence. With bated breath, she waited for the signal, her muscles coiled like a spring ready to be unleashed. As Ixar began the countdown, Lejiya felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins like wildfire. On 3, Ixar unleashed the barrier with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the air toward the werewolves. The werewolves were thrown back, their forms tumbling through the darkness. Lejiya and Ixar seized the opportunity, their feet pounding against the cobblestones as they raced through the darkness, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. But their respite was short-lived as a red figure charged out of the darkness, barreling toward Ixar with a speed that left Lejiya breathless. With a cry, she watched as it pinned him to the ground, its claws digging into Ixar's cloak like daggers in the night. Lejiya's heart hammered in her chest as she stared into the fierce red eyes of the werewolf before her, its fangs bared in a snarl of rage. Without a second thought, she seized a nearby brick and swung it with all her might, striking the creature on the back of its head. The werewolf spun around with a growl, its gaze fixating on Lejiya. Run! Ixar's voice pierced through the chaos, his urgency fueling her instinct to flee. Lejiya turned, only to be met with the sight of the madwoman standing before her, brandishing a wooden stick with a desperate ferocity. Before Lejiya could react, the stick struck her left temple, sending her world spiraling into darkness. 13. The werewolves' prey. When consciousness returned, Lejiya found herself bound to a column, her head throbbing with pain. She blinked against the darkness, her senses dulled by the persistent chill that hung in the air like a shroud. She strained against her bonds, her frustration mounting with each futile attempt at escape. As she surveyed her surroundings, Lejiya's gaze was drawn to the vast expanse of the night sky above. The moon hung like a pale orb amidst a sea of twinkling stars, their light casting a soft glow upon the world below. For a moment, she was captivated by their beauty, a fleeting distraction from the grim reality of her situation. Ixar. Lejiya's voice was a whisper in the darkness, her words tinged with desperation. Somewhere to her left, a male voice answered, its tone tinged with resignation. "Who are you calling for?" the voice asked. "A mage. He came here with me," Lejiya replied. The male voice sighed softly. "I hate to dampen your spirits, but he's probably dead or dying," the voice said. Lejiya's heart sank at the words, a cold dread settling in the pit of her stomach. But before she could dwell on her fears, the voice spoke again. "I'm Sulis. My companions had also been taken captive." "I'm Lejiya," Lejiya replied. "Are you from this town?" Sulis shook his head. No, there hasn't been anyone living this town for a long time. We were just passing through when we were attacked, he explained. Lejiya's mind raced with questions, but she pushed them aside, focusing instead on the grim reality of their situation. Bound and outnumbered, they faced an uncertain fate in the darkness of the night. But as she looked up at the moon and stars above, Lejiya couldn't help but cling to a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows that surrounded them. Lejiya turned to Sulis. "What happened to the townsfolk?" she asked, her words hesitant as she braced herself for the truth. Sulis regarded her with a mix of incredulity and resignation. "The curse," he replied bluntly, his tone heavy with the weight of sorrow. 17 years ago, it swept through the land like a plague, turning people into books or monsters straight out of fairy tales. Lejiya's brow furrowed in confusion. What Sulis said was similar to what the madwoman had told them. Those who escaped the curse were either killed or wounded by the monsters and turned into monsters themselves, Sulis explained, his words echoing through the darkness like a dirge. Then, another voice spoke, its tone sharp and biting. "Don't tell her anything, Sulis," the voice warned, its skepticism cutting through the air like a knife. Sulis took the opportunity to introduce his companions. "Oh yes, I forgot to introduce you to my companions. This feisty girl is Wanda, and the quiet one is Miriam." "Do you really need to tell strangers our names, Sulis?" Wanda asked, her voice tinged with annoyance. Sulis shrugged nonchalantly. "We'll most likely be dead soon anyway. Might as well make a new friend before that," he quipped, his words laced with a grim humor. Wanda's response was scathing. "Friends don't exist in this land, not anymore," she retorted, her words carrying a weight of bitterness and regret. Sulis recoiled as if struck. "Ouch. Wanda. That hurt," he muttered, his tone wounded. But Wanda wasn't finished. "I wasn't talking about you or Miriam," she added pointedly. Lejiya felt a shiver run down her spine as she imagined Wanda's gaze. But before she could respond, Sulis turned his attention back to her. "What are you and your companion doing here in this town?" Sulis asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Lejiya hesitated, uncertain whether she could trust the man before her. "We were lost and stumbled upon a villager who offered us shelter for the night," she replied cautiously, her words carefully chosen. "A villager? What did they look like?" he demanded, his voice edged with frustration. Lejiya recounted her encounter with the madwoman, her heart sinking as she heard Sulis curse under his breath. "Seems we were tricked by the same woman," he muttered, his voice filled with anger. Lejiya's heart raced as she listened to Sulis' words, her mind reeling with the implications of what he was telling her. "Did you see the monsters?" she asked. "Werewolves," Miriam replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "They look like normal humans, but during the full moon, they transform into monsters." Lejiya's heart sank. She couldn't rely on the Fae King for protection this time. She had to find a way to escape. Turning to Sulis, she voiced her fear. "What do the werewolves want with us?" she asked, her voice trembling with apprehension. Sulis' response was grim. "Most likely to torture or eat us alive," he replied bluntly, his words sending a chill down Lejiya's spine. But before Lejiya could process the full horror of Sulis' words, Wanda interjected, her skepticism evident in her tone. "She's probably one of them, for all we know. Why else would she ask such foolish questions?" Wanda remarked, her words dripping with cynicism. Lejiya opened her mouth to protest, but her words were cut off by Ixar himself, his voice cutting through the darkness like a knife somewhere to Lejiya's right. "Don't tell them anything. They can't be trusted," he warned, his tone filled with caution. Relief flooded through Lejiya as she heard Ixar's voice. "You're alive," she exclaimed, her voice filled with gratitude. "Why didn't you say anything?" I was thinking, he replied cryptically, his gaze distant. Lejiya couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration at Iksar's evasive answer. What were you thinking about? She pressed, her curiosity getting the better of her. But Iksar remained tight-lipped, his expression unreadable in the dark. Instead, he addressed Sullus and his companions, his tone sharp with accusation. You three seem no less suspicious than the both of us. Why are you here in this town? He demanded, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Sullus hesitated for a moment, caught off guard by Iksar's question. We're running low on provisions. We need food to stay alive, he said. We go out once a month to collect whatever we can find. It's been slim pickings as of late. We've become scavengers. Iksar scoffed at Sullus' words, his disbelief evident in his tone. The castle would be a better place to search for food, he retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But Sullus merely laughed in response, his amusement tinged with bitterness. Are you both for real? He exclaimed, his tone incredulous. The castle has long been taken over by the Fae. We would be insane to go near it. Iksar's eyes narrowed as he regarded Sullus, a sense of suspicion creeping into his gaze. If you know how dangerous the Fae are, why did you still come so close to the castle? He demanded, his voice laced with accusation. Sullus hesitated for a moment, seemingly caught off guard by Iksar's question. But then, with a resigned sigh, he confessed, Not bad, Red Hood. Fine. No point hiding it anymore. We're here to assassinate the Fae King. Iksar's expression darkened at Sullus' words, his tone filled with warning. You're wasting your time, he declared, his voice tinged with grim certainty. Even mages and knights have fallen to the Fae King. The three of you will be dead before you know it. It's suicide. Wanda's voice rang out with defiance. At least we dare to stand up against him, she declared, her tone firm and resolute. But Iksar's response was filled with caution. You are brave, but mindless courage will not save you but make things worse, he cautioned, his words laced with wisdom. Wanda bristled at Iksar's words, her tone defensive. It's none of your concern, mage, she retorted. I just escaped from the Fae Castle, Iksar revealed, his voice low and solemn. The Fae King is most likely on his way here to find me. Either you can wait for him here and try to kill him like you wish and die trying, or we can figure out a way to escape and defeat him. Lejiya seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts, her tone anxious. Can you use magic to set us free, Iksar? She asked, her voice tinged with hope. Even if I can set us free, getting away would be a problem, Iksar explained, his voice tinged with frustration. Magic casting drains the mind and is not without limits. I'll try to break these bonds. As Iksar spoke, Sullus chimed in with a note of caution. Be careful, there's a sheer drop ahead, Sullus warned, his voice tinged with concern. Undeterred, Iksar conjured a small fireball, casting its gradually growing light over the scene before them. The sight that met their eyes was chilling, a pack of werewolves prowling the streets below, their forms looming in the darkness like shadows. Iksar quickly tuned down the fireball's intensity to avoid attracting the werewolves' attention. He turned to the others, his tone urgent. Our best chance of leaving town is across the bridge near this town square, he explained, his voice tinged with urgency. But we must find a way to slip away unnoticed. Before they could act, a werewolf lunged at Iksar, its grip tight around his throat, silencing his magic. Reluctantly, Iksar extinguished his fireball, the darkness closing in around them once more. Lejiya's heart raced as she recognized the person standing near the werewolf. It was the mad woman from before. Why are you helping them? Lejiya said, her voice tinged with confusion and fear. The mad woman backed away slowly, her eyes fixed on Lejiya, but she remained silent, her motive undecipherable. Wanda's voice dripped with cynicism as she spoke. Isn't it obvious? People like her will do anything to survive, she scoffed, her tone sharp with accusation. The mad woman continued her search, seemingly unaffected by the conversation unfolding around her, her movements mechanical and detached. Sullus interjected with a somber reflection. You can't blame her. This world makes monsters out of all of us eventually, he mused, his words heavy with resignation. We do things we would under extreme conditions. It's all right as long as we can live with it. As Sullus turned to Lejiya, his expression changed to one of shock as he caught sight of Lejiya under the flickering torchlight. What on earth? You're a Fae, he said, his voice barely audible over the crackling flames. Wanda's suspicion turned toward Lejiya, her tone accusatory. What are you plotting? Are the werewolves on your side? She said. Lejiya's response was swift, her voice tinged with annoyance. I am as much a victim as you, she protested, her words echoing with sincerity. This is my first time outside the Cass. But before Lejiya could finish her sentence, a presence moved in the darkness. The group tensed as they sensed movement, a figure landing on one of the nearby columns. Lejiya's breath caught in her throat as she saw a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring at her from the shadows, the hideous head of a white and red-furred werewolf looming upside down before her. It was the same werewolf that attacked Ixar earlier. The werewolf leader's voice was low and menacing as it addressed her, its yellow eyes narrowing with malice. It's payback time, it said in a growl, its words dripping with menace. I will enjoy feasting on your flesh bit by bit and watching you die in pain and agony. Feast on them, my brothers and sisters. Taste their flesh, but no one touches the Fae. She's mine, the werewolf leader said as he drooled. Lejiya braced herself for the worst, her heart pounding in her chest as she awaited her fate at the hands of the fearsome werewolf leader. Without another word, the werewolf leader vanished into the darkness above. Ixar said to Lejiya, Lejiya, are you all right? Yes, for now. You heard what it said. It intends to eat me while the others feast on you all, Lejiya said. What are you saying? I heard nothing but the growls of a ravenous beast, Ixar asked, his tone skeptical. What? Lejiya said. Sullus let out a chuckle, his amusement evident. I'm afraid I am with the Red Hood this time. Seems like you're the only one here who understands werewolf, he teased. Ixar's tone softened. I believe you, he said simply. You're too foolish to be a liar. Lejiya felt a surge of annoyance and relief at Ixar's words, grateful for his trust in her. Thanks a lot, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Can't you use magic to help us escape? She asked. I've used a fair bit of magic already. I must be cautious, as overuse has its consequences, Ixar explained, his tone grim. Lejiya's heart sank as she realized the grim truth of their situation. I shouldn't have left the castle, she murmured, her voice filled with regret. Miriam's voice was solemn as she spoke, her tone heavy with sorrow. The villagers here were once people, turned into monsters by the curse, she explained, her words laden with sadness. Wanda's voice was laced with bitterness as she added her own perspective. Survival is fleeting. Either you're turned or you die, she remarked, her tone nonchalant. What about the mages and the queen? Does any one of you know what happened to them? Ixar inquired, his tone serious. Wanda's response was terse, her words devoid of emotion. You're the first mage we've seen. As for the queen, we don't know, and frankly we don't care, she stated bluntly. Without Ixar's fireball to illuminate the surroundings, Lejiya tried to picture her fellow captives' expressions in the gloom as they spoke. Miriam, are there any weaknesses we can exploit? Wanda asked. Let me think. Werewolves are most formidable during the full moon. They transform back into human form after the full moon, which is when they are most vulnerable. They fear silver, Miriam explained, her tone grave. The mad woman was searching us a while ago. For silver, most likely, Ixar said, his tone contemplative. What about your silver necklace, Miriam? Could it fend them off? Sullus asked, his voice hopeful. I suppose so. But that woman took it when she searched me, Miriam admitted, her voice tinged with disappointment. Wanda sighed. Your necklace won't be enough to fend off so many werewolves, she remarked. Are there any other silver objects that could help us? Sullus inquired, his tone eager. Sorry. Hardly anyone carries silver with them. It's rare even in stories. Like the silver dust, Miriam explained. So that's a no, he muttered, his tone resigned. Lejiya's voice broke through the despair, a hint of hope in her tone. I can take things out of books, but I need the book, she revealed, her words filled with determination. Miriam's eyes widened in realization. The book is in my bag, but it was taken by them, she admitted. And with our hands bound, it's impossible to retrieve it. Are you certain you can take anything directly out of a storybook? Ixar asked, his tone serious. Lejiya nodded, her confidence unwavering. I just need to dream of the story, she explained, her voice steady. While you're dreaming, we could already be dead, he pointed out. Time moves much slower in dreams. I won't take that long. But first, I need the book of the tale that the silver dust is related to, Lejiya insisted, her tone resolute. As Lejiya spoke, the lackey werewolf's voice echoed through the air, sending a shiver down their spines. They plan to eat the jumpiest one first, Lejiya translated, her voice filled with dread. Let's pretend to stay calm. Miriam let out a sigh, her voice filled with resignation. You had to say that. Now it's going to be harder not to panic, she muttered. What does the book look like? Ixar asked, his voice focused. It's a purple book titled The Shadow Witch, Miriam replied. Ixar conjured a small floating fireball again to illuminate the immediate surroundings, and his gaze swept the area behind him until it landed on a bag nearby. Is the brown bag yours? He inquired, his voice low. Yes, Miriam affirmed, her tone anxious. Ixar concentrated, keeping an eye on the werewolves to ensure they weren't watching. The bag levitated toward him and landed on the edge of the ground. One by one, the books floated out of the bag, and Ixar carefully inspected each one until he found the book titled The Shadow Witch. With swift movements, he moved the book toward Lejiya and it landed between her legs. Lejiya felt the weight of the book against her boots, the hard cover pressing gently against her. Where is the silver dust in the story? She asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Miriam closed her eyes briefly, recalling the details. It's stored in a dark fortress where the Shadow Witch resides. She slays children to make potions, she explained, her tone somber. The silver dust is kept in her storeroom on the 3rd story, near the spiraling stairs. Lejiya struggled to focus amid the indistinct chatter of the werewolves below, their voices echoing in her ears. She wished she couldn't understand them, feeling the weight of their impending doom. The stress threatened to overwhelm her, and she longed for the safety of her home, her thoughts drifting to cherished memories of her cats and the adventures of her dreams. But as Lejiya recounted those memories, a sense of calm washed over her. Maybe, just maybe, this was all just a dream. Slowly, she felt herself drifting into a drowsy state, her head drooping as the darkness enveloped her, the sense of sweat and smoke fading into the distance. 14. The Shadow Witch. The gravel path wound through the dark woods like a ribbon of shadow, twisting and turning with every step Lejiya took. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sound was the soft crunch of gravel beneath her boots. As she walked, she felt a sense of unease creeping over her, as though she were being watched by unseen eyes. Eventually, the path led her to a dark fortress that loomed ominously against the gloomy sky. Its towering walls seemed to stretch up to touch the clouds, casting a long shadow over the surrounding woods. Lejiya's heart pounded in her chest as she approached, her steps quickening with each passing moment. Reaching the fortress wall, Lejiya scanned her surroundings for any signs of danger. Spotting a passing goblin on patrol, she quickly leaped up the wall and clung to its surface, pressing herself against the cold stone to avoid detection. For the longest time, Lejiya felt a sense of joy and peace fill her heart. She had almost forgotten how free it felt to be in her dreams, where her abilities were bound only by the limits of her imagination. She had missed such a feeling, especially given the recent events that had transpired, so much so that a part of her wished she could stay in the dream world forever. That way, she wouldn't need to return to the cold reality where she always felt so helpless. The goblin, with its ugly orange eyes and mottled green skin, slithered past like a serpent on the prowl. Carefully feeling along the crevices of the blistered brick, Lejiya found a window and crawled inside an empty room. The air was stale and musty, filled with the scent of blood and decay. Several chests filled with children's clothing lay scattered about, alongside discarded bones and teeth. Lejiya shuddered at the sight, a wave of revulsion washing over her at the thought of the horrors those children might have endured. Closing her eyes briefly, Lejiya took a deep breath and steeled herself for what lay ahead. Opening a gap in the door, she peered out into the hallway, her senses on high alert for any sign of danger. Seeing no one in sight, she made her way to the descending stairway, her footsteps silent as a whisper on the stone floor. Torches lined the walls, casting flickering shadows that danced across the red stone walls. Lejiya moved cautiously, her eyes scanning the darkness for any hidden threats. Every step was taken with care, every movement calculated to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Descending deeper into the fortress, Lejiya came upon an area dedicated to a sacrificial ritual. A huge cauldron bubbled with water over an open flame, its contents sending tendrils of steam curling into the air. Large branches were arranged underneath, fueling the fire. Nearby, a young boy was tied up and gagged, his eyes closed in silent terror. Lejiya's heart twisted with anguish at the sight, knowing that she was powerless to intervene. Though it was just a dream, the fear in the boy's eyes was all too real, haunting her every thought. With a heavy heart, Lejiya walked past without alerting him, knowing that she couldn't risk drawing attention to herself. The stakes were too high, and every moment counted in this deadly game of cat and mouse. Lejiya stood at the top of the spiraling stairs, her heart pounding in her chest as she surveyed the rooms on the second story. According to Miriam's advice, the storeroom she sought must be on the story above. With cautious steps, she ascended the stairs, each footfall hitting the rough stone floor beneath her boots. Peering into each room along the walkway, Lejiya's eyes darted from one shadowed corner to the next, searching for any sign of the elusive silver dust. The first room revealed a kitchen of sorts, with fresh ingredients scattered across the countertop. Moving on to the second room, she found shelves lined with strange artifacts and a small desk piled high with papers and vials. As she rifled through the drawers in search of the silver dust, a nagging thought tugged at the back of her mind. She had forgotten to ask Miriam what the dust looked like or how its container looked like. With a sinking feeling in her stomach, Lejiya realized she would have to rely on her own judgment. Just as worry began to gnaw at her, Lejiya's eyes fell upon a rectangular box perched on the highest shelf. Determination flared within her as she reached for it, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood. Climbing the shelves with care, she stretched out her hand, only to slip and fall. But Lejiya remembered she was in her dream. With a silent command, She propelled herself upward, seizing the box in one fluid motion before landing back on the ground with a soft thud. Placing the box on the table, Lejiya hesitated for a moment before opening it. Inside, several bags filled with silvery dust gleamed in the dim light, casting a faint glow across the room. Relief flooded through her as she closed the box once more, her fingers trembling with excitement. But her triumph was short-lived as a shadow fell across the room, sending a chill down Lejiya's spine. With a quick glance around, she realized she was not alone. Ducking beneath the table, she held her breath as someone passed by, her long legs and pointed shoes moving further to the left. Lejiya knew she had to remain hidden, praying that the woman wouldn't notice the box had been moved. Lejiya waited for the visitor to leave the room, but then the pair of legs were gone. Lejiya let out a shaky breath, her heart still racing with adrenaline. She checked her surroundings again from the view underneath the table. It was clear there was no other person in the room. The only way for the visitor's legs to avoid being seen was for the visitor to climb onto the table, but Lejiya would have felt subtle movement of the table. The danger was far from over, but Lejiya was determined to see her mission through to the end. Lejiya staggered to her feet, clutching the precious bags of silver dust tightly against her chest as she crawled out from beneath the table, looking up toward the space above the table. There was no one there. As she limped toward the door, a voice, cold and menacing, shattered the silence. "Where do you think you're going with that?" A voice spoke. Startled, Lejiya spun around, her eyes widening in terror as she beheld the shadowy figure gliding along the wall. It had no physical form, yet its presence was chillingly real. It was the Shadow Witch. Without hesitation, Lejiya bolted from the room, the shadowy spectre trailing behind her, its dark tendrils snaking along the walls and floors in pursuit. Fear gripped her heart as she felt the icy touch of the Shadow Witch's fingers brush against her shoulder, sending shivers down her spine. Then, like a vice closing around Lejiya's throat, the shadowy grip tightened, choking the very life from her. Gasping for air, Lejiya glanced up to see her own shadow writhing in agony upon the wall. Though the witch's fingers were not placed physically around her neck, the effect was just as suffocating. With a violent shove, Lejiya was sent hurtling down the stairs, the box of silver dust tumbling from her grasp. Small bags of the precious substance spilled out, scattering across the steps in a glittering cascade. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lejiya staggered to her feet, pain searing through her ankle as she hobbled toward an open doorway on the upper story. Pain in the dream world was like the real thing, especially when Lejiya's mind was drawn to it. Desperation lent her wings as she stumbled onto a balcony, the howling wind whipping at her clothes. Peering over the edge, Lejiya's heart sank at the sheer drop below. The only way out was to jump. With trembling limbs, she stepped to the precipice, the world spinning around her as she prepared to leap into the unknown. Lejiya glanced back, confirming the Shadow Witch's relentless pursuit. The dizzying height sent a shiver down her spine, numbing her from the waist down. Yet, she knew she had no choice but to act, her mind racing with the awareness of her own capability to survive. The shadowy fingers stretched toward her, elongating grotesquely along the wall, leaving no room for hesitation. With a decisive leap, Lejiya plunged into the open air, feeling as though she were soaring, the wind rushing past her ears in exhilarating waves. As gravity seized her, Lejiya drew upon her inner calm, weaving a loop with a spindle in the air, framing the bags of silver dust falling above her. With each passing moment, the threads of purple light unfurled, carving a path from her dreams back to reality. 15. The Hidden Passage. With a sudden jolt, Lejiya awoke, greeted by the gloom under the starry skies. She tried to orientate herself. The others did not speak as they probably did not know she had woken. Lejiya looked around her. Did she manage to take the silver dust out? She wondered. As worry began to grow in her heart, she saw a faint blue sphere illuminating the darkness. From its depths emerged the 2 bags of silver dust, mirroring those she had obtained in her dream. Yet, in her rush to escape, she had forgotten that her hands were bound and there was no way to catch the bags before they fell to the town's lower level. With a flicker of magic, Ixar intercepted the falling bags, guiding them to safety between his feet. Lejiya breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their momentary respite had gone unnoticed by their captors. As the pale moon cast its ghostly glow upon the land, a sense of impending danger hung heavy in the air. Lejiya's heart raced as she heard the ominous howls growing nearer and more restless. She glanced around frantically, her senses on high alert, searching for any means of escape. "They're getting closer," Lejiya whispered urgently to Ixar, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves and distant howls. "We need to do something." Ixar nodded, his expression grim under the light of his newly conjured fireball. With a wave of his hand, he lifted the bags of silver dust toward him. "Is this all you could gather from your dream?" he asked, seemingly disappointed. "Yes. It's hard to focus when you're being chased by an evil witch," she admitted. Ixar quickly tucked the bags beneath his cloak. The lackey werewolf returned with more of its kind. The werewolves untied Lejiya and her company and led them to the streets below where the majority of the pack awaited, their evil yellow eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. At the center stood Ixar, a wisp of light enveloping him as he summoned a white magical light. Lejiya watched in awe as the magical light spread outward, revealing the menacing figures of the werewolves surrounding them, their forms barely visible against the shadows. Lejiya's gaze swept over the captives as Ixar's magical light flickered, casting a ghostly luminescence across the shadowed streets. A swordsman stood nearest to her, his presence commanding despite the chains that bound him. He must be the man named Sullus who spoke to her earlier. His medium-length black hair framed a face that bore the rugged marks of countless battles, broad features, hardened by years of combat, etched with an unyielding determination. His dark blue leather shirt clung to a muscled torso, the material worn and scarred, a testament to the violent encounters it had withstood. Gauntlets of the same blue leather encased his forearms, the metal studs reflecting the pale light, adding a sense of latent power to his already formidable frame. Beyond him was the female archer named Wanda, whose dark brown hair cascaded in soft waves, barely restrained by a leather cord. Her sharp eyes, like twin embers, flickered with a perceptive intensity, surveying their surroundings with a vigilance that spoke of a lifetime spent in the wilderness. The refined features of her face, though undeniably beautiful, bore a coldness that belied the warmth of the firelight. She wore a black tunic, the thick red stripes on either side cutting a striking contrast against the darkness, and every movement she made was deliberate, as if she were calculating the distance between herself and her captors, even in captivity. Lejiya's eyes finally settled on the little girl, Miriam. The solemn expression on her face seemed out of place, too serious for one so young. Her green hair fell in unruly waves, a vivid and unnatural shade that caught the light and shimmered like the leaves of an ancient forest. She wore simple white clothes, the fabric unadorned and plain, yet they seemed to glow faintly under Ixar's magic. The small brown and yellow bag she clutched across her body hinted at a deeper story, a burden she carried with her, one that weighed heavily on her young shoulders. Lejiya couldn't help but wonder what horrors the girl had witnessed, what had stolen the light from her innocent eyes. Among the werewolves stood the madwoman, her presence sending a shiver down Lejiya's spine. But it was the red and white-furred leader, perched atop a nearby house, who commanded their attention. As it howled, the other werewolves fell silent. "The Fae have killed many of our kind," the werewolf leader proclaimed, his voice echoing through the night. "Tonight, we will have our revenge, and this Fae's death will be the testament to our power." What is he saying? Ixar whispered to Lejiya. He wants to kill me to exact revenge on the Fae, Lejiya said. Ixar scoffed. With a swift motion, he lifted a bag of silver dust into the air, and the contents burst out of the bag. Lejiya watched in horror as the dust scattered through the air and sprinkled on the werewolves, burning through their fur and flesh. Take this, Ixar said, pressing the last bag of silver dust onto Lejiya's hand. When I give the word, sprinkle it a little at a time. Run. With a small fireball lighting their path, Lejiya, Sulis, Wanda, and Miriam ran, following Ixar, the sounds of the werewolves' agony echoing behind them. The night air was thick with tension as the werewolves closed in on them, their black forms moving like shadows among the trees and houses. Lejiya felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of them, their coarse hairs standing on end, eyes glinting with hunger. Lejiya now. Ixar's command cut through the darkness, and Lejiya acted without hesitation, flinging a handful of silver powder over her shoulder. Ixar's magic guided the wind, sending the dust swirling toward their pursuers. She winced at the screams that followed, a cacophony of defiance and pain. This is the last bag, Ixar warned, his voice tense with urgency. Use it sparingly. They pressed on, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the night. Lejiya struggled to keep pace, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Even Miriam, delicate as she seemed, fared better than her. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before them, landing with a thud in their path. Now! Ixar shouted, and Lejiya scooped up silver dust and hurled it into the air for Ixar to direct it toward the werewolf leader. The werewolf leader roared in fury, raising its arm to shield itself from the silver onslaught. Lejiya's heart sank as she reached into the empty bag. There's none left. Ixar's expression hardened as he positioned himself in front of them, his gaze locked with the werewolf's. Stay behind me, all of you, he commanded, his voice steady despite the danger. The werewolf leader, eyes blazing with fury, charged forward, claws swiping at an invisible barrier Ixar conjured. The barrier shimmered under the assault, but Ixar held firm, buying precious moments for the others to escape while he gradually shifted himself around the werewolf leader. The werewolf, though wounded by the silver dust, pressed on with relentless fury, each strike against the barrier resonating like a drumbeat of doom. With a final, desperate push, the werewolf leader shattered the barrier, sending Ixar sprawling to the ground. The beast loomed over him, claws poised to tear out his throat. Suddenly, it roared in pain, halting its deadly strike. A figure stood behind the werewolf, a wooden spear embedded in its back. Lejiya's eyes widened in recognition. The madwoman who had betrayed them now stood as their unlikely savior. Blood dripped from the werewolf's wound, and with a mighty heave, the werewolf sent the madwoman flying, her body landing several meters away with a sickening thud. Seizing the moment, Ixar summoned his magic, dislodging bricks from a nearby crumbling building. The bricks flew with precision, battering the werewolf leader, whose howls of defiance soon fell silent under the relentless barrage. Dust and debris filled the air, a suffocating cloud that settled over the fallen beast, entombing it beneath a makeshift grave of stone. Ixar, sweat glistening on his brow, approached the madwoman. Lying on the ground, her eyes held a mixture of defiance and desperation. You can't outrun them. I know the way out, the madwoman said. Ixar extended his hand, his gaze steady. Looks like we have no other choice but to trust you. Lead the way. Wanda's brow furrowed with skepticism. I don't think that's a good idea, she cautioned, eyeing the madwoman warily. But Lejiya's voice cut through the uncertainty, her tone resolute. She saved us from the werewolf leader. I don't think she is our enemy. The madwoman led them to a hidden entrance by the old well, her movements swift and deliberate. Here through the well. It leads us to the forest, she whispered, pointing to the gaping, dark maw. Doubt clouded their faces. Wanda muttered, "Forest? Going out in the open is suicide." Sulis, eyes hard with resolve, countered, "You're right, but that beats waiting here to be eaten." The mad woman, sensing their hesitation, leaped into the abyss of the well, her form swallowed by darkness and then a distant splash. Sulis followed, and one after another, they disappeared into the abyss below. The sensation of falling engulfed Lejiya, the rush of air whistling past her ears until she landed with a splash, the foul stench of decay assaulting her senses. The mad woman motioned for the party to be silent under the dim light of Ixar's fireball, her eyes darting nervously. Ixar's fireball hovered above his hand, casting eerie shadows on the walls as they pressed forward. Lejiya stumbled over scattered bones littering the ground. What killed them?" Wanda said, her eyes darting to the darkness beyond. Ignoring Wanda's question, the madwoman urged them forward, her voice low and urgent. "Keep silent, or you'll wake it." Sulis' eyes widened as a noise echoed down the tunnel, the sound sending shivers down their spines. What was that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of their hearts. The madwoman's grip tightened on her spear, her eyes flashing with determination. "No time. Hurry," she urged, her voice barely a whisper in the darkness. As they approached a metal gate ahead, the group halted, the ominous clang of rusty chains hindering their passage. "Stand back," Ixar commanded, his voice steady as he conjured a ball of blue light to freeze the chains. The blood-curdling noises in the distance grew louder, a symphony of dread echoing through the tunnel. "Hit it now," Ixar said. Wanda and Sulis swung their weapons with all their might, striking at the frozen chains. "Something's coming," Miriam whispered, her voice trembling with fear. With a flick of his wrist, Ixar sent a fireball hurtling into the darkness behind them, illuminating a grotesque sight. A black gooey canvas writhed with eerie eyes, gaping wide as the fireball hit, gliding toward them like a specter of death. The metal gate's chains gave way with a deafening clang, and the group rushed past the metal gate as the madwoman opened it. Arrows whizzed through the darkness as Wanda fought to keep the creature at bay, the others scrambling through the gate. With a slam, the madwoman shut the gate behind them, just as Wanda crossed the threshold. But the black canvas of eyes oozed through. Lejiya and her party reached a gap hanging over an abyss ahead, the sound of rushing water echoing below. Ixar's fireball illuminated a ladder against the wall on the other side of the gap, the madwoman's voice urging caution. "That's the way out, but don't fall," Ixar said. "The gap's too wide. We can't make it," Lejiya said. With a wave of his hand, Ixar lifted the sewer water below, forming an ice bridge that stretched across the chasm. They crossed cautiously, Wanda bringing up the rear with the black canvas of eyes closing in. As soon as Wanda reached the other side, Ixar melted the bridge, sending the black gooey canvas crashing into the dark waters below. With a sigh of relief, the group climbed the ladder, emerging into the open air above as they closed the trapdoor shut. A soft breeze caressed Lejiya's skin, and she took a long, deep breath. It felt liberating to be out of the sewer. As she checked her surroundings, she saw faint silhouettes of trees against a deep blue background. The howling of the werewolves grew nearer, their ominous cries echoing through the dense forest. Hearts pounding, they ran, each step bringing them closer to the edge of the woods and the unknown beyond. Emerging from the trees, they were met with a breathtaking sight. The landscape sprawled beyond the cliff edge, an expanse of wild, untamed beauty that seemed to stretch endlessly into the horizon. Below, the plains rolled like a vast sea of gray-green grasses, their edges blurred by a soft, ethereal mist that lent an air of mystery to the distant lands beyond. To the right, the mountain curved and dipped, its rocky paths winding away into the unknown depths below. Gazing out over the edge, Lejiya couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sight before them. The air was thick with the scent of earth and distant rain, carried on a gentle breeze that stirred the loose strands of her hair. She could hear faint sounds of strange creatures far away, a whispering symphony that seemed to echo the secrets of the land. Lejiya's fingers brushed against her skin, searching for the spindle pendant that would confirm this was all just a dream. But there was nothing. This was real. Finally, we can catch a breath, Lejiya exhaled, relief flooding her voice. Sullus scoffed, his tone sharp with fear. Are you kidding? We're out in the open. We are already dead. Don't waste your breath, Wanda interjected, her voice curt. We need to find shelter before it finds us. Lejiya bristled at Wanda's tone, her mind racing with doubts. The werewolves had made her forget the Fae King's warnings about humans. Up until now, she had encountered nothing but hostility and coldness. What fate awaited her in their company? The thought of fleeing crossed her mind, but she knew it was futile. The invisible barrier had knocked her down once before. Running away now would only risk Ixar's wrath. And so, with a heavy heart, Lejiya followed the others, her steps echoing with uncertainty as they ventured into the unknown. The madwoman strode ahead, her figure blending with the mist that veiled the forsaken plains. Lejiya followed, her gaze drawn to the horizon where Sullus, Wanda, and Miriam peered into the distance with a sense of foreboding. What is it? Lejiya inquired, turning to Miriam for answers. The veins, Miriam replied cryptically. Confused, Lejiya pressed for clarification. Veins. But before Miriam could respond, Wanda's urgent voice cut in. Come on, Miriam. We don't have time. Turning to Ixar for reassurance, Lejiya found him staring stoically into the vast expanse, as if lost in thought. Come, Ixar commanded tersely. As they walked, Lejiya stole glances backward, half expecting the werewolves to come charging out of the trees. She could hear distant howls coming from the forest, but nothing stirred within the shadows of the trees. It was like an unseen threat hung in the air, and even the werewolves were scared of it. Lost in her thoughts, Lejiya stumbled over uneven rocks, her legs growing weak with fatigue. Dusting herself off, she crawled to the cliff's edge, peering down at the plains below. I've never seen anything like this, Lejiya remarked, awestruck by the beauty of the vista. Ixar approached, his voice tinged with concern. This place feels different, more sinister than I remember. Lejiya turned to him, curiosity gnawing at her. Do you know anything about the veins? Ixar's response was swift and decisive. No, and I have no desire to find out. As Lejiya and Ixar trailed behind the trio and the madwoman, their path led them along the winding slopes of the hillside. As they rounded a bend, Lejiya's gaze was drawn to a massive gap in the hill's belly, resembling a colossal archway carved by nature's hand. Amidst the silence, a small white creature with wings caught Lejiya's eye, perched gracefully on a nearby rock. It made sharp, clear sounds. It's so cute. What is this? Lejiya asked, and Ixar stopped in his tracks. A bird. Don't tell me you haven't seen one before, Ixar said. Of course I have. But the ones from the drawings were usually too small to observe properly, Lejiya said. Congratulations on your first meeting with a bird. I suggest you keep up. This is no fairyland, Ixar said. But before Lejiya could inspect it closer, the bird took flight, disappearing over the cliff's edge. Lejiya followed its descent, only to glimpse a passing shadow below. Suddenly, a bone-chilling screech pierced the air, and a huge skeletal creature resembling a bird soared toward her. Lejiya cried, darting toward Ixar for safety. Get down! Ixar commanded, as they both crouched low to avoid the creature's swooping attack. Ixar urged Lejiya to run, shielding her from the creature's relentless assault. As they navigated the treacherous rocky path, Lejiya's footing faltered, and she stumbled, grasping onto the cliff side for support. Ixar's swift movements were not enough to evade the skeletal bird's onslaught, and it collided with him, knocking him off balance. Ixar. Lejiya's voice echoed through the tense air, catching the skeletal bird's attention. An arrow whizzed by, followed by Sulla's sword clashing futilely against the bird's bone. With a swift movement, Ixar intervened, summoning a gust of wind to hurl the skeletal creature against the cliff face until it retreated. "Is everyone all right?" Miriam inquired, with Lejiya and Ixar reassuring her. "You guys are too slow. Keep up or we will leave you behind," Wanda said, her fury palpable. Lejiya recounted her encounter with the bird, mentioning the sudden disappearance and the subsequent attack. The expressions on Trio's face turned grave. "It's here. Hide," Sullus commanded, a sense of urgency in his tone. "What's wrong?" Lejiya's voice trembled with concern as she sought answers in the midst of the unfolding darkness. "Just do it or we all die." Sullus' urgency cut through the silence, prompting Lejiya to comply, squeezing herself into the narrow vertical gap between the tall rocks nearby, where the others had taken refuge. A shadow approached, a sense of foreboding settled over them, casting an eerie stillness. Lejiya's gaze darted to the cliff's edge, where a swirling mist of black interwove with the rocky surface, sending shivers down her spine. Suddenly, Lejiya felt herself drawn into a vortex of memories, visions from her dreams flooding her consciousness. And then, with a jolt, she found herself back in the cathedral, the stained glass windows casting colorful patterns across the white walls. Brocades of silk draped the columns, their vibrant hues catching the light and casting shimmering patterns across the walls. Amidst the whispers that floated around her, a sudden stillness descended. Blinking in confusion, Lejiya found herself confronted by a man, his face obscured, standing before her with a ring in hand. A ring with a crimson jewel. Love surged within her, overwhelming her with a sense of joy as he slipped the ring onto her finger. As her fingers brushed against the ring on her finger, a shiver ran down her spine. The blood-red jewel seemed to pulse with a sinister energy, its presence unsettling. Before Lejiya could make out the man's face, she was thrown backward, the world spinning out of focus around her. A surge of fear gripped her as an unknown force robbed the warmth from her body. She recoiled, a silent scream echoing in the depths of her mind. Then, darkness descended, swallowing the cathedral whole. Black smoke billowed and twisted like it was alive. Screams pierced the silence, and shapes of figures distorted and twisted into grotesque shapes. "Make it stop! Make it stop!" Lejiya's voice was lost in the chaos, drowned out by the cacophony of terror. But then, a voice cut through the darkness like a ray of light, soft and comforting. A gentle touch on her shoulder brought her back from the brink, the voice growing clearer with each passing moment. Lejiya awoke, her heart pounding in her chest as relief flooded through her. She glanced around, grateful to find herself back with Ixar and the others, away from the horrors of the cathedral. "That swirling mist. What is that?" Lejiya asked, her voice trembling with fear. "That is the veins," Sullus said from beside Ixar, his voice tinged with unease. "Quiet," Wanda whispered, and all of them kept silent. The shadow soon returned, blocking out the sunlight for what felt like the most intense seconds of Lejiya's life. Lejiya held her breath, shivering as she anticipated the worst. Through her half-open eyes, Lejiya saw the shadow slowly lift. After a while, Miriam spoke. "Is it gone?" "Can't say for sure. Best to stay here, Wanda said. So, what exactly are the veins? Lejiya said. Don't look at me. You have lived in this world longer than me, Ixar said. I wasn't asking you, Lejiya retorted. An ancient evil that roams these lands, turning all it touches into monsters, Miriam said. Lejiya listened intently, her eyes wide with horror as Miriam continued. That skeleton bird you saw, it's the same bird you saw earlier, turned by the veins, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. I've witnessed the veins' devastation firsthand, turning verdant lands into toxic wastelands. As Miriam spoke, a chill swept through Lejiya, a tangible sense of unease settling over her and her companions like a suffocating shroud. The mere mention of the veins filled the air with an oppressive weight, casting a shadow over their already perilous journey. Ixar's gaze pierced through the dimness, his thoughts a labyrinth of concern. The Whispering Woods aren't far. If we wish to seek shelter, that will be our best option, he remarked, his words a solemn echo amidst the rustling leaves. But it will be dark soon. We must hurry. Wanda, the guardian of silence, cautioned them, her voice a mere whisper in the breeze. Be quiet, she urged, his words a plea laden with urgency. The veins are attracted to noise. As they descended the hill, exhaustion clawed at Lejiya's limbs, the unforgiving terrain beneath her feet a testament to the hill's relentless hold. Ixar kept Lejiya close, the weight of their journey evident in the weariness etched upon their faces. Thirst and hunger gnawed at Lejiya's insides. Surely, after the relentless chases and harrowing battles with werewolves, eerie blobs, and skeletal birds, exhaustion clung to Ixar like a shadow. 16. The Whispering Woods. The air grew colder when they reached the base of the hill, the terrain leveling into a vast, barren plain that stretched toward a mist-shrouded horizon. The ground beneath them was hard and unforgiving, the earth cracked and dry, as if life itself had abandoned this place. Sulis, with his sharp eyes and sharper instincts, warned them of the dangers ahead, his voice a low murmur that barely disturbed the uneasy silence. This is where the veins are most likely to find us, he said, his tone edged with urgency. We need to make it to the Whispering Woods without delay. No stops. No noise. Without waiting for a response, the madwoman surged ahead, her movements abrupt and reckless, as if the very idea of caution had never occurred to her. The others exchanged wary glances before following, their steps quick and light, the tension palpable in the air. Lejiya's senses were on high alert as they crossed the plains, her gaze constantly scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. The memory of the veins haunted her thoughts. Time seemed to stretch, the minutes dragging into an eternity as they pushed forward, the oppressive silence and stillness amplifying the sound of their own breaths and the soft crunch of gravel beneath their feet. It was too quiet, like a realm of the dead. After what felt like hours, the jagged silhouette of another forest emerged from the gloom, its shadowy form a welcome sight against the endless monotony of the plains. The Whispering Woods, with its towering trees and dense undergrowth, promised sanctuary, however fleeting it might be. As the group entered the woods, the atmosphere shifted. The air here was different, thicker, laden with the scent of damp moss and decaying leaves. The trees, tall and slender, stood like ancient guardians, their long branches drooping with the weight of countless secrets. The leaves whispered in the wind, their rustling voices carrying a sense of foreboding, as if warning of dangers yet unseen. Lejiya noticed Ixar lingering at the edge of the forest, his gaze distant as he surveyed the unfamiliar landscape. His posture was rigid, his expression clouded with thoughts he did not share. She hesitated, her instinct to offer comfort clashing with the knowledge that some wounds were too deep for words. Instead, she remained silent, respecting his need for solitude, even as her own heart ached with unspoken guilt. Had she done the right thing? The question gnawed at her, a constant nagging presence that refused to be silenced. By freeing Ixar from his book, had she merely exchanged one form of torment for another? The weight of that decision bore down on her, heavy and unyielding, like a burden she couldn't set down. The forest around them seemed to pulse with life, yet it was a life that felt distant, almost otherworldly. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of wood, sent a shiver down Lejiya's spine, a reminder that they were not alone. Ixar finally turned away from the edge, his expression unreadable, and rejoined the group without a word. Lejiya matched his pace, the silence between them thick with unspoken thoughts. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with dangers both known and unknown, but they pressed on, driven by necessity and the faint hope that the whispering woods might offer them some measure of safety, at least for now. "I need to find a spot," Lejiya muttered after walking some distance into the whispering woods, her voice a mere whisper amidst the rustling leaves, "to relieve myself." Ixar's gaze sharpened, suspicion lingering in the air like a palpable tension. "Aren't you a Fae?" he questioned. "Yes." "And?" Lejiya said. "I just thought immortals have no need for that," Ixar said. "Says who?" "Fae need to eat and empty their bladders too," Lejiya said. "Whatever. Just don't think of running away," Ixar said. Lejiya shook her head, frustration bubbling beneath her skin. "If you are so worried," she insisted, her words tinged with exasperation, "you can come with me." "All right. Do whatever you want," Ixar said. "What? You want to follow me?" Lejiya said, frowning. "No. I mean, go take a piss. But be quick," Ixar said. As Lejiya sought privacy behind a curtain of trees, Ixar averted his gaze, his embarrassment palpable. Moments passed before they rejoined the group, Sulis' inquiry piercing the silence like a sharpened arrow. "What's taking you so long?" Sulis queried, his voice heavy with impatience. Ixar's response was curt, his gaze avoiding Lejiya's as if her presence was an unwelcome burden. "Best not to know," he muttered darkly. "We will rest here tonight," Miriam offered, her voice a soothing balm amidst the tension. Shadows danced at the periphery of her vision, their movements fluid and sinister. Sensing danger where others found only stillness, Lejiya's nerves prickled with unease. A scratch on her hand, a souvenir of their skirmish with the leader werewolf, throbbed ominously, its hue shifting like a chameleon in the fading light. 17. Guardians of the Forest. In the dimness of the forest, a flicker of flame danced, interrupting Lejiya's reverie. Ixar's face glowed before the campfire. With eyes closed, he stayed silent, his posture serene as if rooted to the earth itself. Lejiya marveled at his ability to block out the world around him, a tranquil island amidst the chaos. Rustling nearby drew her attention, but Ixar remained undisturbed, a picture of unwavering focus. From the shadows emerged Sulis and Wanda, their shoulders burdened with the spoils of the hunt. Lejiya watched as they emptied their bags. Several of the animals looked like the white bird Lejiya saw on the hill, and there was a long wingless creature among them. Skillfully, both hunters stripped feathers from the birds' carcasses, their movements fluid yet unsettling. The lifeless eyes of the creatures sent a shiver down Lejiya's spine, a stark reminder of the cycle of life and death. Lejiya recoiled at the thought of touching such grim remnants, her stomach churning with nausea. Yet, the fire's warmth beckoned, its glow casting long shadows amidst the darkness. Ixar emerged from his meditative state. The dead animals were positioned to feel the heat, their flesh crackling and sizzling in the flames. Lejiya hesitated, her reluctance palpable, but hunger gnawed at her insides. "Go ahead," Ixar urged, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "You need the energy." "What is this creature?" Lejiya asked, as she took a wooden stick with the skewered wingless creature. "This is a squirrel," Sulis said. "Don't forget to save some for us." With a lump in her throat, Lejiya reluctantly took a bite of the squirrel meat, the taste surprisingly palatable amidst the forest's somber backdrop. It reminded her, oddly, of the feasts she had once enjoyed in the castle's grand halls. Lejiya tentatively nibbled on the squirrel meat, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. It wasn't as repulsive as she had anticipated, though the lingering aftertaste left much to be desired. "Why? Never had a wild squirrel for a meal before," Sulis quipped, a hint of amusement in his voice. Wanda and Miriam were feasting on bird meat, with Miriam handing a grilled bird to the madwoman who sat alone under a tree. Iksar helped himself to some bread he took out from his pouch. Lejiya shook her head. "Not really," she admitted, her tone uncertain. "What do you Fae eat anyway?" Miriam inquired, genuine curiosity coloring her words. Lejiya paused, grappling with her memories of the castle and the world beyond. "Deer, rabbit, and chicken, or so I thought," she replied hesitantly. Wanda's reaction was palpable, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. "You thought," she repeated, her tone laced with skepticism. Lejiya hesitated, the truth catching in her throat. "I was never allowed to go out of the castle," she confessed, her words trailing off. "Hunting was done by the Fae warriors, so I wouldn't know." They spent the rest of their mealtime in silence. Lejiya couldn't help eyeing her darkening surroundings and trees that resembled claws reaching up toward the night sky. She had eaten a considerable chunk of meat before she reluctantly passed the rest of the meat to Iksar. "I'm fine with just bread," Iksar said. "Are you sure that's enough for you? You fought a pack of werewolves and a terrifying skeleton bird today," Lejiya said. "Meat clouds the mind and impedes spiritual energy," Iksar said. Could Iksar be lying to save the meat for the others? Lejiya had no idea. With her stomach less than half full, Lejiya handed the stick to Sulis. The air grew heavy with unspoken judgment, prompting Lejiya to think of Vi and Vaughn. She missed them dearly. Never had she been in the absence of their company for more than an hour. Then, their last meeting at the castle felt like weeks ago. Retiring to a corner, Lejiya sat on the grass and closed her eyes. Her mind swam in the darkness, seeking to link with Vi. "Vi, can you hear me?" she whispered within her mind. Is that you?" Vi's voice echoed, filled with surprise. Lejiya's heart swelled at the familiar sound. "Yes, Vi, it's me," she confirmed. "Good Lord. Where are you?" Vi said. "We're in a forest called the Whispering Woods. How are you and Vaughn doing?" Lejiya said, puzzled by the fact that she wasn't able to see through Vi's eyes where Vi was, like she usually could. Vi's response was tinged with concern. "We were worried sick when that mage pushed you off the castle. We were so scared we will never see you again," Vi said, her voice trembling even in telepathy. "I'm fine, and I'm sorry to worry you. How are things at the castle? How is father?" Lejiya said. "The king was furious after what that mage did. From what Vaughn heard, the Fae King is gathering a group of Fae warriors to look for you. They just left the castle, and he won't rest until he finds you and make that mage pay," Vi said. "Anyway, you mention we. Is that mage still with you? Did he hurt you?" "Yes. I mean, he's with me, but he didn't hurt me. In fact, I wouldn't still be alive if it wasn't for him. Also, we met several others along the way. It's a long story. I will tell you more when I return. Whatever happens, stay in the castle. The world is more dangerous than I thought," Lejiya said. We're actually not in the castle anymore," Vi said. "What do you mean? Where are you?" Lejiya said. Vaughn and I couldn't just sit around and wait for the Fae King to find you. So, we snuck out through your bedroom window, Vi said. No. So, where are you guys now? Lejiya asked. Her heart almost froze completely. In a town outside the castle, but there's no one here, Vi said. Vi must be talking about Eldermore Town, Lejiya thought. Lejiya's breath caught in her throat. That town is dangerous, Lejiya warned. There are werewolves there. You need to get back to the castle immediately. Before Vi could reply, Lejiya heard Vi's panicked cry in her mind. Vi, she exclaimed, her fear palpable. Hey! Hey! Ixar called, concern etched into his features. You don't have to shout, Lejiya replied, her voice shaky with emotion. I didn't. Wouldn't have cared anyway if you hadn't looked like you were possessed, Ixar said. Is something wrong? Ixar asked. And nothing, Lejiya said. Her mind couldn't help but think of Vi's last response. It sounded like she was attacked. Lejiya hoped it wasn't the werewolves. She had wanted to link her mind to Vi's again, but doing so might distract Vi and risk getting Vi in greater danger. Please, Ixar sighed and walked away. A part of Lejiya longed for the safety of the castle, its fortified walls offering sanctuary from the dangers of the outside world. But another part yearned for the truth, for answers to the mysteries that plagued her. Was she truly dying, as the Fae King had claimed? And if so, why had he kept it from her? The thought gnawed at her, filling her with a sense of betrayal. The revelation that her father might have been responsible for the deaths of humans weighed heavily on her mind. It was a truth she struggled to accept, the implications too dire to comprehend. The campfire flickered, casting long, wavering shadows across the small clearing where Lejiya and her party had settled for the night. The whispering woods loomed around them, its ancient trees creaking in the night breeze, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, carried an eerie stillness, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the occasional distant howl of some unseen creature. Lejiya, her eyes fixed on the glowing embers, broke the silence. So, how did you three end up captured by those werewolves back at Eldermore Town? Her voice was calm, but the question carried a weight of curiosity, tinged with the underlying tension of their uncertain alliance. Wanda, seated opposite her, scoffed. None of your business. Before the tension could escalate, Sullus interjected, his tone light with a hint of amusement. Why not? We've got time to kill, and it would be a bit dull to stare at the fire all night. Wanda rolled his eyes, but said nothing more as Sullus leaned back, glancing briefly at the madwoman, who sat muttering to herself in the shadows. We were headed to the Fae Castle. Lejiya raised an eyebrow. To the Fae Castle? Why? Sullus' gaze darkened slightly, his voice lowering. To kill the Fae King. The madwoman's soft, persistent whisper reached Lejiya's ears. Foolish, so foolish. A refrain that seemed to grate on Sullus' nerves. He shot her a look of irritation, but the madwoman continued her murmuring, seemingly oblivious to his growing annoyance. Lejiya's heart skipped a beat, her mind racing. She fought to keep her voice steady. Why would you want to kill him? You of all people should know. The Fae have been hunting humans ever since the curse spread through the lands, Sullus replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. We wanted to end their tyranny by taking out their king. Lejiya's pulse quickened, a cold dread settling in her chest. She could feel the blood rushing in her ears as she struggled to keep her composure. You don't stand a chance, she blurted out, the words escaping her before she could stop them. Sullus looked at Lejiya curiously, and she quickly added, the Fae King is too powerful. Sullus nodded, a grim smile forming on his lips. We know. That's why we planned to sneak in and catch him off guard. But, he paused, glancing once more at the madwoman. We were tricked. She led us right into a trap, and the werewolves were waiting. He clenched his fists, agitation evident in his voice. The madwoman, still lost in her own world, paid him no heed. An uneasy silence settled over the group, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Then, Sullus turned his gaze to Lejiya, his eyes narrowing slightly. What's your story? Who are you, and what's the deal between the two of you? I'm just a servant, Lejiya said. A Fae servant. How did you end up getting captured by the werewolves? Did you get separated from your group or something? Sullus asked. Lejiya hesitated, her mind racing for a plausible explanation. I was kidnapped by him, Lejiya said, eyeing Ixar. Of all Fae, why did he want to kidnap a Fae servant? Sullus said. Long story short, I was living a normal life in another Reverium before I suddenly woke up in this world. Miriam, who had been quietly listening, frowned. What do you mean? Lejiya, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, answered before Ixar could speak again. Ixar was a book. I turned him into a human by accident. Wanda snorted, a derisive grin on her face. That's the best lie you could come up with? Try harder, she said. Lejiya's frustration flared. I'm telling the truth, she insisted, reaching into her pack and pulling out the worn leather-bound book she had found at the madwoman's abode. Haven't you seen other books like this in Eldermore Town? Books with people's names on them. Sullus leaned forward, eyeing the book with skepticism. So, you're saying you can reverse the curse? Turn books back into people? Lejiya nodded, her grip tightening on the book. That's right, she said. Sullus trembled, trying to contain his laughter. Wanda and Miriam began to chuckle. The sudden change of mood was a sharp contrast to the oppressive silence that had settled over them. What's so funny? Lejiya snapped, her patience wearing thin. Sullus wiped a tear from his eye, his laughter subsiding into a chuckle. What you're saying is impossible. No one's ever reversed the curse. Not in all these years. Lejiya clenched her fists, anger simmering beneath her calm facade, but before she could respond, Ixar shot her a warning glance, urging her to hold her tongue. She turned away, swallowing her retort, but a voice, cold and mocking, whispered in her mind. You're nothing but a joke. Lejiya stiffened, her eyes narrowing as she turned to Ixar. What did you say? Ixar looked at her, confusion in his eyes. I didn't say anything. Lejiya shook her head, certain she had heard something. I'm sure I heard. It's this place, Miriam interrupted, her voice soft but filled with unease. These woods, they give me the creeps. It feels like someone's watching us. Wanda nodded, glancing warily at the surrounding darkness. Yeah, I've got the same feeling. Maybe it's the after-effects of being chased by those veins, but something's off here. The madwoman muttered again, her voice a haunting whisper. Woods, whispers of death, massacre. Lejiya turned to her, a chill running down her spine. What do you mean? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. But the madwoman fell silent, her eyes glazed over, as if she had retreated into some faraway place where the horrors of the present could not reach her. This was said to be a sacred place. There was a massacre long ago. It wasn't clear what happened, or who started it. Many people were killed here, and the remaining survivors fled to the depths of the forest, Ixar said. Massacre? Are you saying these woods are haunted? Miriam said. Stop scaring yourself. It's foolish to pay heed to myths such as this, Wanda said. We still have a journey to make tomorrow. Get some sleep while you can. Exhaustion began to wash over Lejiya. As the others retired, Lejiya lay on the grass, letting the silent dark drag her into a restless sleep filled with troubled dreams. Lejiya awoke to a blinding stream of golden light piercing through the trees. Stretching her limbs, she realized she was lying upon the hard soil, far from the comforts of home. Beside her sat the madwoman, her eyes distant as she poked at the dying embers of the campfire. Lejiya watched her for a moment, struck by the loneliness that seemed to radiate from her very being. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Lejiya shifted her neck, a small discomfort amidst the tension that hung thick in the air. "What's that golden light?" Lejiya inquired, her gaze fixed on the glow filtering through the canopy. "That's the moon," Wanda spoke. "It rises in the east every day and spreads light upon the lands." Beside Wanda, Miriam giggled. "Wasn't the moon the white orb we saw in the night sky yesterday? Why is it suddenly so bright?" Lejiya said. "Its glow varies based on the time of the day," Wanda explained, tending to her arrows while Sulis cast awkward glances between Lejiya and Wanda. "That's not the moon," Ixar spoke. "That's the sun." Ixar's explanation did little to quell her irritation, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with her simmering anger. Finally, Lejiya's patience snapped, her frustration boiling over into confrontation. "What's your problem?" Lejiya demanded, walking over to Wanda, her voice edged with fury. Wanda's scornful retort struck a nerve, igniting a fierce exchange that culminated in a physical altercation. Lejiya's humiliation swelled as Wanda easily overpowered her and pushed her to the ground, her own inadequacies laid bare in the face of Wanda's strength. But as Lejiya's desperation mounted, a surge of wild energy coursed through her, propelling her into a reckless lunge. Ixar's intervention halted the conflict, his protective barrier quelling Lejiya's onslaught. Concern etched on his features, Ixar's gaze fell upon the telltale scratch adorning Lejiya's hand. "What happened to your hand?" Ixar asked. "I don't know. I guess I hurt myself when I was running from the werewolves," Lejiya said. "That's no ordinary wound." "That's a werewolf scratch," Sulis said, his tone grave. A collective horror rippled through the trio as the implications of Lejiya's injury sank in. Lejiya, still reeling from the fight with Wanda, struggled to comprehend what Sulis was saying. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice tinged with confusion and fear. Wanda's eyes gleamed with malice as she aimed her bow at Lejiya, declaring, "She must die." Ixar intervened swiftly, deflecting Wanda's arrow with a surge of magical force. "The Fae protects their own kind," he asserted, his voice commanding. "So what?" Wanda retorted. "Lejiya is our leverage against them. Killing her now would be foolish," Ixar said. Wanda relented begrudgingly, her gaze flickering between Ixar and Lejiya, who was getting back up on her feet, her heart pounding with adrenaline. Lejiya's mind whirled with a mixture of relief and apprehension as the tension eased, but Wanda's words lingered in her thoughts. As the party debated their next move, Sulis urged them to prioritize their safety. "We can't afford to waste time arguing," Sulis reasoned. "Harpies lurk nearby. We must avoid them at all costs. If my memory serves me, there's a village in these woods. It's not far from here. We might find the medicine to cure Lejiya's wound," Ixar declared, his tone unwavering. Wanda scoffed at the idea. "Settlements aren't safe," she cautioned, her voice edged with urgency. Ixar's response was laced with indifference as he dismissed Wanda's concerns. "Better than being open targets for the monsters out here," he countered casually, his tone betraying a hint of arrogance. Lejiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction at seeing Wanda silenced. "I'll say this one last time. Anyone who dares harm her will have me to answer to." With a wave of his hand, Ixar masked their trail with earth and concealed the remnants of their campfire, ensuring they left no trace behind for the Fae or anyone to follow. The group pressed on, Ixar and Wanda leading the way while Sulis kept a vigilant watch at the rear. They journeyed deeper into the forest, guided by Ixar's knowledge of the terrain. To Lejiya, every tree seemed more or less identical, but Ixar's keen eye picked out landmarks along the way. "You are good at nothing," Lejiya heard someone whisper in her ears, and she turned around. Wanda was behind her, followed by Sulis. Wanda shot Lejiya a glare. "What's your problem? Did you say something?" Lejiya said. "Yes, I said, what's your problem?" Wanda replied. "No. I meant before that," Lejiya said. "Will you two knock it off?" Sulis said, walking up from behind Wanda. Lejiya returned Wanda a look of annoyance and turned back to face the direction of their path. It hadn't been a minute when Lejiya heard the same voice again. "You don't have long to live. The curse within you will claim your life. You're a fool to leave your castle. These humans will torture and kill you if the monsters don't. You are going to die out here. No one wants you here. Nobody likes you." The voices went on and on. Lejiya realized then it wasn't the voice of any of her companions. It was like someone was talking to her in her head, whispering. "Something feels off," Ixar said, stopping in his tracks and surveying the trees, and the party halted behind him. The unsettled looks on Miriam's and the madwoman's faces confirmed Lejiya wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. "Did any of you hear strange whispering?" Miriam asked. "You hear them too?" "I thought I was going crazy, thanks to someone in our party," Wanda said. Lejiya knew Wanda was talking about her, but there were more important matters at hand. She wasn't the only one hearing voices in her head. "It's this place," Ixar said. "What about it?" Sulis said. "I can't quite put my finger on it," Ixar said. "Haven't you come here before?" Sulis said. "No. All I know about it is from the stories told by others," Ixar said. "What stories?" Lejiya said. "When the survivors fled deeper into this forest, they prayed to the trees to save them from their pursuers. They pleaded and cried, waiting for death to take them any time. But at length, their pursuers did not arrive. Some time later, the survivors left their hiding spot to check. All they found were weapons of their pursuers, scattered here and there, and blood. Blood that stained the barks and roots of the nearby trees. Then, they knew their prayers had been answered," Ixar said. "Answered? How?" Sulis said. "They believed the trees had come alive and killed their enemies, which explained the bloodstains. The survivors settled here and built their village deep in the forest with the trees as their protectors. Trees that could whisper. It was said that travelers did their best to stay off these parts, because most that went too deep were never seen again," Ixar said. "What happened to them?" Lejiya asked. "Some said they were taken by the trees. Others said they went mad and killed themselves," Ixar said. "That was why even the mages stayed away from this forest. I wouldn't have come here if not for that black mist." The voices. "They are getting louder. Please make them stop." Miriam clasped her ears, shutting her eyes in agony. "It's the trees. Stay focused. Do not let their voices get to you," Ixar said. Suddenly, Wanda's sharp senses detected something above. Lejiya's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to stand firm, refusing to succumb to the fear triggered by the whispers and of the new threat. Wanda signaled to Ixar, preparing for a confrontation. Lejiya watched in awe as Wanda readied her bow, her movements swift and precise. "Hide," Ixar whispered urgently, and the rest obeyed, crouching behind the bark of a huge nearby tree. Peering out from her hiding spot, Lejiya's breath caught in her throat as she spotted a harpy perched above, their sinister forms silhouetted against the sky. Another confrontation was imminent, and Lejiya steeled herself for the battle ahead. Lejiya's heart raced as the memories of her past encounter with a harpy flooded her mind, a chilling reminder of their threat. Harpies, formidable adversaries even when alone, moved with lethal precision, their wings retracting to blend seamlessly with the forest canopy. Lejiya shuddered at the thought of their hidden presence, their predatory instincts honed to perfection. A sudden movement caught her eye, and Lejiya recoiled as a sinister snake slithered dangerously close, its sleek form weaving through the underbrush with deadly intent. Wanda's swift intervention spared Miriam from a deadly fate, her decisive action a testament to her skill and bravery. But the danger was far from over as the harpies emerged from hiding, their intentions clear. With lightning speed, Wanda drew her bow, her arrow slicing through the air with deadly accuracy. The impact sent the harpy reeling, its agonized cry piercing the silence of the forest. Lejiya watched in horror as the harpy retaliated, its ferocious assault driving Wanda to the ground with a forceful blow. Wanda scrambled to retrieve her bow, her body contorting awkwardly as she crab-walked away from the advancing harpy. "Run!" she called out, her voice edged with desperation. The harpy's talons swiped dangerously close, its relentless pursuit driving Wanda to roll and pitch herself away from the bow. The quiver of arrows remained strapped to her back, taunting her with their potential but rendered useless without the bow. Meanwhile, Ixar refused to stand idly by, his determination igniting as he conjured a ball of fire. With a swift release, he watched as the flames engulfed the harpy's wing, searing the feathers with a satisfying hiss. The harpy recoiled, its attention diverted to extinguishing the blaze, allowing Wanda the opportunity to scramble to her feet and flee without a second glance. But as she ran for her bow, another harpy descended before Sulis and Miriam, its menacing presence casting a shadow over them. With practiced precision, Sulis positioned himself defensively, his sword at the ready as he assessed the harpy's movements. Sulis eyed his opponent, locked in a tense standoff, each waiting for the other to make a move. Meanwhile, Lejiya found herself face to face with yet another harpy, her instincts urging her to call out for Ixar's help. But a quick glance revealed Ixar was already engaged in combat, leaving Lejiya to confront the looming threat alone. The harpy, with its cruel eyes fixed on Lejiya, seemed convinced of her vulnerability. It spread its wings wide in anticipation of an attack when a force struck it from behind. Turning, Lejiya saw the madwoman, standing resolute with a thick branch in hand. The harpy redirected its fury toward its new adversary, sweeping her off balance with a powerful wing swipe and leaving Lejiya momentarily forgotten as it prepared to unleash its fury upon the madwoman. Suddenly, the trees themselves seemed to come alive, their leaves transforming into swift, vengeful tendrils that ensnared the harpy. With eerie efficiency, they dragged the creature upwards, its screams fading into silence as it vanished into the foliage. Across the battleground, similar scenes played out. Leaves descended upon the harpy locked in combat with Sulis, carrying it away with an unsettling crunching sound. Meanwhile, the harpy with its wing ablaze beat a hasty retreat, pursued by the relentless assault of the tree-bound guardians. Ixar's voice cut through the chaos, urging them to flee. With his magic as protection, Lejiya and the others made a desperate escape, darting from tree to tree as the forest itself seemed to conspire against them. Each step forward was a gamble, as they evaded the grasping foliage that reached hungrily from above, uncertain of where the next attack would come from. As they emerged into a clearing with sparse trees, their ragged breaths echoed in the stillness, chests heaving from the exertion of their flight. Sulis' voice cut through the heavy air. "Safe for now, but not for long," he said, casting a wary glance around the unfamiliar surroundings. Wanda, ever vigilant, moved away from the trees, her instincts sharp and unyielding. Lejiya, still reeling from the recent horrors, struggled to find her voice amidst the turmoil of her thoughts. Her mind wandered to her father's tales, questioning her own reality in the face of the fantastical events unfolding around her. But there was little time for contemplation. The mad woman's voice broke the silence, drawing their attention to a tall figure looming in the distance. Miriam's keen eye discerned its significance. "It's a holy guard." Iksar appeared from the lines of trees, his cloak slightly tattered but his person seemingly unharmed. He noticed the statue. "What is this holy guard?" Lejiya asked. Iksar's voice, though low, carried a distinct certainty as he spoke of the holy guard statue. "Every village has one," he explained, eyes narrowed in thought. "They're imbued with spirits, protectors against invaders." He paused, his gaze drifting to the ancient weathered stone, half concealed by creeping vines. "I didn't expect one to be in a village as obscure as this. This village looks abandoned, just like the other town," Sulis observed, his brow furrowed, as he uncovered a sign that said, "Stay away," written in red on a wooden board near the village's fence. Wanda touched the sign with what appeared to be dried blood on the letters. "Whoever wrote this certainly didn't want anyone to come here," Wanda remarked, her voice cautious. "I suggest we continue on our way through the forest. With those hungry man-eating trees out there, I am not sure about that," Sulis said. "Miriam, do you know anything about those evil trees?" "They sure ring a bell. They remind me of the trees from the Lake of Fairies." "They are like guards that protect the fairies in the lake," Miriam said. "Any weakness?" Sulis said. "Not that I know of. They only heed the call of the fairies," Miriam said. "Great. Any fairies among us?" Sulis said, scanning the group. "What about her? Fae and fairies are pretty close, right?" Sulis eyed Lejiya. "She's no fairy. More like a devil," Wanda said, but there was no joy on Miriam's face this time, only an awkward expression. The mad woman's voice halted their movements. With a pointed gesture, the mad woman directed their gaze toward the darkness of trees beyond the statue, where dark swirling tendrils lurked in the distance, foreboding and malevolent. The Vanes had come. "Not now," Wanda said. Without hesitation, they ran toward the nearest house past the village entrance. 18. The village's seal. As the chipped wooden door closed behind them, they took cover behind the furniture scattered in the dim house. Lejiya's mind was still haunted by the grotesque glimpses of the Vanes near the cliff, a writhing mass of horror that threatened to consume the mind whole. In the eerie stillness of the house, Lejiya's trembling voice broke the silence. "How did this all begin?" she whispered, her words laden with fear and uncertainty. The mad woman's response was cryptic, her tone heavy with the weight of ancient knowledge. "Pure evil. It consumes and creates. It kills and births monsters," she intoned, her words echoing ominously in the cramped space. Iksar's curiosity compelled him to press for more information. "What do you mean?" he inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. With a heavy sigh, the madwoman began to unravel the dark tapestry of their history. She coveted the throne and summoned creatures from the depths of myth to do her bidding, the madwoman explained, her voice a whisper against the oppressive silence. The prince, deceived by her charms, fell victim to her dark influence. Iksar listened intently, his mind racing with the implications of her words. "And what of the queen and the prince?" he pressed, his voice barely above a whisper. The woman's response was chilling, her words laden with sorrow and regret. "They vanished, consumed by Carmilla's curse. Rumor has it they were either killed or transformed into monsters, lost to us forever." Carmilla. Lejiya had heard the Fae King mention that name in the secret library. The madwoman turned to Iksar, his brow furrowed with curiosity. "As a mage, weren't you at the cathedral when it happened?" Ixar shook his head solemnly. No, I was stationed at the castle that day. But I remember the black shadow that swept across the horizon, bringing monsters with it, turning the people into books, including myself. I've been trapped in an endless loop ever since. Miriam's eyes widened in disbelief. You were turned into a book. How did you escape? Ixar's gaze shifted to Lejiya, a mix of sorrow and frustration in his eyes. Ask her. One moment I was at the castle, witnessing the end of days. The next I found myself in this world, in the same castle but under a different ruler. Wanda interjected, her tone edged with skepticism. And how did you two end up together? Ixar's jaw tensed as he replied, That's a long story. It doesn't concern any of you. We'll be on our way once she's cured. Just don't get in our way. Wanda's eyes narrowed, her resolve evident. I could say the same to you. And her. Sullus directed his attention to the madwoman. His voice laced with suspicion. You. How do you know all this? The madwoman's eyes peered out from beneath her disheveled hair as she began to recount her tale. I met a soldier who survived the cathedral incident not long after the calamity, she explained quietly. We wandered the wilderness together. Miriam couldn't suppress her curiosity. What happened to the soldier? A heavy silence hung in the air as the madwoman hesitated, her gaze dropping to the floor. He was killed by werewolves, she said. You mean those werewolves in Eldermore Town? Ixar said. Why is it they didn't kill you? Wanda said. I wondered that at first too. Thought maybe they wanted a slow, tormenting death for me. Their leader ordered them not to spare me and tied me up. It was the next day when they turned back that I learned they kept me alive as bait, the madwoman said. For what? Lejiya asked. Unsuspecting travelers like yourselves, the madwoman said. Why use you? They could easily have one of their own act as bait when they are in their human form, Wanda said. Because of the Fae. The Fae had hunted a fair number of their kind, so they didn't want any more casualties, the madwoman said. How did you avoid being hunted by the Fae? Ixar said. I didn't. I was spotted once, but he let me go. Your master, the madwoman said, looking at Lejiya. The Fae King. Why I did not know. His sword was only an inch away from my throat. Perhaps he pitied me, a mad old woman who had nothing but her wrinkled vessel left. You mentioned Carmilla. Who is she? Lejiya inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. She is the prince's accursed love, the mastermind behind the curse. Some know her as the Myth Maiden, the madwoman said. What happened to her? Lejiya said. There was a rumor that the queen and the mages had planned to assassinate her at the wedding. The madwoman began, her tone somber. But they didn't know better. Carmilla was too strong, and it was believed that the spell of the mages knocked her out. They tried to kill her, but it seemed the black entity was protecting her. All who tried died that day. Soldiers, mages, and the like. And no one has dared to go near that place since. Was the wedding held in a cathedral overlooking a row of stones? Lejiya asked. A row of stones? Do you mean the Tomb of Kings? The madwoman pondered. I'm not sure. That's all I know, Lejiya admitted, a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice. Taking a deep breath, Lejiya continued. I have had recurring dreams where I'm wearing this ring and dying in a cathedral. And there was this black smoke that was devouring the people. The madwoman's eyes narrowed as she studied Lejiya, the soft light from the windows casting long shadows across her face. Why'd you leave the castle? She asked, her voice low yet probing. Lejiya sighed, her gaze drifting to the dusty floor. The smell of rotted wood and moisture filled her senses. I need to find out what's causing my nightmares, she replied, her voice tinged with determination. "And the truth behind the Fae. The cathedral in your dreams," the madwoman murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "It sounds like where the prince wed Carmilla. There might be a connection between you and the curse." The madwoman's skin on her forehead creased. "Only one way to find out," she said, looking directly at Lejiya. "You must go to the cathedral." "That's insane. The cathedral is flowing with the concentrated evil of the veins. No one gets near it without turning into a monster, not to mention enter it." Wanda scoffed. The madwoman's eyes met Wanda's, a stubborn glint in them. "The veins only turns humans into characters from tales." "Characters? Monsters, you mean," Wanda said, but the madwoman did not register her words, and Lejiya shot Wanda a glare for her determination to run her down whenever the chance came. "Let the woman speak, will you?" Ixar said. "She won't be turned because she's already a character brought to life by the curse." Ixar frowned, looking at the madwoman, hesitated, then shook her head. "No. But it's a chance." Lejiya felt a chill crawling through her skin. The fading light from the windows painted the interior in a surreal glow, casting eerie shadows across the ground. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of their eyes on her. "I'm willing to try," Lejiya said, her voice firm despite the fear gnawing at her insides. After some time, they exited the house to check the village outside. They walked a short distance until they heard noises and turned a corner that led to a wide path, encountering other humans in the village. Commoners were tending to their chores as if the veins never existed. The pounding rhythm of a cobbler echoed through the air, resonating with the distant hum of life in the village. A middle-aged woman churned butter while yet an old man tended to a horse restrained to a tree. Their coming was met with looks of disbelief as the people stopped their activities and stared at them like they were monsters. A man, chopping wood, ceased his work. He wiped the blade with the sleeve of his shirt before standing in front of them, his presence imposing. Gripping the axe with both hands, he chewed on the mustache portion of his dark beard over his lip. "Stop right there, or I'll kill you," the huge man with an axe declared, his voice booming through the tense air as he tightened his grip on the handle of his weapon, the muscles in his arms bulging with the effort. The others vanished inside the houses, and several men armed with bows and swords emerged from between and within the houses, their eyes fixed on the newcomers, ready to strike at any moment. "We come in peace and to seek information," Ixar stated calmly, his voice resonating with an underlying determination. "You expect me to believe someone who walks with a Fae? This is your final warning," the huge man with the axe growled, taking a menacing step closer, his companions following suit. "We are not on the Fae's side," Ixar insisted, his tone firm. "Oh yeah. How do you explain her?" the huge man with the axe countered, suspicion evident in his voice. "She's just a hostage," Ixar explained, his words measured and deliberate. "He's telling the truth. If we were siding with the Fae, you would already be dead," Sullus interjected, his voice carrying a note of authority. "You," the huge man with the axe directed his attention to Ixar. "Who are you?" "My name is Ixar. Do you know anything about the incident that started all this?" Ixar inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. "You mean the curse?" the huge man with the axe mused, his gaze distant. "Yes," Ixar confirmed. "No. A servant of the royals should know better," the huge man with the axe replied, his voice heavy with resignation. "Do you know any?" Sullus pressed, his curiosity piqued. "Besides him, of course." His head tilted toward Ixar. "We haven't seen another mage for many years ever since the incident. Since we first came here," the huge man with the axe admitted. "So, you have seen one?" Ixar prompted. "Come with me. One funny move and my axe will meet your neck," the huge man with the axe warned, gesturing for them to follow as the surrounding men with weapons continued to eye them warily. They strolled through the village, marveling at the sense of normalcy amidst the chaos beyond its borders. There were no signs of monsters, and the village bustled with a sense of blissful activity, seemingly undisturbed by the turmoil outside. A man wiped sweat from his brow, his muscles straining as he manually turned a wheel, sparks flying as he sharpened a sword. "Don't mind us. Carry on," the huge man with the axe announced to the onlookers, his tone authoritative. A group of individuals hung from pulleys, fearlessly fixing broken windows, humming as they worked. Approaching a sturdy stone house, the biggest in the village, they ascended the steps, only to be halted by the imposing figure of the huge man with the axe. "Be sure to show your highest respect, or you will be sorry," he warned, his eyes glinting with menace. Wanda moved to protest, but Sullus intervened, his voice firm. "This is their territory. We don't know what to expect." Before them loomed two massive oak doors, a grand entrance befitting someone of importance. "Take off your shoes," the huge man with the axe instructed, a wicked smile playing on his lips. All of them obeyed the rule and removed their footwear, placing them neatly by the door. The man with the axe coughed before opening the door, allowing them to enter. The floor, a stark contrast to the rest of the village, was pristine white concrete, gleaming under the soft glow of candles. A few steps led to a wooden chair, where a cloaked figure sat, shrouded in mystery and authority. "Now bow. She has sacrificed more than anybody could," the huge man with the axe intoned, his posture one of reverence. "I only bow to one, and that is the Queen and Prince of Reverium," Ixar asserted, his voice steady. Before he could finish speaking, the cold edge of the axe was placed against his throat, the threat palpable. "I told you these rules are mandatory. You look like you would make a worthy opponent. I suspect you have seen battle by the look in your eyes. That is something I can respect, but I won't have you disparaging her name," the huge man with the axe growled, delivering a forceful punch to Ixar's stomach. "Stop. He's never going to change, and I wouldn't have it any other way," a woman in a red cloak intervened, her voice commanding as she descended the stairs accompanied by her assistants, a villager on either side. Ixar's gaze lifted to meet hers, his disbelief evident. "Bella," he whispered in disbelief. The cloaked woman enveloped Ixar in a rigid hug. "You're alive. It's been a long time, little brother. I thought you were dead. Gargan Grandstone has been by my side since the moment you disappeared. You should thank him for his restraint," she said, her long brown hair flowing behind her like a fiery banner. Bella, her features twisted in puzzlement, demanded of Ixar, "Who are these companions of yours?" Ixar, unperturbed, gestured toward his entourage. "We met along the way. This is Sullus, Wanda, Miriam, the madwoman. And this," he paused, his voice dropping, "is Lejiya." Bella's eyes narrowed at the sight of Lejiya. "Why are you traveling with this accursed creature? She is the cause of our suffering." With a growl, Bella lunged toward Lejiya, but Ixar swiftly intervened. "She is harmless. She's not like the other Fae, no stronger than any human." Bella's voice was cold with anger. "If she brings the Fae here." Ixar's voice cut through the tension. "That's why we will leave, but not until she is cured." "Show her your hand," Ixar said to Lejiya. Bella examined Lejiya's wound, her expression grim. "This is werewolf venom," she murmured. "It's not that simple," Bella muttered, shaking her head. "You haven't changed, Ixar." "What do you mean?" Ixar's brow furrowed in confusion. Bella's gaze was intense. "Give me one reason to save her instead of ending her suffering right here, right now." Ixar's voice was firm. "Lejiya possesses a unique power. She can turn people back from books. She could be a great help to us. After a moment's contemplation, Bella nodded reluctantly. Only Rin can purge her poison, but Rin is scarce. I have none left. What is Rin? Lejiya asked. Miriam spoke softly. It's a substance that fuels magic. Reverium is filled with it. Ixar's eyes met Bella's as he took out a vial of golden mist. I still have mine. Lejiya felt overcome with restlessness, like a force was pushing outward from every inch of her body. She began to exhale hard. Bella's surprise was evident. You still have yours. Without hesitation, she took Ixar's vial of Rin and commanded his men to capture Lejiya. Ixar's voice was filled with urgency. What are you doing? Ignoring his protests, Bella dropped the vial onto Lejiya's wound, channeling her magic to spread it through her body. Lejiya cried out in agony as the golden mist called Rin coursed through her veins, just as she was succumbing to the transformation into a werewolf. But then, miraculously, the transformation reversed, and Lejiya was restored to her former self. When evening came, dinner was prepared to welcome the newcomers. As Lejiya and her party headed for dinner in a house down the village, a sense of relief washed over Lejiya. The threat of the werewolf venom had been averted, and for once in a long time, they had proper shelter and food. This place saved me and many others from the curse, Bella declared, a hint of warmth in her voice as she walked alongside Lejiya's party. It will do the same for you. Stay the night. Enjoy our hospitality. Zeal Village is well protected and has stood against invaders for many years, both humans and monsters. So, this place is called Zeal Village? Ixar said. Yes. It was built long ago by survivors of a war. It is said that sacred guardians protect this village, Bella said. Guardians? Are you sure about that part? Sulis said. How do you mean? Bella said. It's just that we were under the influence of a magical force at the woods outside. We started to hear whispers in our heads. Next, we were attacked by monsters and trees, Ixar explained. Those trees act as the village's guardians. They conjure a spell that seeks to read minds. Once it detects any dark emotions, the trees turn into monsters and attack. You must be under the spell when you were out there, Bella said. Can we trust them? Miriam's voice was laced with doubt as she whispered Wanda. It will be unwise to, Wanda asserted firmly. Our plan to kill the Fae King cannot be delayed any further. I hear you, but I have to disagree, Sulis interjected, his gaze sweeping the village for signs of danger. With the path to the castle guarded, we must rethink our next move. A night's rest wouldn't hurt. We need to replenish our energy. Their discussion faltered, unable to come up with a decisive argument against Sulis' suggestion. They were ushered into a small house, where Lejiya and her group sat, served with plates of meat, potatoes, and vegetables. Help yourselves to the food, Bella said. See to it that they are properly served, she said to a female villager and left. Lejiya helped herself to the meat impatiently, her hunger gnawing at her insides. The exhaustion from her recent ordeal weighed heavily upon her, adding to the pressure of their mission. What's wrong? Why is everyone staring? Lejiya's voice was edged with confusion. Miriam's concern was evident as she asked, Are you feeling any discomfort? Lejiya shook her head. No, why do you ask? Wanda's gaze fell upon the table, suspicion clouding her features. The food may be poisoned. Lejiya spat out her mouthful, eyes wide with alarm. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wanda shrugged. You were already devouring it like a pig, she quipped, earning a suppressed giggle from Miriam. Miriam bit her lips in anticipation as she glanced at Ixar. Can't you check if this food is safe with your magic? Ixar regarded the feast before them, his expression thoughtful. I am a mage, not a fairy godmother. I could burn the food to inspect it for any signs of danger, but there won't be anything left. Lejiya found it hard to believe that Ixar's sister would betray them after offering sanctuary. I don't think they would harm us, the madwoman interjected, her voice distant and calm as usual. Lejiya's ability to release the trapped souls from the books should be reason enough. Wanda remained skeptical. I'm not convinced. Sulla sighed, picking up a greasy leg of meat. We're starving. We have to take the risk. Lejiya's been testing the dishes, and she's still breathing. With hesitant movements, they began to eat, their hunger overriding their doubts. The meat is delicious, but I can't tell its origin, Ixar remarked. The peasant woman entered, carrying a glass carafe of water. She filled their glasses silently, her presence unobtrusive. Sullus raised his hand to get her attention. Excuse me, he began. Could you tell us what kind of meat this is? It's quite exceptional. The peasant woman paused. It's troll meat obtained from the kill this morning. We prepared it, especially for the load of you, she said with a practiced smile. Sullus dropped the leg of meat onto his table, a pang of revulsion coursing through him. Is there something wrong with it? Cuts of meat like this are usually reserved for Her Highness and her highest servants, the peasant woman explained, her voice tinged with a mixture of pride and desperation. What about animals? Ixar inquired, his stomach churning at the mere thought of consuming more of the foul meat. We hardly see any of them these days. Animals used to come to the village, but their numbers have greatly decreased of late, the peasant woman replied, her gaze drifting toward the dimly lit windows. I should have thought of this before. The monster trees and harpies could explain the lack of animals. They must have fed on the animals before they could reach the village, Wanda interjected, her fingers methodically tearing the meat apart. Monster trees, you say? The peasant woman leaned in closer, her hands resting on the worn wooden table. Yes, we were attacked on the way here. Surely you must have seen them. They are just outside the village, Sullus added, his voice edged with concern. No, we haven't. Did you run into the Black Sun on your way here? The peasant woman asked, her tone fraught with worry. You mean the black entity that turns people into monsters? Yes, we call it the Veins. We saw it on a hill not far from the Whispering Woods and outside the village. Wanda replied between bites of meat. I see, the peasant woman murmured. As the conversation unfolded, the peasant woman went on to reveal that the villagers had been living off whatever beast and monsters they can hunt as animals were becoming scarce. It seemed the monsters had to blame. Bella entered the house, her presence commanding attention as she surveyed the room. Enjoying the meal, she inquired, his eyes flicking over the group. Sullus hesitated, uncertainty clouding his response. Best meal in ages, he finally offered, a forced smile tugging at his lips. Lejiya noticed Bella's gaze fixed on her and spoke up, gratitude lacing her words. Thank you for curing me. Ixar told me everything. Bella's response was curt, her smirk conveying a sense of superiority. Didn't do it for free, she remarked dismissively. Tell me about your story. Ixar began to recount their recent experiences, his voice steady despite the weight of their situation. Bella listened, adding her own insights into the unfolding events. What do you plan to do next? Bella questioned, her tone skeptical. I'm going to the cathedral. I want to find out what happened to the Queen, Mother, and the Myth Maiden. End this curse, Ixar declared, determination burning in his eyes. Bella scoffed, shaking her head in disbelief. Pointless. Carmilla's too powerful. You'll be killed. Ixar's resolve remained unshaken. How do you know if you haven't tried? You're naive, my brother. Always have been, Bella retorted sharply. I'm not naive. I just chose to fight for my kingdom, Ixar shot back, conviction ringing in his voice. This isn't living. Bella turned away, her frustration palpable. Leave if you want, she muttered before walking out of the house. The others watched in silence, uncertainty hanging heavy in the air. Ixar followed suit, leaving behind untouched food on his plate. After dinner, Lejiya and the remaining members were led to separate houses in the village. Sulis, Wanda and Miriam found themselves sharing one room, while Lejiya, Ixar, and the mad woman occupied another in a nearby house. Ixar paused at the threshold of his room, meeting Lejiya's gaze with a sense of quiet understanding. Her smile, tinged with awkwardness, illuminated the room, her brown skin glowing softly in the flickering candlelight, casting shadows that danced upon the walls. Thank you, Lejiya began, her voice soft as she expressed her gratitude. It wasn't me who cured you, Ixar responded, his tone humble yet firm. Lejiya nodded, her eyes reflecting a depth of understanding. I know. Bella did it for your sake. Ixar remained silent. Rest, he finally murmured, breaking the silence. We have much to do. In the dim confines of the old village house, the air heavy with dust and sorrow, a single bed occupied the room, its worn frame a testament to its age. The wooden beams above creaked with the weight of years, the walls soaked in memories of loss. Shadows danced across the worn floor, and Lejiya could almost taste the bitterness lingering in the room, a reminder of past regrets. Lejiya settled onto the floor, her tired legs seeking respite from the day's travels. Across the room, the madwoman sat in silence, staring into space. Why aren't you sleeping? The madwoman's voice cut through the stillness, catching Lejiya off guard. Lejiya hesitated, her fears bubbling to the surface. I'm afraid of the nightmares. What about you? Why aren't you sleeping? The madwoman nodded knowingly. I'm not sure if I want to. Been sleeping for all these long years. Do you remember how your life was, before the curse? Lejiya probed, but the madwoman remained dazed and did not respond. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. I had such high hopes for him, the madwoman began, her eyes distant. My son. I was always pushing him too hard, always demanding more. I wanted him to learn my magic. My love became suffocating. I didn't see it. Her voice cracked, the burden of guilt weighing down each word. The light that filtered through the cracked windows seemed to grow dimmer, as if even the moon mourned with her. Lejiya remained silent, her own heart heavy with the gravity of the revelation. The raw emotion in the madwoman's confession gnawed at her, twisting in her chest like a cold blade. She could see it in the way the madwoman's hands trembled, in the way her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Alas, he couldn't take it anymore. He left. The day he left, the madwoman continued, her voice barely above a whisper, was the day the curse spread. I watched him, my own son, swarmed by the black mist and transform into something monstrous. His eyes, once full of life, turned dark and wild. He started attacking and killing people nearby. I wanted to stop him, but how could I? However powerful my magic was, I couldn't kill my own son. She paused, a single tear escaping down her weathered cheek. There was nothing I could do. I turned and ran through the door of the nearest house. I tripped and knocked myself on the head. When I awoke, the town and people I knew were no more. Lejiya felt a knot in her throat, the weight of the madwoman's pain pressing down on her. What about you? The madwoman inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lejiya's response came easily, a fabricated tale woven with practiced ease. My parents were killed in battle shortly after I was born. And so, the Fae King took me in, and I have been working as a servant in the castle ever since. I'm sorry to hear about your parents. We have both lost our family. Sometimes, I tell myself there's a purpose to everything. Like my son. If he hadn't ran away, I wouldn't have looked for him and saw the mist in time. I believe it's the same for you too, the madwoman said. I can't see what the purpose for losing my parents is, Lejiya said. That only time will tell. Time will tell. The madwoman began to mutter to herself before she claimed the bed, her frail frame in need of rest. Good night, Lejiya said to the madwoman. Ashla. My name, the madwoman said, as she closed her eyes. Lejiya settled onto the hard floor beneath her, her thoughts turning inward, anticipation mingling with uncertainty as she awaited sleep to come. Iksar had yet to return to the house, leaving Lejiya to ponder his whereabouts as she drifted into the realm of sleep. Her mind danced with memories of her sheltered past, contrasting sharply with the reality of her current predicament. She couldn't help but wonder how her father would react to her current situation, a pang of uncertainty tugging at her heart. When Lejiya awoke the next morning, Iksar was still nowhere to be seen. Her bleary eyes searched the room until he returned, a sense of urgency in his movements as he prepared for their departure. She yawned, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. What's happening? Lejiya mumbled, her voice heavy with sleep. We need to leave, Iksar replied, his tone grave. Now. Lejiya groaned, the desire for more rest evident on her face. Why? We promised your sister that I will use my power to help the victims. Iksar shook his head, his expression serious. We can't linger. The Fae might find us, and that would endanger everyone in the village. Lejiya's brow furrowed with concern. What about the others? We have to go without them, Iksar declared, his voice resolute. Before they discover who you truly are. As Iksar handed Lejiya a short sword, her gaze drifted to Ashla, still slumbering peacefully in the corner. Iksar reassured Lejiya that Ashla would be safer staying behind. Outside, Lejiya hesitated, her gaze lingering on the house where Wanda, Sulis, and Miriam slept. Though they weren't particularly close, the thought of traveling without them felt unsettling after all they'd endured together. As they stepped beyond the village entrance, a strange sensation washed over them, as if some unseen force held them in place. Iksar frowned, his gaze darting back toward the village. Something's wrong, he muttered, attempting to leave once more. But to their dismay, they found themselves facing the village once more, trapped by some unknown magic that defied explanation. Panic tinged the air as realization dawned upon them. They could not leave the village. 19. The hunt. What's happening? Lejiya asked. Seems an enchantment has been placed to prevent anyone from leaving. Bella, Iksar said. Iksar marched with determination toward Bella's house. The village air felt heavy, laden with an inexplicable sense of dread. As Iksar rounded the final bend, Bella stood resolute, Gargan and the Lancer, flanking her. What is the meaning of this? Iksar demanded, his voice a sharp crack in the oppressive atmosphere. Bella's expression remained steely, unyielding. You sneak around stealing from us, and I'm the bad guy. This place can be your home. Just accept the situation like all of us have, the Lancer spoke. Lejiya, her brow furrowed in confusion, stepped forward. What are you saying? Bella's eyes met hers, a flicker of sadness betraying her resolve. No one has been able to leave this village for years. I know it's hard to understand, but I can't change the way things are. Around them, villagers emerged from their homes, drawn by the commotion. Wanda, Sulis, and Miriam joined the growing crowd, Their curiosity piqued. Ixar's voice rose with a mix of anger and disbelief. This place wasn't like this before. What's going on? Don't tell me you are behind this. Bella's gaze hardened. Your before is history. The world you speak of didn't have werewolves, harpies, or the Black Sun. Wanda's eyes narrowed as she scanned the crowd. So, you knew this all along and didn't tell us. Arumis stepped forward, his tone dismissive. You should have obeyed the sign to stay away. Ixar's patience wore thin. Get to the point. Bella's voice carried a weary authority. No one has been able to leave this place since we got here. The point is there's nothing we can do to change things. Instead, we can work together and better our odds of survival. If you knew this, why didn't you send people near the entrance to warn travelers? Sullus said. We tried. But they couldn't see us, until they stepped into the village. There is an enchantment that prevents others from seeing the village's inhabitants. We can see people outside but not the other way round, Bella said. Ixar's argument was swift. Our supplies will run out eventually. Bella countered calmly. We lay traps for monsters to come treading into the village. That's how we get our food. Wanda, still disoriented, wandered toward the village entrance, with Sullus and Miriam in tow. She gasped as she found herself inexplicably back inside the village. What in the world? Bella's voice carried a note of resignation. We've tried many times, several times a day when we first realized. It's not going to work. Denial won't do you any good. Make things easier on yourselves by letting go of whatever life you had outside of this village. It's gone and there's no getting it back. Wanda, in a hushed tone, conspired with Miriam and Sullus. It might be the work of an enchantment released by a monster or the veins. Ashla, unnoticed until now, spoke up. Every spell has a weakness, but to break it, one must first know its source. Sullus and Wanda attempted to scale the fences at the village's perimeter, but each effort brought them frustratingly back to the inner side, the enchantment holding them captive. The light of the setting sun cast long shadows across the village, painting the scene with a melancholic glow. The old wooden houses, weathered and warped, seemed to whisper tales of despair. The air, thick with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with an undercurrent of something unidentifiable and sinister. As the sky deepened to a bruised purple, the villagers' faces reflected a shared hopelessness, their eyes haunted by the memory of freedom lost. Ixar, standing firm, felt the weight of the situation settle heavily on his shoulders. Bella's voice rang with unwavering authority. From now on, you are a part of this village and must obey its rules, she declared, her gaze sweeping over the newcomers. This village is our home. We have defended it for years and will continue to do so against any who dare to invade it. Like everyone here, you will be assigned to your respective roles based on your skills and abilities. Arumis here will walk you through the procedures. The Lancer Arumis stepped forward, his large eyes of pure black obsidian scrutinizing them. I am responsible for assigning duties within the village. There are 4 main roles. The sword are the fighters. The shield are farmers and people that take care of supplies. Staff study medicine and the monster's traits. Pans are cooks who prepare and serve meals, he stated, glancing at a clipboard with their names already written down. Bella added, your roles will be determined by what skills you have to contribute to the village. We have lived in peace and survived well all these years. We have no need for violence so long no one challenges the rules. Step forward when I call your name, Arumis continued. Be prepared to give me a condensed version of your skills and talents. The quicker we can settle things, the better. Wanda's voice cut through the air, sharp and defiant. I won't follow this ruling system of yours. She unsheathed her dagger, its blade glinting in the fading light, while Sullus wrapped his hand around his sword. Ixar placed a calming hand on Archer's shoulder. "We can stay and contribute, but not under anyone's terms." Bella's eyes bore into them, a silent threat in her gaze. "It's not just anyone's system. We are siblings, brother. And you don't have to worry about being assigned a role. Your place will be by my side as my assistant." She eyed Ixar, Wanda, and Sullus, her expression unyielding. "I don't want to spill innocent blood. This curse has already shed enough. You are free to go back to your rooms, except for her." Bella pointed at Lejiya. "She stays." Ixar stepped forward, his voice edged with concern. "Why?" Bella's tone turned icy. "Are we getting forgetful? Didn't you say she could turn people back from books?" "That was the reason I cured her," she said. Bella led Lejiya and the others to a house with several books laid on the floor. "Take your pick and turn it back into a human. Make me a believer." Lejiya's hands trembled as she picked up a book titled Ran Tolki. She flipped it open, her eyes scanning the first few pages. Her heart raced as doubt crept in. How had she done it before with Ixar's book? Panic gnawed at her as she remembered the admiration she had felt for Ixar's character in the story. She willed herself to believe the character was Ixar, envisioning his handsome features and the way his story had compelled her. Everyone watched her in silence, the tension palpable. Lejiya stared at the book, reaching out as if to grasp the character from its pages. She pretended to enter a trance, hoping it would help her get into the groove of things, but she knew they would want results eventually. Bella's voice cut through the silence, cold and disappointed. "Seems I'm already regretting my decision." Lejiya's voice wavered. "I need more time. I'm not sure how I did it before." Bella snapped her fingers, and Arumis stepped forward, grabbing Lejiya by the arms. Ixar protested. "What's the meaning of this?" Bella's reply was calm and measured, giving her the time she needs. "She will figure it out alone." Ixar's voice held a note of skepticism as he addressed Lejiya. "Did my transformation take a long time?" Lejiya shook her head, her expression tense with frustration. "I read your book right before I slept, and you appeared in the middle of the night." Ixar's suggestion hung heavy in the air, a glimmer of hope amidst the prevailing uncertainty. "Try it again tonight, before you sleep." Bella acquiesced with a hint of doubt, instructing Arumis to release Lejiya from his grasp. Lejiya glanced at Ixar, gratitude welling within her, but his distant demeanor betrayed no hint of acknowledgement. Bella's voice broke through the silence, her words laden with purpose. "Some of our hunters have been injured. I need your group to help with hunting today." Wanda and Sullus let down their weapons. Lejiya found herself adrift, her sense of belonging slipping away like grains of sand through her fingers. Bella's voice resonated through the courtyard, a mixture of command and urgency. "Some of our hunters have been injured in recent hunts. We need your help today. Form groups of no more than 3 people." Wanda, Sullus, and Miriam exchanged quick glances and immediately formed a group. Lejiya stood alone, feeling the weight of isolation. Ashla, too old and frail to join the hunt, offered no comfort. Ixar moved toward Lejiya, determination in his stride. "I'll pair with her." Bella's eyes narrowed. "Ixar, your place is with me. You have more important tasks." He opened his mouth to argue, but Lejiya interrupted, her voice steady though her hand trembled around the short sword Ixar had given her. "I can hunt on my own." "It's fine." Bella gestured for Ixar to follow her. "Let's discuss this further." As they walked away, Gargan barked orders at the villagers to return to their work. Arumis, with a clipboard in hand, stepped forward to brief the hunters. Prowl the village and watch for monsters near the borders. You three. Arumis pointed at Wanda, Sullus, and Miriam. Prowl the southern border. The Fae will check out the northern border. Without a word, Lejiya turned and walked away, her heart pounding. She refused to let the trio see any vulnerability. Especially Wanda. She might have been overthinking, but she doubted they cared whether she lived or died. The forest's edge loomed ahead, shadows dancing among the trees in the twilight. The scent of pine and earth filled the air, mingling with the distant cries of unseen creatures. Lejiya's grip tightened around her sword. With a sense of resignation, Lejiya clung to the short sword Ixar had given her, its weight a tangible reminder of her isolation. She felt like an outsider, a solitary figure in a world of alliances. As Lejiya prowled the perimeter fence at the northern area, Lejiya's senses sharpened, attuned to every rustle and whisper of the surrounding wilderness. She scanned the dense canopy overhead, searching for any sign of movement that might betray the presence of lurking harpies. Suddenly, a strange noise caught her attention, drawing her toward a twisted turn in the path. There, before her, crouched a grotesque creature with skin the color of decaying flesh. It feasted on something unseen, its back facing her. With a surge of determination, Lejiya moved to attack from behind, but her reach fell short. As she attempted to climb over the fence, a misstep sent her sprawling, her body tumbling back into view of the creature. Lejiya orientated herself, feeling a dizzy from the fact that she tumbled back onto the inner side of the fence when she actually fell out over the other side. Cursing her carelessness, Lejiya scrambled to her feet, only to find the creature's malevolent gaze fixed upon her beyond the fence. With a wave of her sword, she attempted to intimidate it, but it remained undeterred. Fearing for her safety, Lejiya turned and fled, the creature hot on her heels. She sought refuge behind the wall of a nearby house, hoping to evade her pursuer's notice. But the creature was relentless, leaping out from the window with unnatural agility. Lejiya recoiled, her heart pounding as she waved her sword in a desperate bid to fend it off. To her relief, the creature hesitated, its resolve faltering in the face of her defiance. With a final snarl, it turned and vanished deeper into the village. As the adrenaline of the chase began to subside, Lejiya's gaze fell to her injured arm, blue blood seeping from a gash in her flesh. Dread settled over her as she realized the danger the creature posed to the villagers. She must track it down before it hurt someone. Lejiya hurried through the village, her heart racing like a thundering herd. Her eyes searched the lines of houses and saw Arumis nearby. Panting, Lejiya told him about the creature, and he wasted no time to relay the distressing news to Bella, with Lejiya following behind him. Arumis, what news do you bring? Bella's voice cut through the air like a clarion call. She saw a creature enter the village, Arumis proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with urgency. Bella's brow furrowed with concern as she turned to face Lejiya. What does it look like? It was like nothing I've ever seen, Lejiya stammered. It looked like a goblin, I believe. Its eyes glowed with malice, its claws like daggers poised to strike. The villagers, eavesdropping on the conversation, erupted into panicked murmurs, casting accusatory glances toward Lejiya. Whispers of suspicion toward Lejiya hung heavy in the air like a suffocating fog, threatening to choke reason and compassion. Calm yourselves. Bella's voice, though firm, carried a soothing cadence, like a gentle breeze on a summer's eve. We must stand together in this time of peril. Arumis, fortify our stores. Gargan, gather the children and keep them safe. Bella's gaze flickered toward Ixar, a seasoned mage whose prowess was unmatched. Ixar, accompany me. We shall find and kill the goblin. Lejiya stepped forward, her resolve burning bright amidst the shadows of doubt. "Let me join you." Bella hesitated, her gaze softening with empathy. "Very well, but know that I cannot guarantee your safety." As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the village, the party set forth in search of the elusive goblin. Each step was laden with apprehension, every whispered prayer a beacon of hope amidst the serenity of the village. Hours passed in fruitless pursuit, the streets echoing with the hollow sound of their footsteps. Wanda, Sulis, and Miriam, silent sentinels in the night, scoured every corner and crevice, their determination unwavering despite the odds. At last, as the moon hung low in the sky, Bella, Ixar, and Lejiya regrouped with the others. The air was heavy with a palpable sense of unease, each breath a testament to the gravity of their task. Arumis approached Bella, a middle-aged woman in tow, her eyes brimming with tears. "Bella, this is Urin. Her son is missing." Bella's heart clenched with empathy as she turned to Urin, her voice soft yet resolute. "Fear not, Urin. We will find your son, no matter the cost." Bella's voice cut through the darkness, sharp and resolute. "Have the others scoured every corner of the village?" "Yes. Every house has been searched," Arumis replied, his voice tinged with weariness. "The goblin must still be within our midst." "Then," Bella mused, her brow furrowed with concern, "we must act swiftly. Time is not on our side." With a decisive nod, Bella turned to Ixar and Lejiya. "Head to the northern border of the village. That is the only area left unexplored." The northern end of the village sprawled before them, a patchwork of farms and stables stretching into the distance. The scent of hay mingled with the earthy aroma of livestock, creating a tapestry of rustic fragrance that hung heavy in the air. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lejiya's senses pricked with unease, like a whispering wind carrying omens of dread. Her gaze fixated on a solitary house at the far corner, its presence ominous amidst the tranquil village. Approaching cautiously, Lejiya pushed open the door, recoiling at the fetid stench that assailed her senses. Ixar, ever vigilant, brandished a torch, its flames dancing like spirits in the night as he ventured into the darkness. Within the confines of the house, a grim tableau unfolded before them. Decapitated carcasses littered the floor, a macabre tapestry of death and decay. Lejiya felt a strange sensation coursing through her, a primal force pulling her toward the heart of darkness. Ixar's touch brought her back to reality, his grip firm yet gentle as he steadied her. She found herself ensnared by his piercing gaze, his features illuminated by the flickering torchlight. "I sense danger here," Lejiya murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Ixar's response was curt, his focus unwavering as he pressed forward into the dark. The interior of the house revealed a grisly sight, aisles lined with stalls, each housing a grotesque menagerie of death. Their search led them to the penultimate stall, where the bodies of centaurs and goblins lay in grotesque repose. And there, amidst the carnage, huddled a solitary figure, a little boy. Relief flooded Lejiya's heart, only to be replaced by sorrow as the boy recoiled at the sight of her fey visage. Without hesitation, Ixar swooped in, his strength a pillar of reassurance as he lifted the boy into his arms. "Take the torch, Lejiya," Ixar instructed, his tone gentle yet firm. As they turned to leave, Ixar's curiosity got the better of him. "Frinny, how did you end up in this dreadful place?" The boy's voice quivered with fear as he recounted his ordeal. "The red monster. It trapped me here. I couldn't escape." Lejiya directed the torchlight toward the second stall, her breath catching in her throat as she beheld a goblin carcass stir ever so slightly. Ixar was moving toward the door, prompting a wave of apprehension to wash over Lejiya. She hesitated, torn between warning him and risking the ire of the lurking goblin. But before she could utter another word, the goblin detected the flickering light upon the wall and launched itself toward her with a feral snarl. Lejiya swung her torch with all her might, the flames casting eerie shadows as they collided with the goblin's hideous form. Ixar sprang into action, his movements fluid and precise as he maneuvered to shield the boy from harm. Despite the cramped confines of the space, he danced around the goblin's frenzied attacks with grace and determination. But the goblin's ferocity knew no bounds, and it jumped onto Ixar's back, and with a savage bite, it brought Ixar to his knees. The boy tumbled from Ixar's grasp, vulnerable and exposed on the cold, hard ground. With a primal instinct driving her, Lejiya thrust her sword into the goblin's gaping maw, silencing its malevolent shrieks with a final, gut-wrenching blow. The goblin slumped lifelessly to the ground, its grotesque form now motionless in death's embrace. Lejiya withdrew her sword with a trembling hand, her breaths coming in ragged gasps as adrenaline coursed through her veins. "Are you hurt?" Lejiya's voice trembled with concern as she knelt beside him. "It's nothing," Ixar replied, though his stoic demeanor belied the pain he undoubtedly felt. Together, they ushered the frightened boy back to safety, where his mother, Yurin, awaited them with bated breath. Relief washed over her features as Frinny rushed into her arms, his tears mingling with her own. "Thank you," Yurin whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you both for bringing my son back." Frinny's small voice piped up amidst the tears and gratitude. "Mr. Red Cloak protected me, and the white-haired lady slew the monster." Lejiya offered a reassuring smile, though the lingering glances of suspicion from the other villagers weighed heavily upon her heart. 20. The Deep Ruins. The scent of roasted goblin meat permeated the air that night, mingling with the smoky aroma of the campfires. The villagers gathered around long wooden tables, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, a silent testament to their resilience and unyielding spirit. This meal, a reminder of their defiance, underscored the harsh reality that they, the humans, would survive no matter the odds. Lejiya, however, found little solace in the feast. The weight of her task loomed over her, pressing down with a relentless intensity. Could she truly turn the books back into human form? Her heart heavy with doubt, she excused herself early, retreating to the small, dimly lit house. 3 books lay on the table, their worn covers and thick spines a stark reminder of the lives trapped within. She picked up the thinnest one titled Freyadine, its pages yellowed and fragile. As she began to read, the day's exhaustion clawed at her, but she pressed on, driven by a desperate need to repay Bella for curing her. The words blurred as her eyelids grew heavy, yet she continued, her thoughts swirling with worry and determination. The musty smell of the old paper filled her nostrils, mingling with the distant echoes of laughter and clinking cutlery from afar. Shadows danced on the walls, cast by the flickering candlelight, creating an eerie, otherworldly atmosphere that mirrored her tumultuous thoughts. Lejiya knew she couldn't stop now. She owed it to Bella, to the villagers, and most importantly, to herself. As she delved into the depths of the written word, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, threatening to drag her into the realm of dreams. Yet, driven by a sense of duty and the promise of redemption, she persevered, her mind ablaze with the fervent hope of finding a solution. In the quiet solitude of her room, Lejiya's thoughts turned to her feline companions, the absence of their comforting presence a palpable ache in her heart. With a whispered incantation, she reached out across the ethereal plane, seeking solace in the shared connection with Vi and Vaughn. The scene shifted, unfolding before her like a tapestry woven from the threads of memory and longing. The whispering woods stretched out before her, a verdant expanse teeming with danger. "Can you hear me, Vaughn?" Lejiya's voice echoed through the tangled undergrowth, a beacon of light amidst the shadowy depths. Vaughn's response came as a ripple through the fabric of their shared consciousness, his words a comforting presence amidst the swirling chaos of thoughts and emotions. "Lei, I hear you. Are you hurt?" Lejiya's heart swelled with gratitude as she relayed the urgency of their plight, the weight of responsibility pressing down upon her like a leaden cloak. "No, Vaughn. I'm fine. We are trapped in a village in the Whispering Woods." V's voice joined the chorus, a beacon of warmth and reassurance amidst the gloom that threatened to engulf them. "I know that look. Is it Lei? What is going on?" V said. With a heavy heart, Lejiya recounted the events that had led them to this fateful moment, her words a testament to the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. "The woods is dangerous," Lejiya urged, her voice tinged with urgency. "Be careful of the harpies and stay away from the trees." Vaughn's keen gaze caught movement in the dusky sky, and Lejiya followed suit, her heart skipping a beat as she recognized the unmistakable silhouette of a winged creature wheeling above. It was a harpy, and its predatory gaze zeroed in on the location of the two cats with chilling precision. This creature had missed its chance earlier, but it would not make the same mistake twice. "That's a harpy," Lejiya warned, her voice ringing with urgency. "Run as fast as you can." The surroundings whirred, and Lejiya's connection with Vaughn broke. Lejiya was back in her room again, alone. She feared for the safety of her cats. Harpies were formidable foes, their strength and ferocity unmatched. Yet V and Vaughn possessed their own advantages, supernatural speed and agility that allowed them to slip through the shadows undetected. The next morning brought little solace to Lejiya as she faced the unchanged state of the books she had pored over throughout the night. Frustration simmered beneath her calm exterior, mirrored by the solemn expression etched upon Ixar's face. She had failed to turn Freya Dean human. "It's not safe here. We need to find a way out of here as soon as possible." Ixar voiced his concerns but didn't elaborate. The entire party was present to discuss a plan that could get them out of the village. Amidst their discussion, Ashla interjected with a revelation that sparked a glimmer of hope amidst the gloom. "Think about this," she began, her voice cutting through the air like a knife. "We can enter but can't get out. Means the enchantment doesn't work when someone enters from the outside." "Yes, we know that already, old lady," Sulis said. Ixar's brows furrowed in contemplation as he processed Ashla's words. "If the enchantment only works from the village's direction," he mused, "then we might be able to get out if someone pulls us from outside the village." Wanda's frustration bubbled forth unfiltered as she voiced her concerns. "That sounds good, but it could take months or years for someone to pass this way." Lejiya's eyes seemed to pierce through them as she mentioned her friends. "My friends might be able to help." Ixar's confusion was evident as he questioned her. "What friends?" Lejiya's smile held a hint of mischief as she clarified, "My cats. You met them before, at the castle." With a determined resolve, Lejiya sank to the floor, closing her eyes to focus her thoughts on Vaughn. It took moments before his voice echoed in her mind, accompanied by chaotic visions of trees rushing past as if in a panicked flight. Lejiya's heart clenched as she asked if it's safe to talk to him. Vaughn's response confirmed her fears. A treacherous tree and strange winged beings were on their trail. Guiding them with urgency, Lejiya instructed Vaughn to seek out the statue near the village's entrance. Lejiya watched anxiously as he bounded toward the entrance ahead of Vaughn, the allure of safety beckoning. But Lejiya's realization struck like lightning, and she called out desperately through her mind, "Stop! Do not pass the village entrance." Vaughn halted just in time, a mere few steps from the threshold, relaying Lejiya's warning to V. With a tense anticipation, Lejiya urged them to wait and stay away from cursed entrance imprisoning them within the village. As Lejiya's party neared the entrance, Miriam's eyes widened with delight at the sight of the two adorable cats wading beyond the fence, their perfectly round heads and small triangles. Both Vi and Vaughn's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of Lejiya, their roundish tails twitching with excitement. They longed to leap over the fence to her, but Lejiya's caution held them back, despite her own eagerness to embrace them. "Why don't you want us in?" Vaughn inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. Lejiya sighed, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Stepping past the village's entrance, she demonstrated, disappearing from their sight momentarily before reappearing within the confines of the village once more, as if she had just walked through the village entrance from the outside. "What should we do?" Vaughn's voice was laced with determination. Lejiya pondered for a moment before responding, her tone uncertain. "I'm not sure. No one has attempted this before. Try poking something past the entrance, but not all the way through. Use a stick or something." With caution, Vaughn approached, a stick clutched between his teeth. As the stick breached the barrier, Vaughn attempted to pull Lejiya out with it. Lejiya's vision darkened and she saw a black void with strange lights, staring at her from the abyss. Next thing she knew, she found Vaughn being yanked toward the village, tumbling to the ground alongside her. Breathless and shaken, Vaughn recounted feeling a force pulling him in and seeing the face of a monstrous entity during his attempt. Lejiya's own unsettling vision of the black void flooded back to her, visions of malevolence lurking at the edge of her consciousness. "I have seen it before. It's like the other," Lejiya mused, her voice tinged with dread. "There was a strange sensation when you tried to pull me out, Vaughn. I felt it in the Whispering Woods before the Harpies attacked and when Ixar and I were in that house, searching for Frinny." Miriam's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "You said the other. Do you mean the other from the Dragon Slayer story?" Lejiya nodded solemnly. "What is the other?" Wanda asked. "It's an extremely demon that guards the door to a secret chamber in the story. It is invisible and prevents anyone from leaving the chamber." Sullus furrowed his brow, his voice heavy with concern. "So, how do we defeat it if it's invisible?" Lejiya pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting into the distance before she spoke, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. "The other only reveals itself when someone takes the Sword of Angels from the chamber's altar." "All right. But unless my eyes are fooling me, I see no Sword of Angels here," Wanda said. "Not if I bring it here. I might be able to lure the other out if I hold the sword before the village entrance," Lejiya said. Ixar's voice cut through the silence, his tone thoughtful. "You intend to enter your dream and take out the sword?" Lejiya nodded slowly, acknowledging the challenge. "Yes, but there's a problem. I need the Dragon Slayer book to enter the story in my dream." Lejiya turned to Miriam. "Do you have it?" Sullus asked Miriam. "Let me see." "Oh no, I don't," Miriam said with disappointment in her eyes. Then, her eyes widened with realization. "Wait, I remember seeing a library when we were searching for the goblin at the southern region. We can try our luck there." "Let's go," Wanda said. Following Wanda's lead, they headed toward the southern region of the village and arrived at a small house isolated from the rest of the houses. Despite its small size, the few bookshelves within were packed with books. Most of them had pages nearly falling off. They searched through every book, hope flickering in their hearts. After what seemed like an eternity, Miriam's cry of triumph echoed through the room as she discovered a red book nestled in the corner of a shelf. A book with the words Dragon Slayer written on its cover in yellow. That night, as Lejiya was about to sleep, the books that lay on the floor near the wall reminded her that she still had not accomplished her task that Bella gave her. Deep in thought, Lejiya lifted the books and saw the fourth book at the bottom of the stack. Marian Lands was its title, the book she found in Ashla's abode. She lifted it, wondering if she would have better luck with it, seeing her previous attempts with the 2 books Bella had given her ended in failure. Lejiya's eyes traced the delicate script of Marian's story, each word pulling her deeper into the sorrowful tale. Marian was a peasant girl who lived in Eldermore Town. Since young, she yearned to grasp the world's hidden truths, to peel back the layers of reality and glimpse the forces that governed existence. But her passion, her insatiable curiosity, was met with scorn. Her family turned away, dismissing her dreams as childish fantasies, while peers whispered behind her back, their mockery sharp and unforgiving. The candlelight flickered as Lejiya read on, the wax pooling like the tears Marian had shed. She could almost feel the cold isolation Marian endured, the sting of rejection that seared her spirit. Yet, despite the pain, Marian pressed on, her mind a storm of questions, her heart burning with a desire to uncover what lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. But society's demands crushed Marian's ambitions, forcing Marian into a tough and mundane life, her dreams buried beneath the weight of others' expectations. Lejiya's heart ached, the tragic tale echoing her own fears and uncertainties. Marian's story, though distant, resonated deeply, leaving Lejiya with a lingering sense of loss and a renewed determination to pursue her own path. As Lejiya became sleepy, she placed the Dragon Slayer book beside her, its weight comforting in her hand. A vast expanse of darkness surrounded Lejiya as she opened her eyes again. She turned around and saw wide winding stairs leading up to a doorway where blinding white light glowed in its frame, a lone shape suspended in a near pitch-black setting. The scene looked familiar. As she pondered, she realized why. She had seen it in a drawing in the Dragon Slayer book. The drawing of the Deep Ruins entrance. She was inside the Deep Ruins, where the Sword of Angels was hidden. Lejiya's breath came in ragged gasps as she plunged deeper into the labyrinthine depths of the Deep Ruins, her senses overwhelmed by the oppressive darkness that surrounded her. The ancient walls, cracked and crumbling, seemed to close in on her, the silence heavy and suffocating. Shadows danced at the edge of her vision, flickering like malevolent specters ready to pounce. The air, thick with the scent of damp stone and decay, clung to her skin like a shroud, each breath tasting of mildew and forgotten horrors. She tightened her grip on the spindle pendant hanging around her neck, the purple threads glowing faintly in the dark. The spindle pulsed with a strange, otherworldly energy, a beacon in the suffocating blackness, and she drew strength from its familiar warmth. With a focused mind, she conjured a sword from the threads, the weapon materializing in her hand with a flash of violet light. Its blade, sharp and gleaming, cut through the air with a deadly hiss. Dark figures twirled from the shadows, their forms amorphous and writhing, eyes glowing with an unnatural, malevolent light. They surrounded her in a tight circle, their whispers echoing off the ancient walls, a cacophony of despair and madness. They were the dark spirits of those who had perished in the ruins on their doomed quest to seek the fabled Sword of Angels' sword. After death, they had become none other than grievous spirits, trapped and doomed to guard the ruins forever. Lejiya steeled herself, her heart pounding in her chest as she charged forward, the sword slicing through the air. The clash of steel against darkness rang out, a symphony of battle that reverberated through the ruins. Each swing of her sword required precision and strength, each strike met with the resistance of the spirit's ethereal forms. The battle was brutal, a back-and-forth struggle that tested her endurance and resolve. The spirits lunged at her with shadowy claws, their touch cold and searing, but she fought back with a ferocity born of desperation. The spindle's threads hummed with power as she conjured a shield to deflect a particularly vicious strike, the impact sending vibrations up her arm. Despite the spirit's relentless assault, Lejiya pressed on, her movements fluid and deliberate, a dance of survival in the face of overwhelming odds. With each spirit she vanquished, the darkness seemed to lift a little, the remaining spirits more desperate in their attacks. Her muscles burned with exhaustion, but But she couldn't afford to falter. Not now, not when the path forward was so close. At last, with one final decisive swing, she cut through the last of the dark spirits. The spirit dissipated into a cloud of black mist, its anguished scream fading into the void. Lejiya stood panting, her sword dripping with the remnants of the battle, her body aching from the exertion. She allowed herself a brief moment of relief, but it was short-lived. A flicker of movement caught her eye, and she turned to see a figure approaching, his silhouette barely visible in the gloom. The apprentice from the Dragon Slayer book materialized before her, his eyes wild with fear and suspicion. Without a word, he charged at her, his weapon raised. Lejiya barely had time to react, parrying his strike with her own blade. "Wait," she cried out, but the apprentice didn't pause. He came at her with renewed vigor, his attacks relentless and filled with a desperate energy that took her by surprise. Lejiya moved swiftly, deflecting his blows, her mind racing for a way to end the fight without causing him harm. He was skilled, but she had faced worse, and his rage made him reckless. She sidestepped a wild swing, her own sword flashing out to disarm him, but he twisted away at the last second, his determination unyielding. "Stop. I'm not your enemy." Lejiya's voice rang out, but the apprentice seemed beyond reason. With no other choice, she summoned the spindle's magic, purple threads weaving through the air as she channeled a burst of magic. The force of it knocked the apprentice off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground, his weapon skidding out of reach. Lejiya approached cautiously, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had just done. She didn't want to fight him, but she couldn't let him stand in her way. As she knelt beside him, she whispered, "I'm sorry, but I am here to help you." The apprentice, dazed but unhurt, looked up at her with confusion and fear, but the fight had drained out of him. Lejiya offered him a hand, and after a moment of hesitation, he took it, the tension between them easing as the darkness of the deep ruins receded into the background. "I know who you and your master want to defeat the dragon," Lejiya declared, her voice firm. "And I know you plan to obtain the Sword of Angels, Real." Real's gaze wavered with uncertainty. "How did you know?" "No matter, my master looks down on me," Real admitted, his voice tinged with bitterness. Lejiya's expression softened, her tone sympathetic. "That's not true. He plans to sacrifice his life to obtain the Sword of Angels, so that you can use it to defeat the dragon." Realization dawned on the apprentice, his eyes widening with horror. "It can't be." "In that case, I must stop him," he exclaimed, rushing past Lejiya toward a flight of stairs leading down. Following Real into the depths of the ruins, Lejiya saw a man in a grey cloak walking toward an archway of light. With quick thinking, Lejiya wielded her spindle, binding the master with its purple threads and pulling him away from the chamber's entrance. As the chaos subsided, Real turned to his master, his voice filled with remorse. "Master, why didn't you tell me you were coming alone?" "I'm sorry," Real murmured. The master was surprised to see his apprentice and regarded Lejiya with curiosity. "Who are you?" he asked. The apprentice's response was simple yet profound. "She's from another world. It was her who told me you are here." Lejiya stood before the master and the apprentice, determination etched in her features as she spoke, her voice resolute. "I need the Sword of Angels to defeat a demon in the real world." The master's eyes narrowed with reluctance. "But without it, there's no way to defeat the dragon. Seems there's only one choice. Let's have a duel. If you win, you can take the sword. But if you lose, I will," the master said. "You're not alone, master," Real said. "Fine," Lejiya said. With a swift movement, both master and apprentice lunged at Lejiya, their attacks relentless. Yet, Lejiya fought back with grace, evading their blows without inflicting harm. Eventually, The master ceased his assault, his gaze softening as he regarded Lejiya. "Stop. You are truly formidable," he admitted. "I know you were holding back. You deserve to have the Sword of Angels." Gratitude flooded Lejiya's heart as she nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. Be careful. Once you enter get the sword, there's no leaving unless you face the other," the master warned. "Will you be fine on your own?" Riel asked. "Yes. I will transport myself out of this world once I have the sword," Lejiya said. "Farewell." Entering the chamber, Lejiya wrapped her fingers around the Sword of Angels, levitating between two vertical slabs of glowing rocks. The chamber trembled as the door closed by itself and warped into darkness. Lejiya drew a loop around the Sword of Angels with her spindle's threads and awoke back in the village, her eyes drawn to the Sword of Angels hovering in a purple glow. Without hesitation, she reached out and grasped it, a surge of power coursing through her veins. Realization dawned on Lejiya as she realized the Marian Land's book was missing. She asked Ashlar if she saw the book, but she said she didn't. Ixar, as usual, wasn't around at this hour. Leaving the house, Lejiya looked around the village and around a bend. She overheard a woman talking to a man about a young girl she had never seen before. "Excuse me. May I know who is this girl you are talking about?" Lejiya asked the woman. "I don't know. Never seen her before," the woman said. "How does she look like?" Lejiya probed. "Well, she was wearing a green and white tunic with hair tied in a ponytail. She was asking me where Eldermore Town was. I told her Eldermore Town is a long way to the south, and she left just like that," the woman said. Determined to find her, Lejiya raced down the path toward the village entrance. After some distance, she heard the panicked voice of a girl nearby. "Let me go. I'll scream," the girl pleaded. Lejiya emerged from the shadowy embrace of the trees, her presence casting a gentle light upon the scene unfolding before her. Arumis, a figure of imposing stature, struggled to contain a young girl within his grasp. "You are not going anywhere," Arumis declared, his voice firm with determination. But the girl, her spirit unyielding, fought against his hold. "I said, let go," she exclaimed, her voice filled with defiance. Recognizing the girl from the illustration in her book, Lejiya stepped forward, her demeanor calm yet resolute. "You're Marian Lands, aren't you?" Lejiya inquired, her eyes meeting the girl's with a spark of recognition. Caught off guard by Lejiya's sudden appearance, the girl eyed Lejiya cautiously. "Yes. You're a Fae," she observed, her tone tinged with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. Lejiya reassured her with a warm smile. "Yes, but you don't have to be afraid of me," she replied gently, turning her attention to Arumis. "You can let her go. She's one of the books I found at Eldermore Town." I turned her back. Marian, still processing the revelation, took a moment to collect her thoughts. "I'm a book. You're a Fae. What's happening?" she requested, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Lejiya nodded understandingly, her gaze softening with compassion. "It's complicated. But you are not crazy," she said, extending a protective gesture toward Marian. "You were cursed and turned into a book 17 years ago. The curse spread across Reverium, turning most people into monsters and books. You've been trapped in a loop of your life that played up to the point the curse turned you into a book," she said with a solemn look on her face. "Wait. I need time to absorb all of this," Marian said. "I understand. I couldn't figure half of what happened either when I first learned the truth," Lejiya said. Grateful for Lejiya's intervention, Marian offered her thanks. "Thank you for saving me," she expressed sincerely. With Marian in tow, Lejiya made her way back to her house where Ixar and Ashlar awaited, and Lejiya introduced Marian to the duo. Ixar's eyes widened in realization. So, you succeeded in turning a book back to a human like you did to me, he deduced, his tone filled with wonder. Lejiya nodded in confirmation. Yes, exactly, she affirmed. Curiosity piqued, Ashla directed her inquiry to Lejiya. How did you do it? She asked, her voice brimming with intrigue. Lejiya's expression softened with uncertainty. I don't know, she admitted, her tone reflective. Ashla turned to Lejiya, her eyes filled with wonder. Don't rush it. Try to recap. What did you do differently when reading Marian Land's book that you didn't do for the previous books? Ashla inquired, her voice laced with anticipation. Lejiya paused, her mind retracing the events of the previous night. Difference. I was merely reading her story. Only difference was, I felt for Marian, she began, her voice tinged with introspection. I wished that she survived. Iksar interjected, his tone contemplative. It was likely this desire that turned Marian back, he suggested, his words carrying a weight of certainty. The magic of the mages react to the caster's emotions and thoughts. Maybe yours is similar, too. Lejiya nodded in agreement. If that's true, I believe I can free the others if I adopt the same mentality when reading their books. We should let Bella know, she asserted, determination shining in her eyes. Iksar's gaze fell upon the sword in Lejiya's hand, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Where did you get that? He inquired, his tone filled with intrigue. Lejiya recounted the events of her dream, her words weaving a tale of danger and determination. This is the sword of angels, she explained, her voice carrying a hint of awe. The sword that could make the demon that is trapping us reveal itself. Ashla, her expression distant, stared at the sword in a daze. As Iksar made to leave the house, Lejiya called out to him. Where are you going? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Iksar turned to face her, determination etched upon his features. I must let Bella and the others know, he replied, his voice resolute. We need to discuss our battle plan. Ashla and Lejiya exchanged a glance before following Iksar out of the house. At Bella's house, the assembled party members, including Gargan, Arumis, and a few other fighters, gathered in anticipation. Iksar relayed the information to Bella and her men, his voice steady with resolve. Lejiya suspects that we are trapped by a demon called the Other, he explained, his words drawing the attention of all present. Bella turned to Lejiya, her expression expectant. Do elaborate, she urged, her tone commanding. Lejiya took a deep breath, her gaze steady as she addressed the group. The Other seals doors and traps people in, she began, her voice projecting with surety. It only reveals itself when someone tries to take the sword of angels. So, I believe it will try to stop me if I hold the sword before it. Arumis sounded disappointed at the revelation, his tone tinged with skepticism. Is this purely speculation? He questioned, his voice filled with doubt. Yes, Lejiya said, and Arumis laughed, joined by Gargan. But it's plausible. If you know more than us, you are free to share your thoughts. Miriam interjected, her voice heavy with sarcasm. Arumis and Gargan ceased their laughter almost instantly. Then again, if it's really the Other that is keeping us in, then it will be a dangerous fight, she warned, her words echoing with the weight of impending peril. Even skilled fighters have died fighting it. 21. The Other. Bella turned her gaze to Lejiya, her eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight. So, how do we defeat it? Lejiya's lips parted, her words woven with a thread of caution. The Other is like a gaping maw, devouring all in its path. To vanquish it, we must destroy its core at the apex of its abyssal throat. But the core is visible only when it opens its maw. Gargan, ever eager for battle, spoke up, his voice tinged with confidence. "I'll just pry its mouth open." But Lejiya shook her head, her expression somber. "The other cannot be opened by force. It must open of its own accord. And when it does, we must strike its true eye, a yellow orb amidst a sea of false ones." A ripple of confusion coursed through the group as they exchanged wary glances. "The false eyes," Lejiya continued, "will ensnare their prey. We must avoid their grasp, lest we be drawn into the abyss of its maw." Bella nodded, her mind already formulating a plan. "This is a huge battle, and our fighters are too few." "Lejiya might be able to get us more fighters," Ixar said, and he revealed Lejiya's success in turning Marian Land's back. "Even if she could, she needs time to turn all of the books back. And most of them would be too disoriented and confused to grasp the situation, much less fight with us." "We have to fight the monster ourselves," Bella said. "So, what's the plan?" Wanda said. "Magic is our safest recourse. Gargan, Arumis, defend against the tongues. Wanda's, aim true when the eye is revealed. And when the moment comes, I will conjure an ice barrier to shield us from its suction," Bella instructed, sharing her battle plan. In the midst of the chaos, Wanda's voice pierced through the tumult. "I will shoot the blasted core." Bella's response came swift and resolute. "No, Ixar will. I'll make an opening in the ice wall for him." She glanced around at her companions, a silent invitation for questions. "Your ranged attack will be a vital support for the fighters from the side." The air thrummed with tension as each fighter pondered the impending battle, the weight of their decisions heavy upon them. "Only 11 of us," Bella continued, her voice steady amidst the rising apprehension. "4 archers, 4 close-ranged fighters, and 2 mages, myself and Ixar. Lejiya, you'll hide as soon as the demon reveals itself." "Understand." Lejiya nodded in agreement, her expression one of grim determination. With preparations complete, they awaited the appointed hour, the midday sun casting its golden rays upon the battlefield. As the fighters assumed their positions, Bella beckoned to Lejiya, who stepped forward with her sword of angels held high, its blade gleaming like a beacon in the light. Then, with a deafening roar, the earth quaked and a monstrous black wall materialized, enveloping the village entrance in its sinister embrace. Like the shifting scales of a serpent, the wall revealed its true nature, countless green eyes blinking open along its length, followed by a barrage of sinuous tongues lashing out at the frontline fighters. Gargan, Arumis, and their comrades danced amidst the chaos, blades flashing as they deftly parried the assaulting tongues, their movements a symphony of calculated grace. Meanwhile, the archers loosed their arrows with precision, aiming for the vulnerable eyes amidst the writhing mass. "Get out of there, Lejiya!" Bella yelled. A tongue lashed out toward Lejiya, its tip slicing through the air with deadly intent. With a nimble leap, she evaded its grasp, the sword of angels flashing as it severed the appendage, causing it to recoil with a hiss. Amidst the tumult, a cry of triumph erupted from one of the archers. "There it is!" Lejiya's gaze followed the archer's outstretched finger, locking onto the sight of a lone yellow eye peering from the darkness. In an instant, Wanda's arrow found its mark, the eye shuttering closed with a guttural groan. But the victory was short-lived as the wall morphed once more, jagged fangs sprouting forth in a lethal display. In the heart of the chaos, a gaping maw yawned open, a gateway to oblivion. As chaos unfurled around them, Ixar's voice cut through the tumult, sharp and urgent. "Take cover," Ixar shouted, his words carrying a note of desperation. Bella's focus was unwavering as she conjured an ice wall, a barrier against the encroaching darkness. But before they could take solace in its protection, a fierce wind swept through the air, threatening to pull them into the abyss. "Ixar!" Bella's voice rang out above the din, her command clear. "I'm ready." Ixar's response was resolute, his eyes fixed on the task at hand. With a deft crack in the ice, Ixar positioned himself, ready to strike. Yet, as the fireball surged forth, a sense of disappointment clouded his features. The other remained unscathed. Through the small opening, a sinuous tongue shot forth, a lethal serpent seeking its prey. Lejiya and Ixar darted in opposite directions, narrowly avoiding its deadly embrace, while Gargan swung his axe with primal fury, cleaving through the appendage with a thunderous crash. As they regrouped, the question lingered heavy in the air. Why was the demon still standing? Lejiya's voice was grim as she voiced her uncertainty. Perhaps it takes more than one blow. But the gate was not content to wait idly by. With a wild frenzy, its tongues lashed out with newfound agility, ensnaring two of their comrades in their grasp. One was freed, but Gargan struggled against the relentless grip, his efforts to save his comrade in vain as the archer's arrow found its mark. "Help me!" The trapped swordsman's plea echoed through the chaos, desperation tinging his voice. But Bella's command was swift, her tone weighted with resignation. "Run, Gargan. You can't save him." It was too late. As Gargan sought refuge behind Bella's ice wall, the demon's gaping maw opened wide, a yawning abyss hungry for souls. The trapped swordsman was sucked into its depths, his screams haunting the battlefield. The scene was one of chaos and desperation, each fighter grappling with their own sense of helplessness amidst the onslaught. Ixar focused once more, ready to unleash his power, but before he could act, the ice wall began to crumble under the demon's relentless suction. With a desperate grasp, Sullus pulled Ixar back from the brink, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. Yet, as Ixar unleashed his fireball, the demon's maw snapped shut, the flames dissipating into nothingness. Amidst the chaos, Bella's hands danced with intricate motions, weaving frost and ice into a makeshift barrier. Yet, the process was sluggish, the magic sluggish, as if weighed down by the darkness that threatened to consume them all. Ixar's voice rang out above the cacophony, a note of urgency laced with desperation. "Hold your fire." Not yet. But his warning came too late. The archers, their nerves frayed by the relentless assault, unleashed their arrows in a desperate bid for respite. The result was chaos, fighters caught in the grasp of the demon's writhing tongues, their struggles futile against the suffocating grip. The remaining fighters, their fury stoked by the sight of their comrades' plight, fought with wild abandon, their blades slashing through the air in a frenzied dance of defiance. Ixar and Bella, their minds united in purpose, unleashed their magic upon the ensnared fighters, flames licking at the tendrils that held them captive. With a concerted effort, they freed those ensnared, their actions a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. But even as their efforts bore fruit, the ice wall remained incomplete, a fragile barrier against the demon's insatiable hunger. As the demon's maw yawned open once more, a torrent of wind threatened to pull them into its abyssal depths. With grim determination, they clung to the remnants of the ice wall, their hands grasping for purchase against the relentless suction. Yet, amidst the chaos, Lejiya felt herself torn from her precarious perch, hurtling toward the gaping maw. Panic surged through her veins as she struggled against the inexorable pull, her gaze locking onto Ixar's. In a heartbeat, Ixar's hand shot out, a barrier materializing before her, suspending her in mid-air. Their eyes met, a silent exchange of understanding amidst the turmoil. But the strain was evident upon Ixar's face, his muscles tense with the effort of maintaining the barrier. Lejiya's voice, though wrought with urgency, was steady as she implored him to release her. "Let me go. Trust me," she urged, her gaze unwavering as she aimed her sword at the core above. And in that moment, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, Ixar made his choice. With a resolute nod, he released the barrier, allowing Lejiya to soar toward her purpose, a lone figure against the encroaching darkness, her resolve unyielding in the face of despair. Lejiya's sword sliced through the very essence of the other's malevolence. With a primal roar, she plunged the blade deep into its core at the ceiling of the demon's maw, suspending herself, the sword acting as her only anchor in the swirling tempest of darkness. As the other groaned and began to dissipate into misty tendrils, Lejiya fell, her descent halted by a barrier conjured by Ixar. Panting and exhausted, the fighters exchanged silent glances, the weight of their victory heavy upon them. Lejiya rose, her steps carrying her toward the village entrance, and beyond. Sulla's laughter echoed through the air, mingling with the cheer of the remaining fighters. Vi and Von flew, circling around Lejiya in excitement. After the battle, the villagers, once wary and distant, now saw Lejiya in a new light, some hailing her as their savior, offering food and camaraderie. For the first time, she felt a sense of belonging, the feeling of isolation momentarily lifted. Lejiya stepped into her small, cluttered house, the comforting scent of herbs and old parchment greeting her. Marian's face brightened upon seeing Lejiya. "You're back," Marian said, relief evident in her voice. "Yes, and we can finally leave this village," Lejiya replied, her voice hushed. "Are you planning to return home? The road back to Eldermore Town is too dangerous." Marian frowned, considering Lejiya's words. "You have a point. I might not survive more than 5 minutes out there," she said, sighing. "I'll stay and follow you." Lejiya hesitated, a knot of worry tightening in her chest. "Marian, I'd like you to follow, but where I am going is even." Before Lejiya could say more, Bella entered, along with Arumis and Gargan. Bella's stern expression softened slightly as she approached Lejiya. "I was wrong about you," she began, her tone uncharacteristically gentle. "Thank you, Lejiya, on behalf of all the villagers, for regaining our freedom." Lejiya shifted uncomfortably, feeling the weight of Bella's gratitude. "I just did what I thought was right for everyone," she mumbled. Bella's eyes glinted with determination. "You've brought hope to us just when I thought there was none left." Lejiya nodded. "I didn't really do much. It was everyone's effort. But I will give it my all to keep everyone safe." Bella glanced at Gargan and Arumis, who exchanged satisfied smiles. "That's what I need to know. We will arrange better lodging for you, one that's befitting of your prowess." Lejiya's heart pounded as she tried to find the right words. "Thank you, but I need to leave. I have to go to the cathedral." Bella's expression hardened. "Plans change. Furthermore, it would be a waste to throw your life away on a meaningless quest." Ixar stepped into the room, his presence commanding attention. "It's not meaningless," he declared, his voice firm. Behind him followed Wanda, Sullus, Miriam, and Ashla. Bella's eyes narrowed. "You can leave if you want, but Lejiya stays. Nothing but death awaits anyone who dares to tread that accursed place. The Fae King will come for her. When he does, he will kill everyone here for holding her captive," Ixar replied, stepping closer to Lejiya. Bella scoffed. "The Fae King is unlikely to come for a mere servant." "Enough said. It's decided." Ixar's eyes blazed with intensity. "Lejiya is not a servant. She is the daughter of the Fae King." Gasps filled the room. Bella's face contorted with a mix of shock and disbelief. "Interesting. If that's true, we can use her as a hostage, just like you did. We'll force the Fae King to accept our terms." Ixar shook his head. "Doing that will only enrage him further and put everyone in danger." Bella's voice turned steely. "That's a chance we have to take." "And what if I refuse?" Ixar challenged. Arumis lunged forward to grab Lejiya, but Ixar's dagger flashed out, clashing with Arumis' lance. The room erupted into chaos. Gargan attacked Ixar, forcing Sullus to intervene. Wanda joined the fray, her swift movements aiding Sullus against Gargan's formidable strength and defensive power. The clash of steel filled the air, the sounds of grunts and labored breathing punctuating the violent struggle. Wanda's swordsmanship danced against Gargan's unyielding defenses, while Sullus' relentless strikes chipped away at his opponent's armor. A powerful punch from Gargan sent Wanda crashing to the ground, her body skidding across the rough wooden floor. Lejiya winced, feeling the impact as if it struck her own bones. The scent of burning wood and sweat filled the air, mingling with the acrid tang of magic. Sullus, distracted by Wanda's fall, took a brutal blow from Arumis' lance, the sharp metal slashing Sullus' skin on his arm. Arumis, relentless, moved to strike down Sullus. His lance descended with lethal intent, but the stroke rebounded off Ixar's invisible barrier, a shimmering shield between Arumis and Sullus. Flames ignited along the barrier, forcing Arumis to step back, his expression twisted in frustrated rage. Lejiya's heart pounded as she watched Ixar shift the fiery barrier, deflecting Gargan's advancing attack. The fire on the barrier wavered, struggling against Bella's icy magic. Shards of ice, jagged and glistening, protruded from all directions around Ixar, stabbing inward with deadly precision. "Stop, Bella!" Lejiya yelled, her voice barely audible over the din of the battle. Lejiya dashed toward Bella with the Sword of Angels raised, but a decisive wind smacked Lejiya off balance. Ixar's face contorted with concentration as he boosted his fire magic, flames roaring to life in a failing attempt to melt the solidifying ice. Sweat dripped down his face, the effort of sustaining the magic evident in every strained muscle. Ashlar's voice cut through the cacophony. "Mages are supposed to protect the people, not hurt them. You have no right to be a mage," she said, her gaze piercing Bella. A chill enveloped Gargan, his body trembling uncontrollably. Arumis, confused, stepped forward with his lance, but stopped abruptly, choking as black tendrils wrapped around his chest. Bella conjured a blue fire, the intensity of the flames growing in her hands, as she scanned the room for signs of the black tendrils' wielder. Ashlar turned to her, and Bella clutched her head in agony. Bella's blue fire dispersed as she lost her balance, still holding her head. "Stop," she pleaded. "Only if you and your fools back down," Ashlar demanded, her voice strained. "Who are you?" Bella asked, struggling to her feet with the help of Gargan and Arumis. "That is none of your concern," Ashlar replied, her voice icy. "I will kill anyone who tries to hurt my companions again. I hope I've made myself clear." Defeated, Bella nodded, and Ashlar lifted her spell. Lejiya and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their perceptions of Ashlar shifting in the wake of her revelation. Until now, she had been nothing more than a seemingly eccentric wanderer. None of them had anticipated her hidden magical prowess. A moment of silence lingered after Bella left the house with Gargan and Arumis. "Thanks," Ixar said. "I didn't know you can use magic." "I'm a mystic," Ashlar admitted, her voice tinged with a mixture of resignation and apprehension. Sullus frowned, his expression grave as he considered the implications of Ashlar's revelation. "There aren't many mystics around," he mused. "They're rare and dangerous." "Dangerous," Miriam echoed, her voice laden with concern. Wanda nodded solemnly. "Yeah. It was said they dabble in forbidden magic, and keep their identities hidden," she added. Ashlar's gaze flickered across the group, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. "You're right. I was the Queen's mystic," she confessed, her words hanging heavily in the air. "Why didn't you tell us?" Lejiya's voice cut through the stillness. Ashla's gaze turned inward, her eyes distant as she pondered the weight of her words. Mystics aren't exactly popular among the common folk, she murmured, her voice a soft melody that hung in the air like a delicate thread. Some folk think we're born of darkness, that our magic is tainted by evil. She sighed, a soft breeze blowing through the windows. And others, they just see us as tools to be used and discarded, like toys in the hands of children. She shook her head, a bitter smile playing upon her lips. To protect myself, I chose to keep my secrets close. Why didn't you use your magic on the werewolves? Miriam asked. Ashla's gaze flickered, her eyes heavy with secrets too weighty to bear. I couldn't outlast so many werewolves, she began, her voice a mere whisper that hung in the air like a fragile thread. Using dark magic takes a great toll on the soul. It could kill me if I'm not careful. She paused, her words laden with the weight of centuries. That's the price we pay for our power. It nearly killed me in the past. Lejiya's brow furrowed, her expression a mask of confusion. Why use it now? Wanda pressed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Ashla's lips curved into a wistful smile, though her eyes remained somber. She holds the key to the freedom of the people and those trapped in books, Ashla murmured, her voice a soft echo in the stillness of the house. I don't know if it's just an old woman's hunch or premonition, but I don't think your being here is a coincidence. I think fate had chosen you to put an end to this curse. Ashla met Lejiya's gaze, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity. That is why I risked it, because you are more important than any of us here. Ixar's voice cut through the silence, his tone laced with a hint of desperation. Do you know what happened to the Queen? He asked, his words hanging in the air like a lingering whisper. Ashla's expression darkened, a shadow passing over her features like a fleeting cloud. I was tasked by the Queen to cast a powerful curse on a ring, she began, her voice heavy with regret. She said she needed it to take down the evil witch, Carmilla. She paused, her gaze falling to the floor. But I only realized too late that the ring would be Carmilla's wedding ring, the one the prince would put on her finger. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms like sharp talons. Carmilla succumbed to the ring's curse, but not before unleashing her own curse upon the kingdom. She looked up, her eyes haunted by the ghosts of her past. I felt guilty for creating the instrument that led to Reverium's downfall. I've been dreaming of myself wearing a ring in a cathedral, and it always ended with me dying, Lejiya confessed, her voice a soft murmur that hung in the air like a delicate mist. You said that Carmilla succumbed to the ring's curse. That seems to be what I was experiencing in the dream. Could that mean I am Carmilla? Lejiya said. No one spoke at length, as everyone seemed uncertain how to react to Lejiya's speculation. But Carmilla is human, not a fae, Ixar said. I know, Lejiya said, hesitant. Ixar is right, but I must admit I sensed something about you. It reminded me of Carmilla. I don't know what exactly it was, Ashla said. Didn't you say there was another person in your dream? Miriam said. A woman in white. Yes. As I was dying in my dream, she called out to me. To find her before it's too late, Lejiya said. A woman in white telling you to find her. It's likely she wanted you to go to the cathedral, Ashla said. It's also likely to be a trap, Sulla said. Could the woman in white be connected to Carmilla? Miriam said. I don't know. So much doesn't make sense. But I felt a powerful feeling when I saw her. It's like she is a part of me, Lejiya said. Part of you. What if that woman in white is a remnant of Carmilla trying to lure you back? The tragic state of our world is evidence of what she can do. What if to protect herself before she regains her full strength, she disguised herself as someone no one would recognize, like a fae? Sullus said. If so, wouldn't killing her now be a wise option? Wanda said, eyeing Lejiya with a glance that seemed to conceal malice. No. We don't know for sure until we go to the cathedral, Ashla said. Ashla's right. For all we know, this is a lie the myth maiden made up to fool us, Ixar said. There's more to this than meets the eye, Ashla said. Take me with you, she implored, her voice trembling with urgency. I must know if Carmilla still walks among the living, and what dark purpose drives her. Then what about us? Miriam said, turning to Wanda at her side. This is no ordinary quest or foe. It will be a shame for you to die before you reach the cathedral, Wanda said. So, you mean, you are going? Miriam said. Yes. Don't tell me you want to break up with me right now. Wanda teased with a straight face. No way. Miriam protested, and Wanda stroked Miriam's cheek with her fingers. What about you, Sullus? Miriam said. Isn't it funny you are asking me when all of you have already decided? Sullus said. Both of you won't last a day without me. Yeah, right, Wanda said. Lejiya's eyes sparkled with joy, her lips curling into a triumphant smile. Thanks, everyone, she said, her voice ringing with determination. In the days that followed, Lejiya worked tirelessly, her magic weaving through the pages of the books that Bella handed her, transforming them back into their human forms. These were the only books Bella and her men could find in the village. The rest of the villagers were believed to have turned into monsters when the veins touched them. A total of 18 people were freed from the curse, their gratitude for Lejiya palpable as they regained their humanity. Resting beneath the canopy of the forest, the newcomers cast curious glances at Lejiya. Some were thankful, while others cautious. Lejiya's gaze held steady, her voice unwavering as she spoke. I understand why you're looking at me like that. But I know nothing about what happened 17 years ago. I wasn't born at that time, but I want to know the truth and find out who I really am. That's why I am going on this journey. One of the warriors, suspicion etched on his face, asked, How can we be sure you're not lying and working for the witch? Ixar, stretching his arms over his head by the doorway, had heard enough. I can vouch for her. She helped me escape the castle and the Fae King. I took her hostage along the way, and she doesn't have the Fae's power. Lejiya huffed at his words, irritation flickering in her eyes. Several hunters stepped forward, volunteering to join the fight against Carmilla. 3 wielded swords, 2 men and 1 woman. 2 others carried bows, and another hefted a massive hammer. We'll set out early in the morning before the Fae come looking for Lejiya, Ixar announced, his tone brooking no argument. As they gathered the villagers to share their plan, the atmosphere shifted. Bella didn't seem too pleased with Ixar's decision to take a handful of the fighters with him despite the fact that Ixar had asked to take more. However, she remained more silent than usual, with Arumis and Gargan at her side, as usual. The scent of roasting meat mingled with the fresh evening air, the last dinner in this village before Lejiya's departure tinged with a sense of purpose. The dangers outside the village seemed to be temporarily forgotten, replaced by a restored hope. No one wanted to consider the possibility of failure. 22. Wrath of the Fae. I've been wanting to ask, how does your book magic work? Can you take anything you want out of your dreams? Miriam began, her tone laced with fascination as she popped a piece of bread with a slice of meat into her mouth, her eyes alight with curiosity. It's a gift I've possessed for as long as I can remember, Lejiya responded, her voice carrying a distant quality, as if reminiscing on a distant past. I can enter the story of the book that I am touching when I am asleep. I draw a boundary using the threads of my magic spindle around the subject I wish to extract from the dream to reality. The boundary has to be a closed loop for it to work, and once I close the loop, I wake back in reality with extracted subject. But the dream realm is unpredictable. I can only guide myself to a general spot within the desired location within a story. So, you can basically extract anything you want. Can you lend me your magic spindle? Sulis said. I can't. It only exists when I am in the dream world, Lejiya said. Pity. How about extracting a table of sumptuous feast or an almighty weapon for a change? That way, we don't have to worry about survival, Sulis said. It's not that simple. I can't specifically decide what to dream about in a story. And even if I manage to find what I want to extract, other things in the story may try to intervene, Lejiya said. You are saying things like the characters in the story? Ixar said. Something like that, Lejiya said. Can't you control them since it is your dream? Sulis said. No. I can only navigate the dream world through my conscious thoughts. The characters, places, and objects in the story play out the way they are in the story. For example, I can't change how a story's character thinks or acts, or turn a potion into a sword, Lejiya explained. Well, enough talk about me. How about you guys? Tell me about yourselves. Seeing no one took the lead, Miriam spoke. My parents owned a library in a village far to the north. I stayed indoors and read most of the time. I didn't have any real friends. Fun fact. My mom told me Carmilla used to work in the library and she loved to read too. Sulis nodded, adding, that explains why the monsters we've seen are all from existing tales. He sighed deeply, raising his cup. To everyone, he toasted before drinking. Miriam's eyes grew distant as she continued. When the curse broke out, a monster broke into our house. My dad carried me and hid me away in the attic. Not long after, I heard my mom screaming. My dad smiled and told me we were playing the quiet game, and whoever did not speak would win. Before climbing out of the attic, he put his finger to his lips and smiled. I waited and waited until the light seeped in through the window, but neither he nor Mom returned. That was the last time I saw them. Lejiya could almost feel the chill of that attic, the oppressive silence, and the creeping dread that must have consumed Miriam. Miriam's voice quivered but held firm. I went to the library to look for them, passing dead bodies down the streets. A vampire attacked me when I was in the library, and if not for Wanda, I would have faced the same fate as the villagers. I'm forever in her debt. Wanda, acknowledging the debt but deflecting praise with a subtle nod, swayed her head in acknowledgement. That was the best decision I made in my life. Sulis and I wouldn't have made it this far without your knowledge of the monsters. That's all from me. So, who's next? Miriam said, her gaze stopping at Sulis. Are we really doing this? Sulis surveyed the faces of the party. Fine. I was an orphan. I fought and stole food to survive until I met a blacksmith. He was the only person who did not think I was some hopeless trash. He taught me the art of swordsmanship before he died. I was about to take over his shop, but the curse came and ruined any chance of that. Your turn, Archer Girl. I grew up on a farm at the kingdom's border. We had a peaceful life. One day, I went out to the fields to play. Suddenly, I heard screams and saw a blinding flash. Before I knew it, my parents were lying at the doorstep. A monster was walking away. I thought my parents were asleep. I called out to them, and for a long time, I thought it was a nightmare and that I would wake up any time and see them smiling at me again. Turned out it was a nightmare I could never wake from. They weren't asleep. They were dead, killed by a demon that would continue to haunt my dreams till this day. Since that day, I vowed to avenge my parents and fight those that prey on the weak. Lejiya met Wanda's gaze, which looked friendly and menacing at the same time. Sulis turned his piercing gaze toward Ixar, the wizard among them. "What's your story, wizard?" Sullus said, his voice carrying the weight of expectation. Ixar, his expression unreadable, shrugged indifferently. "There's nothing much to say. I've been learning magic from my mother since I could read," he replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Curiosity sparkled in Lejiya's eyes as she leaned forward. "Did you like learning magic?" she inquired, her voice gentle. Ixar's response was terse. "Preference had little meaning in my world," he stated flatly. Lejiya persisted, her curiosity undeterred. "Is there any particular memory about learning magic that you remember fondly?" she pressed. Ixar's gaze drifted momentarily into the distance before he spoke again. "I think my first recollection of magic comes from a book I read titled Go. It's about a young stable boy who dreams of becoming strong. He had no talent in sword or magic. People laughed at him. His only friend was his horse. Eventually, he accepted his lack of talent and became used to the villagers' despise for him. One day, a demon came to the village. Anyone who tried to leave the village was shot dead by the cursed light from its chest. The village's most powerful swordsman, archer, and mage battled against the demon, but they were not the demon's match," Ixar recounted, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, the tranquility of their conversation was shattered by a commotion from outside. The door flung open, and a man stumbled in, blood oozing from a wound on his shoulder. He collapsed to his knees, grimacing in pain. "What happened?" Ixar lifted the injured villager's head. "They killed them both. A man, with brown skin and silver hair. Like hers," the man muttered between labored breaths, staring at Lejiya. Bella, swift and decisive, rose and hurried to injured villager. "Where is he?" "Damon," she demanded, her voice urgent. "In the woods." "They will reach here soon," Damon said before succumbing to his injuries. "Gargan, tell everyone to hurry to the underground hideout and stay there," Bella commanded, her tone brimming with authority. Marian's voice quivered with fear as she whispered to Lejiya, "Was that man talking about a Fae? Why did the Fae kill his friends?" Lejiya's expression darkened as she replied, "It's a long story." Bella's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Those who can fight, come with me. We will make the Fae pay," she declared, her words ringing with determination. Lejiya's voice pierced through the tension that hung heavy in the air. "Wait, I will talk to them. My father will listen to me," Lejiya insisted, her tone firm with determination. Bella's response was swift and decisive. "And let you return to the Fae King and lose our leverage against him," she retorted, her voice tinged with mistrust. "You are staying with us." Lejiya's eyes flashed with defiance. "That's the only way. If a fight breaks out, a lot of people will die," Lejiya argued. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the village as panicked villagers scrambled to seek refuge in the underground cellar. Arumis, acting on Bella's orders, seized Lejiya forcibly. She struggled against his grip, her desperation evident. Ixar intervened, his voice a warning. "Let her go," he commanded, his gaze steely with determination. But Arumis remained resolute. "She's our only hope against the Fae," he countered, his voice hardened by the gravity of the situation. As Bella called for Ixar to join her in the defense of the village entrance, Lejiya watched him with conflicted emotions. She saw the hesitation in his eyes before he rushed off to confront the looming threat alongside Bella. Left behind, Lejiya found herself being led to a house by Arumis, where she witnessed the frantic rush of villagers seeking refuge in the dark basement below. With a surge of determination fueled by her concern for Ixar's safety, she seized the opportunity to break free from Arumis' grasp when he was momentarily distracted. Ignoring the frantic chaos around her, Lejiya sprinted through the village streets, her heart pounding with apprehension. Yet, as she turned onto the main path leading to the village entrance, an eerie silence enveloped the air, unsettling her senses. Ahead, she caught sight of two lifeless figures lying motionless on the ground, their bodies bearing the scars of battle. Further down the road, the clash of steel and the cries of villagers filled the air as they fought valiantly against the onslaught of the invaders. Villagers were tossed about like ragdolls by the merciless Fae, their desperate struggle against overwhelming odds painting a grim picture of the dire situation unfolding before Lejiya's eyes. As chaos reigned in the village, Lejiya's heart clenched at the sight of a villager being mercilessly slaughtered by a Fae. Anguish twisted her features as she witnessed another villager, consumed by fury, charging at the Fae with nothing but a fork in hand, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrade. In a flurry of movement, Ixar unleashed a searing fireball at the Fae, his magic crackling through the air. The Fae, undeterred, turned to face him, its sword slashing through the air with deadly precision. But Ixar's quick reflexes saved him as he ducked just in time to evade the lethal blow. Meanwhile, Bella descended upon the scene, conjuring ice shards to rain down upon the Fae from above. Yet, the Fae countered with a ring of white light that melted the ice before it could strike, leaving Bella's attack futile. Undeterred, a brave villager joined the fray, his determination matching that of the seasoned fighters. Together, they launched a coordinated assault against the Fae, forcing it to leap back and reassess its strategy. But their respite was short-lived as the imposing figure of the Fae King himself came into view, his presence casting a chilling shadow over the battlefield. With a glance, he recognized Ixar, his eyes burning with fury. With a wave of his hand, the Fae King summoned a spiraling motion that dispersed Bella's flying ice shards. Meanwhile, Ixar retaliated with a burst of fiery energy, his magic aimed squarely at the Fae King. But the Fae King, with a single outstretched hand, effortlessly absorbed the fiery onslaught, redirecting it back toward its source with terrifying force. Caught off guard, Bella, Ixar, and another fighter were thrown back by the explosive impact, their defenses shattered by the overwhelming power of the Fae King's magic. Amidst the chaos, Wander attempted to intervene, loosing an arrow at the Fae King. However, his efforts were thwarted as another Fae intercepted the arrow with a swift stroke of its sword, its presence adding to the mounting odds against the beleaguered defenders. "Stop," Bella spat, her voice laced with contempt, "or you will never see your daughter again." The Fae King raised his hand, and the other Fae halted. "Where is she?" "Stop!" Lejiya shouted, her voice carrying across the battlefield in a desperate bid for peace. "Don't hurt them. Lejiya, are you all right? Come to me." The Fae King called out. "I'm not going anywhere with you. You lied to me. The Fae are just servants of the Myth Maiden." "She was the one who unleashed the curse," Lejiya retorted, her anger palpable in the way her voice quivered with righteous indignation, her nostrils flaring with fury. "No, that's not the way of it. There's more to the truth than you know," the Fae King countered, though his words held a hint of resignation, as if he knew convincing her would be an uphill battle. "And you expect me to believe you? I heard what you said to Chand at the secret library. You called her name, Carmilla. You also knew I was cursed and dying, but you didn't tell me." Lejiya's voice trembled with hurt and betrayal, her grip tightening around the hilt of her sword, ready to defend herself against any further deception. "It's not what you think. I didn't tell you because I have my reasons," the Fae King explained, his tone tinged with sorrow, his hand extended in a futile gesture of fatherly love. "I don't believe you anymore. All that you've said about the humans and the world is just a lie." "I'm sorry, father. I won't come with you," Lejiya declared, her resolve firm as she pressed the blade of her sword against her throat, a silent threat hanging heavy in the air. Just then, Sullus, Gargan, and Arumis, accompanied by a few fighters, burst onto the scene on horseback, their arrival stirring the stillness of the village like a tempest, their mounts snorting and pawing at the ground. "Don't do this, Your Highness. The king will never hurt you," Chan pleaded, his voice filled with concern as he urged her to reconsider. Without a word, Ixar held out his hand, erecting a wall of fire between the Fae and the humans. Ixar rose and mounted one of the horses. "Come," he said, with his hand reaching out to Lejiya. With a final glance at the wall of fire where beyond stood the Fae king, she grabbed Ixar's hand and rode to the left of the village entrance. As the fences came into view, Bella, who was leading on horseback, smashed the fences to bits to make a small opening wide enough for them to ride through. As they rode, the whispering woods seemed to come alive in the night, the trees whispering secrets that danced on the wind, the dappled moonlight filtering through the dense canopy casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor. But there was no time to savor the haunting beauty of their surroundings, for danger lurked in every shadow, their only chance at survival lying in outrunning their relentless pursuers. The Fae, blessed with the gift of flight, pursued them with relentless determination, their wings slicing through the air with an otherworldly grace, their eerie cries echoing through the forest like the lament of lost souls. Lejiya observed with a mixture of dread and determination as the Fae darted among the canopy, their wings shimmering in the light of the moon. She imagined seeing the Fae clearly if she were to link her mind with V or Vaughn. One of the hunters aimed an arrow at the Fae perched in the branches above. Before the arrow could find its mark, however, the Fae unleashed a beam of light, melting the projectile mid-air with a flicker of radiant energy. The Fae descended from their lofty perch, their movements fluid and graceful as they confronted the hunter with a deadly intent. Despite the hunter's frantic attempts to retaliate, his arrows flew wide of their mark, each miss widening the gaping maw of his impending demise. Bella's voice, calm yet urgent, urged them forward, her words punctuated by the steady rhythm of hooves on uneven ground. "Focus on evasion," she had said, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Lejiya felt the dense air of the forest give way to a more open, yet foreboding, expanse. The oppressive canopy of tangled branches and shadowed leaves thinned, revealing a vast wilderness beyond, stark and unforgiving. Wanda, riding close beside Lejiya, frowned. Her voice, tinged with doubt, cut through the tension. "What's your plan, mage? We can't stay out here, exposed. The veins will find us," Wanda said to Bella, her words hanging in the air, a reflection of the unease that gnawed at all of them. Bella remained silent, her expression unreadable as she pressed forward, not offering any reassurance or explanation. The silence between them thickened, filled only by the sound of their steeds and the wind that whispered across the barren land, carrying with it a chill that bit into Lejiya's skin. As they rode, Lejiya's eyes scanned the landscape, her mind racing through the possibilities that Bella's cryptic strategy might involve. The wilderness stretched endlessly, a sea of parched earth and skeletal trees spaced far apart, with no shelter in sight. Yet, in the distance, she noticed something. An area of dark gray, looming shapes that broke the monotony of the horizon. At first, they seemed like distant rocks or perhaps the gnarled remains of ancient trees, but as they drew nearer, she realized they were more than just mere formations. Ixar and Bella unleashed a barrage of spells upon their pursuers, their magic weaving through the air like a symphony of destruction, slowing the Fae's relentless advance. Meanwhile, Ashla tapped into the depths of her dark magic, shrouding their enemies in a veil of darkness and confusion, obscuring their vision and hampering their pursuit. The night sky became devoid of stars the farther they went. At this rate, the Fae would catch up with and kill them all. Lejiya told Ixar to slow down for the others to ride ahead. She knew the Fae would not harm her. Just as Ixar slowed his horse down to let the others pass, a beam of white light, aimed toward Gargan's horse, nearly struck Ixar's horse, and Ixar steered left to evade it, causing Lejiya to fall off the horse. Ixar called out to Lejiya, wanting to turn around, but Lejiya told Ixar to continue riding. Lejiya ran as fast as she could as Chand raced toward her in the air. Lejiya lost sight of Ixar and the others. She knew there was no escaping from the Fae King's clutches this time when her feet felt something different about the ground. At first, it felt like she was floating, but then she realized she wasn't. She was sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. She looked around, calling out to Ixar, but no response came. There was nothing but thick grey mist before her. She held her breath as her head sank into the ground. She fell a long way down in what seemed like a flying sensation, and she could see a blurred face of the Fae King screaming her name in a muffled voice that seemed to get more distant by the second. Lejiya fell dizzy as she landed on soft surface that turned out to be grass. She looked around and saw a faint white mist lingering all around. There was barely any light except for a dark blue ambient that encompassed the surroundings filled with strange-looking plants and foliage. Suddenly, Lejiya sensed a presence nearby and heard rustling sounds. She turned around. "Who's there?" she asked, her sword at the ready. "It's me." A cloaked figure came into sight among the shadowy foliage. Lejiya felt a surge of relief to see Ixar. "Seems we shook them off," Sulis remarked, as he and the others approached from Lejiya's side. His voice tinged with relief as the tension of their narrow escape began to ebb away. "What is this place?" "Something doesn't feel right," Miriam muttered. Her hands clutched tightly around her bag at her waist as if seeking solace in its touch. "Is it just me, or did anyone feel like they were drowning?" "I felt like I was sinking into the ground," Lejiya said. "Yeah. I thought we stepped onto quicksand or something," Sulis said. "I guess that's all of us." This area was supposed to be a forest, or at least the area above was, Ixar said, his gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar surroundings with a sense of unease. "Look at that." Wanda pointed above them, where thin wisps of clouds hovered in the dark blue sky, except it wasn't really a sky. A sky couldn't be this low, like it was only the height of 5 to 6 tall trees away. "I don't think that's the sky. Did we fall through that? More important than what's above is where we are. Why is there a place like this underground?" Sulis said. "A world beneath the ground," Ashla muttered. "Fascinating. By the way, did any of you guys pass this way before?" Lejiya said, looking at the trio. "No. To prevent the veins detection, we avoided the open as much as we could. So, we stayed close to the mountains to the east," Miriam said. "It's useless cracking our brains over such matters. The Fae could be their way down. We must move on," Bella declared, her words a resolute beacon of determination amidst the encroaching shadows of uncertainty. At her side, as usual, were Gargan and Arumis. 23. The Monster Prince. Trudging through the trail amid crooked plants, Bella attempted to summon fire magic to light their path, but her efforts were in vain. Frustration furrowed her brow as she tried again and again, but the magic refused to answer her call. "What's wrong?" Ixar's voice cut through the dead silence. Bella shook her head, her lips twisting in dismay. "My magic won't work," she confessed, her tone heavy with concern. "Let me try mine," Ixar said, his spirited and charming eyes peering at his palm. Nothing happened. "Mine's not working either." Lejiya's mind raced, her thoughts darting like panicked birds in flight. If both Bella and Ixar were unable to wield magic, then it wasn't a matter of ability. "It's not us," Bella murmured, her gaze scanning the shadowed foliage around them. Ixar nodded in agreement, his eyes narrowing as he considered the eerie stillness of the place. "Something about this place," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Bella nodded, her jaw set in determination. Ashla's hand brushed against the narrow bark of a crooked tree shaped like an axe slightly taller than a grown man, her senses prickling with unease. "There's something here," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the sound of their footsteps. "Something that nullifies magic." "How do you know?" Arumis said. "Dark magic is connected, and mine senses this place is filled with it," Ashla said. Ixar and Bella readied their weapons, the weight of their daggers a reassuring presence at their sides. Without hesitation, Ixar passed one of his twin daggers to Ashla, his movements swift and precise. "Keep these close," Ixar said. "Hope you don't have to use them." "Thanks," Ashla said, taking the daggers with her slightly wrinkled hands. Meanwhile, Lejiya gripped her sword tight, the metallic hilt warming beneath her touch. A soft glow enveloped the blade, casting a gentle light in the darkness. Surprised by the unexpected radiance, Lejiya's eyes widened in astonishment. "What in the world?" Sullus said. "I didn't do anything. It just glowed on its own," Lejiya said, her voice filled with wonder. Ashla's gaze flickered to the glowing blade, a sense of awe mingling with curiosity. "Seems the anti-magic spell here does not affect your sword," she observed, her tone hushed with reverence. Bella's voice broke through the tense silence, her words a stark reminder of their precarious situation. "Fae, stay in the center," she instructed, her tone urgent. "That way, everyone will be able to see." With a nod, Lejiya moved to obey, the sword's light casting long shadows across the soiled ground. But as she took her first hesitant step, her gaze fell upon the ground ahead, and she froze in shock. The sight that greeted them was grim and unsettling. Corpses lay scattered, their lifeless forms clad in armor. Ixar frowned, his eyes narrowing as he studied the fallen soldiers. "I don't recognize this insignia," he said. Miriam took a cautious step back, her breath catching in her throat as a sense of dread washed over her. Wanda's gaze followed her movement, her brow furrowing in concern. "Do you recognize something?" Wanda asked, her voice soft with concern. Miriam halted in her tracks, her fingers diving into the depths of her bag with a knowing look. "Lejiya, can you spare me some light?" Miriam asked, her voice threaded with urgency. Even Wanda's inquiry failed to rouse a response from her. From amidst her collection of weathered books, Miriam extracted a black book, its cover worn with age. The title, embossed in gold lettering, read "The Monster Prince." With a sense of urgency, she flipped through its pages, the paper rustling softly beneath her touch, until her fingers came to rest upon a passage near the beginning. Tracing the lines of text with trembling fingers, she read aloud, her voice carrying through the stillness. "These are soldiers of Hill Falls," Miriam declared, her words heavy with revelation. "The tale speaks of a prince, cursed for his arrogance after pilfering a magical flower from the Hollow Garden." "What are you saying?" Bella said. "I'm saying this is the very place that the Hill Falls soldiers were slain in the book," Miriam said. Lejiya's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling as she spoke. "So you're saying, this place is the Hollow Garden," she murmured, her tone filled with incredulity. Miriam nodded solemnly, her gaze fixed on the group. "Yes," Miriam confirmed, her voice heavy with dread. Before she could elaborate further, Arumis interjected, his impatience evident in his tone. "You're not making sense, girl. Get to the point," Arumis demanded, his voice edged with irritation. Lejiya shot him a sharp glance, a silent warning to hold his tongue, while Wanda mirrored her sentiment with a stern look of her own. Unperturbed, Miriam continued, her voice steady despite the interruption. "The creatures of the Hollow Garden, they've been turned into terrifying monsters," she explained, her words hanging heavy in the air. Sullus' response was resigned. Oh, great, he muttered. But that's not, Miriam began, only to be cut off by Arumis' brusque dismissal. I've no interest in wasting time listening to bedtime stories, Arumis declared, his tone brooking no argument. We'll face whatever monsters that come our way, with or without magic. This doesn't make sense, Ashla interjected, her brow furrowed in confusion as she voiced her doubts. What do you mean? Ixar inquired, turning to face Ashla, curiosity glinting in his eyes. The Fae could easily defeat us even without magic. I don't understand why they would stop the pursuit, Ashla reasoned, her voice tinged with skepticism. Miriam nodded in understanding, her gaze thoughtful as she considered Ashla's words. Magical creatures can't enter the Hollow Garden, Miriam explained. Wanda let out a frustrated sigh. So, it only forbids magical creatures? What about mages? I don't think it applies to humans, only fantasy creatures, Miriam said. Lore is such a pain, Wanda remarked, her annoyance evident in her voice. Glaring at Lejiya, Wanda posed a question. What about her? Isn't a Fae a fantasy creature? Miriam shook her head. I don't know. Maybe there's more we don't know about, Miriam conceded, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Sullus offered a different perspective, his tone thoughtful as he voiced his theory. Well, maybe it's because of some other reason. Like the Fae are just scared because they're no good without their magic. Or maybe the Veins left a loophole in its lore, he suggested, though Miriam seemed unconvinced by his conclusion. As they continued their journey, Lejiya's curiosity bubbled to the surface, prompting her to seek answers. Why is the book called The Monster Prince? Lejiya asked Miriam. Miriam's expression darkened. The prince turned into a ravenous monster after he took the forbidden flower. The soldiers that entered the forest to find him were all viciously killed by him, she explained. So, does that mean the monster prince is still here? Lejiya pressed, her eyes wide with apprehension. Miriam nodded solemnly, her gaze fixed on the treacherous terrain before them. I believe so. The curse forbids him from leaving, Miriam confirmed, her steps careful as she navigated the twisted roots and menacing undergrowth. Gargan, ever eager for battle, wasted no time in voicing his enthusiasm. Good. Time to flex our muscles, he declared, his tone brimming with confidence. But Bella's warning cut through the air like a cold wind, her words a stark reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. You two should take cover if a fight breaks out, so you don't become a liability, Bella cautioned, her gaze flickering between Lejiya and Miriam. Lejiya couldn't help but notice the similarities between Bella and her brother, their shared coldness and irritability painting a portrait of their familial bond. Despite this, she found herself more tolerant of Ixar, his demeanor less grating than that of his sisters, whom she had only known for a few days. Lejiya and her party continued on their way through the Hollow Garden, a place where the boundary between the real and the surreal blurred into a disorienting dreamscape. The air, unnaturally still and devoid of life, pressed upon them like a heavy shroud, yet it was paradoxically absent, as though they were moving through a void. The landscape stretched around them in a bizarre tableau, a paradise plundered of vitality, with oversized branches looming overhead like the skeletal remains of ancient giants. The twisted limbs arched and coiled in unnatural trajectories, creating a labyrinthine canopy that dwarfed Lejiya and her companions, reducing them to the size of insects scurrying beneath the colossal, distorted flora. Wanda's eyes flicked nervously from one grotesque plant to another, her voice a tense whisper. Is it me, or are the plants really moving? Lejiya followed Wanda's gaze and saw it, a subtle, rhythmic motion, as though the massive branches, grotesque flowers, and misshapen leaves were breathing, expanding and contracting with a silent, eerie cadence. She shivered, an instinctual unease crawling up her spine. Stay alert. This place isn't what it seems, Ixar said. Miriam, walking at the rear, raised a hand in warning as Gargan reached out toward a strange, pulsating flower. "Don't touch anything," Miriam commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Gargan frowned, drawing his hand back. "Why not?" "Some of these plants," Miriam said, her voice low and laced with caution, "aren't plants at all. They're monsters in disguise, lying in wait for the unsuspecting. By the way, does the monster prince have any weaknesses?" Lejiya's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, her words echoing in the stillness of the forest. "Yes, but he will never reveal it. We should move quietly. Big movements may alert the monsters in the forest," Miriam advised, her tone laced with caution. "Be cautious and alert of everything around you. We can't use magic to fend off our attackers from this moment on," Ixar warned, his voice low with urgency. As they pressed forward, Vaughn suddenly purred, staring at the darkness between plants shaped like cross swords. "What's wrong?" Lejiya said. Lejiya directed her sword's light toward Vaughn, revealing a sinuous form slithering on the ground. Though its features were obscured by shadows, its movements were unmistakably menacing. With a swift motion, the creature lunged at Ashla, its grip vice-like as it dragged her across the forest floor, forcing her to relinquish one of her daggers. Ixar intervened at once, hacking at the slithering vines pulling Ashla, which split after a few blows but darted toward Ixar and wrapped around his leg. Meanwhile, Gargan found himself beset by moving vines, their sinewy forms writhing with unnatural vigor. Despite his efforts to hack them apart, they continued to multiply, their persistence proving unnerving. The vines turned their attention toward Gargan, dragging him and Ixar to a looming threat hidden amidst the base of a large crooked tree. With Wanda's guidance, Lejiya steadied her sword, her gaze fixed upon the monstrous flower lurking in the shadows. With a steady hand, Wanda unleashed a single shot, aiming for the flower's mouth. Though the flower groaned in pain, its grip remained unyielding, dragging Ixar and Gargan ever closer to its waiting jaws. Ixar fought furiously, his dagger striking out against the encroaching vines, while Gargan swung his axe with reckless abandon, their efforts a desperate bid for survival against the insatiable hunger of the garden's monstrous guardian. Wanda fired another arrow, her movements swift and sure, but the creature showed no signs of relenting. Meanwhile, the others continued to hack away at the resilient vines that encroached upon them. Unable to stand idly by, Lejiya sprang into action, dashing toward Ixar with her sword raised high. With a powerful swing, she brought the blade crashing down upon the vines, ensnaring his legs. The light from her sword erupted, igniting the vines and sending flames dancing across the grass. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the monstrous flower in its wake. As the vines relinquished their hold on Ixar and Gargan, a sense of relief washed over Lejiya, but Wanda's warning brought her crashing back to reality. "This isn't over. The fire will now alert the other monsters," Wanda cautioned, her voice strained with apprehension. Before they could catch their breath, a distant, bone-chilling growl reverberated through the garden, sending shivers down their spines. "It's him, the monster prince," Miriam exclaimed, her voice trembling. "We need to get away from here now. Move." Bella's command cut through the air like a whip, spurring them into action. They darted from tree to tree, their movements swift and silent as they sought refuge from the approaching threat. But the rustling noises grew louder, filling the air with an ominous sense of dread. Lejiya's gaze darted around frantically, searching for cover amidst the chaos. "There!" Ixar called to Lejiya. Spotting a nearby rock, Ixar grabbed Lejiya's hand and threw themselves beside the rock. Heavy footsteps echoed through the gray, dreamy surroundings, accompanied by an eerie, guttural sound. Beside her, Ixar waited motionlessly, his eyes in utter focus as he faced her. A shadow loomed overhead, drawing closer with each passing moment. Panic surged within Lejiya, threatening to overwhelm her senses, but she clung to her sword. Its glow was drawing the monster prince's attention. "Stop. Diminish," Lejiya said to the Sword of Angels, but its glow remained bright as ever. Without hesitation, Ixar sprang to his feet. "Hey!" he yelled in the direction of the approaching shadow, his movements fueled by instinct as he sprinted away from Lejiya. But the monstrous figure descended upon him at a frightening speed, its grotesque form illuminated by the dimming light of her sword that she tried to cover with her body. Lejiya knew she couldn't let Ixar sacrifice himself for her. Gripping her sword tightly, she rose to her feet, her resolve steeled as she prepared to confront the monster prince. The monster prince surged forward with relentless determination, his presence casting a dark shadow wherever he went. Lejiya went after the monster prince's shadow and saw Ixar's figure standing between two trees shaped like axes, turning back to face his pursuer. Lejiya watched in awe as Ixar danced around the charging monster prince with uncanny agility, his daggers gleaming in the dim light. But the monster prince's strength was overwhelming. With each strike, it sent chunks of bark flying from the trees, its claws slashing through the air with deadly precision. Ixar's dagger found its mark, slicing through the monster's arm, but it was a fleeting victory. Before Ixar could react, the insidious vines snaked around him, ensnaring him in their suffocating grip. Lejiya could only watch in horror as he struggled against the tightening coils, his desperate gasps filling the air. With a swift motion, Lejiya lunged forward, her sword aimed at the monster prince's heart. But he effortlessly deflected her blow, sending Lejiya crashing to the ground with a forceful shove. Arrows flew out of the gloom toward the monster prince, but they merely glanced off its thick hide, leaving no mark. Lejiya's heart sank as she watched Wanda's desperate attempts to wound the seemingly invulnerable monster. Then, with lightning speed, the monster prince lunged toward Wanda, his fury palpable as he tore the arrows from his back. More fighters rushed forward, their weapons glinting in the dim light as they unleashed a barrage of strikes against the monster prince. Gargan's axe cleaved through the air, while Arumis wielded his lance with deadly precision. Bella and the other hunters joined the fray, their determination unyielding as they fought tooth and nail against the relentless onslaught. The chaos of battle raged around Lejiya as she stood torn between the urge to fight and the desperate need to flee. Sulla's firm grip on her arm halted her, his voice cutting through the cacophony of clashes and roars. "Go with the others. We'll find you when it's safe," he urged. Miriam's words echoed Sulla's plea, urging Lejiya to abandon the hopeless fight. "I know how you feel, but we will only be a burden to them if we stay. We must find some place to hide," Miriam implored, her voice tinged with resignation. But Lejiya's resolve burned bright within her. "I can't just leave them to die," Lejiya said. How was the monster prince defeated in the story? It was the princess. She was the one who killed him, Miriam explained, her voice heavy with doubt. "How?" Lejiya asked. The monster prince regained a part of his humanity when he saw her. That opened up a small area in his chest to reveal the magical flower. That was when the princess shot him with an arrow and killed him, Miriam revealed. But it's no use. The prince only softens when he sees the princess. I need to enter the story and bring her out. Lejiya looked over her shoulder to check where the monster prince was. You need to fall asleep to do that. It could be all over by the time you come back, Miriam said. It's the only way, Lejiya said. I have to try. These are mystic lavender. A few whiffs will make you fall asleep almost instantly. Just don't breathe in too much of it, or you might never wake up, Miriam stated. I need the book too, Lejiya said, and Miriam rummaged through her bag frantically under the light of the Sword of Angels and took a black book out. As Lejiya lay beneath the canopy of trees, she clutched the monster prince book to her chest. "Ready?" Miriam asked. Lejiya nodded, her heart pounding in her chest as she prepared to embark on a journey into the unknown. "Yes," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the rustle of leaves and the distant cries of battle. Under the faint white glow of the Sword of Angels, the lavender leaves emitted a soft, ethereal light, casting a calming aura over the tense scene. The scent of the mystic lavender filled the air, its soothing fragrance drifting through the darkness of the garden. Lejiya's eyelids grew heavy as she succumbed to the gentle embrace of drowsiness. Moments passed, yet despite her efforts, sleep eluded her, leaving her trapped in a restless state of wakefulness. She turned to Miriam, defeated and weary, her heart heavy with worry for her friends. "It's not working," Lejiya admitted, her voice tinged with frustration, her gaze fixed on Miriam's troubled expression. As the sounds of battle gradually faded into the distance, the gravity of their situation weighed heavily upon them. Sulla's sudden appearance only added to their sense of urgency, his grim determination evident in his wounded form. "Why are you two still here? Didn't I tell you to run?" Sullus urged, his voice strained with pain as he urged them to flee. But Miriam's concern for Sullus outweighed her fear, her voice trembling with worry as she pleaded with him to reconsider. "Wait. You're hurt," she exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern. Sullus' response was firm and resolute, his resolve unwavering in the face of danger. "A swordsman doesn't back down from a fight. I will hold the monster back," he declared, his words laced with a sense of finality. With that, he vanished into the shapes of plants. With a heavy heart, Lejiya followed Miriam as they fled into the gloom of the crooked foliage, their footsteps echoing in the silence of the night. A distant scream broke out. It was Sullus. Tears streamed down Lejiya's cheeks as she kept on running. Lejiya didn't dare to imagine Ixar's fate, his body lying among the others, Bella, Wanda, Gargan, and Arumis. Then, Lejiya realized that Miriam was nowhere to be seen. Panic surged within her chest as she turned to search for Miriam, her sword casting an eerie glow in the darkness. "Miriam! Miriam!" Lejiya called out softly, her voice barely audible above the rustle of leaves. And then she saw it, drops of blood staining the grass, a silent testament to the horrors that had unfolded here. Lejiya took a few more steps, her eyes catching the familiar form of Miriam lying on the ground, propped against a tree. Her lifeless eyes stared into the distance, devoid of the warmth and curiosity they once held. Tears welled up in Lejiya's eyes as she knelt beside Miriam, gently closing her eyes with a trembling hand. The unmistakable sound of the monster prince's approach sent a shiver down Lejiya's spine. She could almost feel its thorny vines tightening around her throat, cutting off her breath. Desperation gripped her heart, and she closed her eyes, willing this nightmare to end. Her fingers brushed her neck, and to her astonishment, she felt the spindle pendant hanging there. A spark of hope ignited within her. This was a dream. Summoning her courage, Lejiya stood and ran, the monster prince's heavy footsteps echoing behind her. She reached for the Sword of Angels, its hilt cold and reassuring in her grip. The monster vines lashed out, wrapping around her waist with a crushing force, but Lejiya swung the sword, slicing through them. Gasping for breath, she didn't waste a second, drawing a loop with the spindle in an anti-clockwise direction instead of her usual clockwise direction. The space within the loop shimmered, revealing a bright glow from another location. Without hesitation, she leaped through the loop, the monster prince's roar fading behind her. Lejiya landed inside a grey-walled castle, the air thick with the scent of dust and age. She guessed this was the castle from the Monster Prince book, its towering walls and shadowy corridors filled with an eerie silence. She moved swiftly through the back passages, her footsteps echoing off the stone floors. Each room she checked was empty, the oppressive silence adding to her growing anxiety. Finally, she approached a large chamber with double doors towering 50 feet tall. They stood ajar, just enough for her to slip through unnoticed. Inside, the throne room stretched out before her, grand and imposing. There on the throne, the princess sat regally, surrounded by vigilant guards. As Lejiya ran toward her, desperation clear in her eyes, the guards nearby moved to intercept, their expressions stern and unyielding. "Stop right there," one guard barked, his sword drawn and ready. Lejiya struggled against their grip, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "I need your help to stop him." "There is no time to explain," she pleaded, her voice cracking with urgency. The princess, intrigued by the urgency in Lejiya's tone, motioned for her guards to stand down. "Who are you? And who is this him you speak of?" the princess demanded, her voice tinged with skepticism. "I'm not from this world," Lejiya began, her words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "But I've come to bring you back to stop the monster. I mean the prince. He's turned into a monster, and only you can stop him from killing my friends." The guards laughed, their mirth echoing through the grand hall. "I just saw the prince this morning," the princess retorted, her blonde highlights shimmering in the overhead light. "He looked perfectly fine. I can have you executed for your slanderous act, not to mention trespassing." Lejiya's focus began to fade. Her vision blurred, the princess's face becoming a hazy silhouette. Something must be disrupting her sleep in the real world. Summoning her focus, she broke free from the guard's grasp with a sudden burst of energy. Her movements were swift as she aimed to get close enough to the princess. Arrows whizzed past her, missing by mere fractions of an inch. She could feel the air part with each shot, the deadly projectiles coming from every side. Drawing the Sword of Angels, she deflected the arrows, the metallic clang resounding through the chamber. Her heart pounded as she climbed the stairs, each step a battle against her own dwindling consciousness. Finally, she reached the princess, placing the sword against her delicate neck. "I wouldn't come any closer unless you want her to bleed out right in front of you." "I'm not bluffing," Lejiya said, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. The blade pressed into the princess's flesh just enough to draw a thin line of blood, making the guards freeze in their tracks. Dizziness overcame her, the edges of her vision turning foggy. She focused and stepped back from the princess, summoning her last reserves of strength to draw a loop around the princess figure with her spindle. The air shimmered with a bright glow as she closed the loop, the room dissolving into a blur of light and shadow. Lejiya awakened with a jolt, Miriam's urgent voice piercing the darkness. "Lejiya, wake up. We have to go now." Blinking rapidly, Lejiya looked around. "Where is she?" she asked, her voice thick with confusion. Miriam looked around. Suddenly, the princess appeared beside her under a huge shrinking blue orb of light, looking somewhat disheveled. "Where am I?" the princess said. "The last thing I remember was you holding me hostage." "Guards. Seize her," she said before whirling around and realizing there were no guards but bizarre-looking trees. "I mean no harm." "We need your aid," Lejiya implored, urgency tinging her words as the ground trembled under the monster's growl. "What was that?" the princess asked, her complexion paled with fear. "We have to go. You're the only hope," Lejiya insisted, clasping the princess' hand firmly. Guided by the sounds of battle, Lejiya led them to the fray, where the monster loomed over Bella, reaching his hand for Bella's throat. "Prince, the princess is here." Lejiya's voice cut through the chaos. The monster prince turned, dropping Bella, who struggled for breath, to regard Lejiya and the princess. "Reginald," the princess called at the monster prince, hoping to reach the man trapped within the beast. As the monster prince drew near, the others braced themselves, weapons at the ready. A growl filled the air, startling Lejiya and the princess. But then, unexpectedly, he reached out, touching the princess's face gently. As the monster prince's chest revealed the glowing flower, Bella gestured urgently to Wanda, positioning her for a crucial shot. Meanwhile, the monster prince, overcome by a sudden frenzy, raised his hand menacingly toward the princess. Lejiya instinctively pushed her out of harm's way, and they tumbled to the ground as the monster thrashed about in a wild struggle against his own affliction. Amidst the chaos, the princess approached him, softly calling his name until, gradually, his agitation subsided. Miriam, sensing a shift, urged everyone to lower their weapons. The princess shot Lejiya a confused stare, and Lejiya gently nodded for the princess to try talking to the monster prince. "Reginald, it's me, Amelia. Can you hear me?" the princess said. The monster prince stood still, his hands on his head with eyes closed. "I don't know what happened, but I know you're suffering and afraid." The monster prince opened his eyes and looked at the princess, as if it understood what she said. He emitted a soft growl, which put everyone on edge. "Amelia," he called softly. With his black monstrous hand, he reached out to stroke the princess' cheek. Bella, who was standing in the background, quietly signaled for the party to slip away unnoticed. Gently, the monster prince lifted the princess and carried her in his arms. Wanda readied to fire at him, but Lejiya threw her hand in the air, mouthing at Wanda to wait. Wanda held on to the string of her arrow but did not take the shot. The monster prince turned and surveyed the group around him. "Why did you come here?" he said. Seeing that no one answered, Lejiya took the lead and said, "We were being pursued and we fell from above." Lejiya pointed at the dark clouds stirring above. "We just want to cross this garden and be on our way," Lejiya said. "Cross? There's no crossing this place," the monster prince said. "Not even if you can fly beyond that accursed sky. It can't be." "There must be a way," Lejiya said. "What is he saying?" Sulla said to Lejiya while everyone else observed silently. "He said we are trapped here for good," Lejiya said. "This place traps you and makes you forget who you are. Soon, you will all become hollow vessels, wandering these endless woods, like me," the monster prince said. "Unless you get out." "But didn't you say there's no way out?" Lejiya said. "I said you can't make your way across this place." "I didn't say there's no way out," the monster prince said. "Then, how do we get out?" Lejiya said. "Follow me," the monster prince said. "He wants us to follow," Lejiya announced, motioning for the others to join. The monster prince moved with swift, sure steps through the hollow garden, cradling Amelia as if she weighed nothing. The rest of the group followed in his wake, their footsteps eerily muted on the spongy earth. Lejiya glanced around at the grotesque flora that crowded them on either side, the plants twisted into unnatural shapes, axes, swords, jagged spears, all looming over them like grim sentinels. The air, thick with a sickly sweet scent, clung to her skin, and every breath she took felt tainted by the lingering decay. They halted at the base of an enormous inverted tree, its sprawling canopy rooted in the ground, its trunk stretching skyward like a colossal column. Lejiya's eyes traveled up the bark, noting the dark grooves etched into its surface, each one seeming to pulse with a faint, malevolent energy. The sky above, a murky, starless void, pressed down on them with a suffocating weight. The monster prince's voice broke through her thoughts. "To leave this place," he began, his tone matter-of-factly, "one must have a companion. A true companion who truly sees you as one. Without that bond, you will never escape." Lejiya's heart sank at his words, a sense of unease curling in her gut. She cast a furtive glance at her party, the weight of the monster prince's declaration heavy on her mind. Her thoughts were interrupted when Ashla stumbled, her balance faltering as her face paled. Instinctively, Lejiya reached out, steadying her. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. Ashla managed a weak smile, nodding. "I'm fine, just tired." Ixar stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the group. "We should rest for the night," he suggested, his voice calm yet firm. "We'll need our strength to leave tomorrow." Arumis, ever the skeptic, shook his head. "We can't linger here. The Fae could catch up at any moment." Some of the other fighters murmured their agreement, their expressions tense. But Ixar stood his ground, crossing his arms. "Even if we leave now, we'll be too exhausted to run or fight if we run into them. It's more dangerous up there than it is here." Sullus nodded in agreement, his face a mask of calm resolve. "Ixar's right. We need to rest and consider our next plan." Bella, after a moment of consideration, said, "Let's rest up for now." The monster prince, who had remained silent during the exchange, finally spoke, his voice laced with a quiet menace. "Sleep here, and you'll be food for the monsters. Take shelter at my place, or you won't survive the night." "What is he saying?" Ixar said. "He's telling us that it's not safe to sleep out here. He wants us to take shelter at his hideout," Lejiya said. With that, he led them toward a large hole nestled within a sloping hill, hidden beneath a tangle of leaves. Lejiya's heart raced as she walked into the tunnel, her sword illuminating the darkness with a faint purple glow. The tunnel eventually opened into a cave-like space, the air thick with the stench of rotting leaves and decaying animals. The walls, made of compacted soil, teemed with wriggling worms and insects, their yellow, red, and black bodies glistening ominously. The sight made her skin crawl, and she forced herself to focus on other things. As they settled into the cramped space, Lejiya found herself sitting in a lonely corner, while the others grouped together. The monster prince cradled Princess Emilia close. Bella sat with Arumis and Gargan, speaking in low tones. Sullus, Wanda, Miriam, and Ashla sat together, Ashla resting with her eyes closed, exhausted from the day's events. The remaining fighters kept to themselves, murmuring quietly as they rested their weapons at their sides. Lejiya's thoughts wandered as she sat there, her mind consumed with doubt. The monster prince's words echoed in her head, a constant reminder of her fear that she didn't belong. She cast a glance at the others, their easy camaraderie making her feel like an outsider. Would she be able to leave this place, or was she truly alone? Ixar's return pulled her from her reverie. He sat beside her, his presence oddly comforting in the silent gloom. He reached into his pack and handed her a potato, the gesture simple yet thoughtful. "Got any left for yourself?" Lejiya asked, her voice soft. Ixar shrugged, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Worry about yourself." Lejiya took the potato, the warmth of it grounding her in the present. As Lejiya sat against the rough earthen wall, peeling away the thin skin of the potato, her thoughts began to drift like shadows across her mind. The simple act of eating should have brought her comfort, yet with each bite, her unease only grew. She couldn't shake the lingering doubt that gnawed at her. Had she made the right decision when she had snuck into the secret library and taken Ixar's book? The memory of that night, shrouded in the gloom of the library's ancient walls, flickered in her mind. She had been driven by curiosity, a need to understand, but now that curiosity felt like a regret, a weight she couldn't lift. She sighed, her gaze distant as she stared into the dim glow of her sword. Ixar's voice broke the silence, his tone flat but not unkind. "What's on your mind?" Lejiya hesitated, the words caught in her throat. But the darkness around them, the heavy air of the hollow garden, made her feel small and insignificant, like she had to speak, or she'd be swallowed by her thoughts. "Why is the world so full of death and suffering?" she finally asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Ixar leaned back, his expression unreadable as he considered her question. "That's reality," he replied, his voice steady. "It's been this way even before the curse. All living beings are prey to old age, sickness, and death. It's the way of the world." Lejiya frowned, unsatisfied with his answer. "But what meaning is there in a life like this?" She looked at him, searching for some spark of hope in his eyes. Ixar shrugged, his gaze fixed on the dirt floor. "I've never concerned myself with such questions. Thinking about them doesn't change anything. We survive because we must, fulfilling our duties until death greets us." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "It's like the curse. There's no meaning in why so many died or why families were torn apart. It just happened. All we can do is accept it and keep fighting to survive." Lejiya chewed on his words as she thought about Vi and Vaughn, whom she had extracted from their story. She knew they would one day vanish, just as the other V's and Vaughns before them. They were the sixth version she had pulled from the book, each time weeping at their departure and rejoicing when she brought them back. But the new V's and Vaughns would never remember the times the previous ones had shared with Lejiya, never know the grief that weighed on her heart each time they disappeared. What if she was like them, a character plucked from a story? Would she vanish, too, when her time was up? The thought chilled her more than the damp air of the cave. The farewells in the world felt final, a stark contrast to her painful but temporary separations from Vi and Vaughn. Here, death was a one-way journey, with only memories left behind, a bleak reminder of life's impermanence. "I can't accept this kind of life," Lejiya said, her voice trembling slightly. "Even if I can't find meaning in it, I'll end this curse and right the wrongs of the Fae." Her resolve solidified in her mind, like the embers of a dying fire flaring up once more. Ixar tilted his head, his expression inscrutable. "Do you regret turning me back from my book?" he asked, his tone neutral, as if the answer mattered little to him. Lejiya looked at him, then back down at the potato in her hand. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice quiet as she tore off a piece of the potato, offering portions to Vi and Vaughn. As she ate, tears welled up in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks despite her efforts to hold them back. Vi, sensing Lejiya's distress, rested her head on Lejiya's knee, while Vaughn lowered his head, his ears drooping in shared sorrow. Deep down, fear clawed at her heart. Fear of death, of being despised and alone, of the possibility that she might be Carmilla. The thought of it twisted inside her, a dark, gnawing presence that she couldn't escape. While she cried, her sobs barely audible in the stillness, Ixar's voice reached her through the haze of her emotions. "I'm sorry," Ixar said. "For what?" Lejiya said, slightly choking on her words. "For everything," Ixar said, his words tinged with a rare softness that caught her off guard. She didn't respond, too lost in her grief to acknowledge the weight of his apology. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she drifted into an uneasy slumber, her mind a tangle of fear and uncertainty. When she awoke, it was to the sound of footsteps, the rustle of movement in the cramped space. Lejiya blinked away the remnants of sleep, realizing with a jolt that more than half of the party had already left. Only Ashla, Wanda, Miriam, the monster prince, and Amelia were in the cave. The monster prince noticed Lejiya stirring and met her gaze, his expression inscrutable. Without a word, he gestured for her to follow, leading her out of the hideout and back into the dim light of the hollow garden. The twisted branches of the upside-down tree loomed overhead, casting long, dark shadows across the barren ground. Gathered beneath the sprawling, twisted roots of the inverted tree, Lejiya could feel the weight of the hollow garden's ancient gloom pressing down on her. The monster prince, his features shadowed by the dim, ethereal light filtering through the dense canopy, turned to her with a grave expression. "Choose your companions carefully," he said, his voice low, almost reverent in the stillness. "Step onto the inverted canopy, one group at a time." Lejiya relayed his message to the rest of the group. The others began to move. Bella's group, ever decisive, approached the canopy first. As they set foot on the darkened branches, Bella, Arumis, and Gargan faded into the mist, leaving only the faintest trace of their presence behind. Next, the other fighters followed, vanishing in much the same way, leaving just two groups, Lejiya's and the monster prince's. Lejiya felt a pang of anxiety as she glanced at the prince, his solemn eyes reflecting the dim light. "You and the princess should go next," Lejiya suggested, hoping to keep the team together, but the prince shook his head, his gaze steady. "I'm forbidden to leave this place," he replied, his voice carrying a tone of resignation that cut through the heavy air. "Take the princess with you. Look after her." The sadness in Lejiya's heart deepened, a sorrowful note echoing in the quiet. She knew she couldn't argue with the monster prince, and though it pained her to leave him behind, she understood. Gently, she reached out and grasped his hand, the coolness of his skin sending a shiver through her. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible as she met his eyes, wishing there were more she could do. They began to walk onto the canopy, the inverted branches crackling faintly under their feet. As they ascended, Lejiya glanced back at the monster prince, now standing alone, his figure framed by the shadowy outline of the tree. His eyes met hers, and for a moment, she saw a flicker of something. It was fleeting, and soon his gaze returned to the surrounding darkness. The princess hesitated, then, with a determined look, stepped off the canopy and back down to the monster prince's side. "I'm staying," the princess said, her voice firm. Miriam, puzzled, turned to the princess. "Are you sure?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. The princess nodded, her expression resolute. "I won't let him face this darkness alone." She then looked back at Lejiya and the others, offering a sad smile. "Farewell. I hope you find success in what you set out to do." Lejiya wiped a tear from her eye, her emotions swirling in a complex mix of gratitude and sorrow. "Are you sure about this?" Lejiya said, her voice thick with emotion as she bid both the prince and the princess farewell. "Yes," the princess replied. They waited on the canopy for what felt like an eternity, the silence growing heavier with each passing moment. They were still here. Lejiya's heart pounded in her chest as the dread crept in, the realization of her worst fear settling over her like a shroud. It wasn't working, and she knew, deep down, that she was likely the culprit. Without hesitation, she made her way down the canopy, her steps quick and purposeful. Turning to face her party, she forced a small smile. "It should work now," she said, though the words felt hollow, her uncertainty gnawing at her insides. To her surprise, Ixar followed her down, stepping off the canopy with a nonchalant shrug. "Ixar!" Lejiya exclaimed, the shock evident in her voice. "Why did you do that? You could never leave once the others leave without you." Ixar met her gaze, his expression unreadable. "That might not be the case," he replied, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "This is insane," Lejiya asked, her voice tinged with confusion. "You're my burden," Ixar said simply, his tone matter-of-factly. "One I'm prepared to bear until the end. Besides, I still need you to enter the cathedral." Lejiya wanted to retort, to tell him that she didn't need anyone's protection, but the look in his eyes stopped her. There was something in the way he stood there, willing to risk his chance of escape for her, that softened her resolve. She nodded, swallowing her pride as she turned back to the canopy. Miriam's eyes flickered with concern as she vanished with Sullus, Wanda, and Ashla, the worry evident in her gaze. "Time's against us," Ixar said, urging Lejiya forward. "Step onto the canopy with me." Lejiya obeyed, her thoughts racing as she took his hand and followed him up the branches once more. She turned one last time, waving goodbye at the monster prince and the princess until their figures were swallowed by the darkness. As the gloom of the hollow garden finally began to lift, Lejiya felt a soft breeze brush against her skin, the air suddenly lighter, filled with the scent of earth and the distant sound of wind through leaves. When they emerged from the veil of white mist, the stark contrast between the eerie hollow garden and the world beyond struck her. Lejiya saw Ixar rising to his feet beside her, and the others nearby, their faces filled with relief. Behind them, a carpet of dark-colored soil stretched out, the remnants of what they had stepped on when fleeing from the Fae King. Miriam and Ashla approached Lejiya, their expressions warm with joy. "I'm glad you made it out," Ashla said, her voice tinged with relief. "I wanted to join you earlier, after Ixar walked down the canopy, but I was already up here before I could move." Lejiya smiled, though the worry still gnawed at her. "It's okay," she replied softly. "I would have wanted you to follow Sullus' group anyway. It was safer. Finally, the monster prince lives and gets to be with the princess," Miriam remarked, a wry smile on her lips. Lejiya felt a bittersweet pang in her chest, part of her happy for the prince and princess, yet another part filled with doubt. Was this really a happy ending for them? Would it have been better if the prince had died by the princess's hand, leaving her to live a normal life, never knowing the truth? The questions weighed heavily on her mind, her thoughts drifting to her own uncertain fate. "What will my ending be?" she wondered as the wind continued to blow gently, carrying with it the echoes of a world she didn't yet fully understand. 24. The Veins. An olive-colored landscape stretched out before them, a vast expanse of grassy plains, with the distant silhouette of mountains looming on the horizon. It was toward these mountains, rumored to house the tombs of kings, that their journey would lead them. "I've heard the tombs of kings resemble a series of colossal catacombs," Ixar remarked, gesturing toward the western mountain entrance visible in the distance, amidst a labyrinth of rocky outcrops. "That's our destination. It's a little farther than the northern entrance, but it's the quickest route through the mountains. If only they had horses, the journey would be so much more relaxing," Lejiya thought. If only she could make whatever she thought into reality, she would conjure a couple of the fastest horses or dragons to make their way across the plains. As they approached the river, the dilapidated bridge ahead seemed precarious, with its broken parts threatening to crumble beneath their weight at any moment. Ixar took the lead, leaping across the gap and then assisting Ashla across. Bella and her companions followed suit, each jumping across with determined resolve. As they crossed, the water beneath them teemed with life, tiny fish darting through the ripples. Though seemingly harmless, everyone remained on edge, wary of potential threats lurking beneath the surface. The warmth of the sun on their backs provided some comfort, but Lejiya couldn't shake the feeling of foreboding that settled over them. Suddenly, the sunlight began to dim. "Is the sun setting already?" Lejiya said. Sullus, who was near Lejiya, reached out his hand. "It's not the sun. And it's not rain either." Glancing around, Lejiya noticed the others sharing Sullus' unease, their gaze scanning the surroundings anxiously. "There!" Wanda cried, her sharp observation breaking the tense silence and drawing attention to the distant horizon where a line of dark mountains loomed. "Something's odd about those mountains," Ixar said. "Of course. Because those aren't mountains," Wanda said. Lejiya noticed the supposed mountains were expanding, like they were moving toward them. Lejiya's heart quickened as she realized the truth. They were not mountains at all, but something far more sinister. We need to cross the bridge fast. With a sense of urgency, Wanda urged the group to run toward the bridge. Lejiya's breath caught in her throat as she realized the impending danger. The veins, mysterious and malevolent, were closing in on them. Their footsteps echoed loudly against the creaking bridge, the urgency of their escape palpable in the air. With each passing moment, the looming threat of the veins grew more ominous, driving them forward with a primal instinct for survival. As they hastened their pace, bounding over the gap, Lejiya trailed behind, her landing faltering. In that perilous moment, Ixar reached out, grasping her hand with urgency as the ground beneath her feet crumbled away. Drawing her close, he propelled her forward, their breath mingling in the rush of motion. Ahead, the others surged onward, a distant silhouette against the backdrop of the approaching veins. Lejiya's strides faltered, her senses heightened by the looming threat. Suddenly she stumbled, a cry caught in her throat as she fell. A female lancer, her silhouette illuminated by the eerie glow of the veins, turned back, her voice urgent as she urged Lejiya to press on. Struggling to her feet, Lejiya watched in horror as the veins closed in, their insidious tendrils reaching out hungrily. The female lancer, once a formidable warrior, was now ensnared by their dark embrace, her form twisting and contorting in a grotesque transformation. A guttural cry tore through the air as the lancer's body warped, elongating into a nightmarish creature. Lejiya recoiled, her senses assaulted by the sight of claws and wings tearing through flesh. She felt a surge of fear and revulsion, her heart pounding in her chest as she struggled to comprehend the monstrous metamorphosis before her. With a trembling hand, Lejiya tightened her grip on her sword of angels, the weight of its power a comforting presence against the deathly black tendrils. She pushed forward, her steps fueled by a mixture of fear and determination. Beside her, one of the fighters, Lix, burdened by the weight of his hammer, lagged behind. The veins soon caught up with him. Lix's spine ripped through his clothing to become a hideous green ogre with drool dripping from his lips. The female lancer, who was now a gargoyle, took flight flapping with ease with a shrill sound to make their ears metaphorically bleed. "There's nothing we can do for them," Ashla's voice called out, a beacon of reason in the chaos that surrounded them. "We have to keep moving." Lejiya's gaze hardened with determination, her heart heavy with the weight of responsibility. "No more," she whispered, her voice a solemn oath. Lejiya did not want any more people to die and stop running to face the veins. She believed it would not affect her as she was a character from a storybook, like the monsters. Ixar's brow furrowed in disbelief, his eyes narrowing at her audacity. "What are you doing?" he muttered, a mix of frustration and concern tinging his words. With a swift motion of his hand, Ixar conjured a shimmering force field, a barrier against the creeping tendrils of the veins. But to his horror, they seeped through, defying his magic with an insidious persistence. As the veins closed in on Lejiya, she stood frozen, her gaze locked with the swirling abyss before her. A shiver raced down her spine, a premonition of impending doom. Within the depths of the veins, a vision stirred, beckoning her. A woman in a white dress, her form ethereal and elusive, was racing down an otherworldly hallway, each step a haunting echo of the past. For some reason, Lejiya felt a strange feeling, like this had happened before. And the more she viewed the occurrence, the more familiar the woman in white seemed to her. It felt like she was actually the one running instead of someone else. Ixar's voice cut through the haze of Lejiya's thoughts. He grasped her hand, his touch grounding her in reality once more. "Lejiya, snap out of it," he urged, urgency lacing his words as he pulled her away from the veins that continued to hover at its very spot. Blinking away the remnants of the vision, Lejiya followed Ixar's lead, her steps quickening as they fled. Wanda observed up ahead, her eyes narrowed in silent vigilance as the others surged ahead. With the gargoyle circling overhead, time became their enemy. They couldn't afford to linger, not with the ogre and the veins so close by. "We can't make it to the north. Head for the southern entrance," Ixar yelled. Following Ixar's direction, Lejiya and Wanda raced toward the southern slopes, going in the opposite direction from the rest of the party that had run far ahead. Lejiya could see Ashlar's shrinking figure in the distance. Their breaths mingled with the chill of the air as Lejiya, Ixar, and Wanda sought refuge within the looming shadow of the mountains. An opening at the base of the mountain came into view, and Ixar motioned for Lejiya to run toward it. Though reluctant, she knew the gravity of their situation. With a resigned nod, Lejiya stepped forward, her resolve unwavering in the face of uncertainty. As they approached the opening, so did the ogre and gargoyle that were hot on their trail. With a deft flick of his finger, Ixar lifted his dagger from its sheath, the blade dancing through the air with deadly precision. He willed it forward, a silent command guiding its path as it sliced through the air toward the lumbering ogre. The ogre swatted at the airborne blade, its movements clumsy yet filled with brute force. But Ixar was relentless, his focus unbroken as he directed the dagger to strike at the ogre's leg. With a vicious slash, the blade found its mark, drawing forth a gout of blood as the ogre recoiled in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Ixar darted and weaved through the ogre's retaliatory strikes, his movements fluid and precise. But his concentration was shattered as the gargoyle launched its own assault, its tail lashing out with deadly intent. Ixar leaped aside just in time to avoid the attack, the air crackling with magical energy as he prepared to unleash his formidable powers upon the ogre. Yet before he could utter the incantation, the gargoyle struck again, its talons raking across his defenses. From a distance, Wanda watched with unwavering focus as she notched another arrow to her bow. With a steady hand, she drew back the string, her senses attuned to the subtle nuances of the wind. Releasing the tension, the arrow soared through the air, its trajectory true as it struck the gargoyle square in the chest. With a pained cry, the creature faltered, its wings folding protectively around its body as it plummeted from the sky. The impact knocked Ixar off balance, his concentration shattered as he struggled to regain his footing. With the gargoyle looming overhead, its claws poised for the kill, Lejiya's heart clenched with fear. "Ixar!" Lejiya shouted, her voice filled with urgency as she watched him fend off the creature's relentless assault. "Get in the cave!" Ixar's command cut through the chaos, his voice strained with urgency. As another arrow whistled through the air, the ogre's massive form loomed, its arm rising to deflect the projectile. But Wanda's focus remained unbroken, her hands waving frantically as she urged Lejiya forward. Lejiya wasn't going to leave her friends in the lurch. She, along with Vi and Von, charged head-on at the gargoyle with the Sword of Angels raised and swung it with all her might at the airborne monster. Meanwhile, Vi and Von circled the gargoyle at incredible speed, their claws flashing in the dim light as they fought to aid Ixar in his struggle. But the creature was relentless, its claws closing around Vi with a bone-crushing grip. With a desperate cry, Von redoubled his efforts, his strikes raining down upon the gargoyle's face. The gargoyle faltered, its hold on Vi loosening just enough for him to break free. Meanwhile, Lejiya's sword cleaved through the gargoyle's thick hide, the blade biting deep into flesh before she halted, a sudden realization washing over her. This creature, this monstrosity, was once the valiant lancer who had risked her life to save her. But there was no time for remorse as the gargoyle lashed out, its claws slashing toward her with deadly intent. Instinct took over as Lejiya raised her sword in defense, the metal meeting flesh with a sickening thud. Before the blow could land, a surge of magic propelled Lejiya backward, hurtling her into the safety of the cave's embrace. With a final glance back, she watched in horror as the entrance was sealed shut by falling rocks, the resultant tremors echoing in the cavernous space. Lejiya stood amidst the falling rubble, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. With each stone she cleared, she called out to her friends, her voice strained with effort. Von Ixar. Lejiya cried out, her hands bruised and bloodied as she tore through the debris and struck them with her sword. The adrenaline surged through her veins, lending her strength she never knew she possessed. But the debris remained intact and refused to budge. Ixar, and Von. Lejiya could not believe Ixar chose to protect her and wander and fight the monsters alone. He probably couldn't make it in time to push V and Von into the cave. They were in grave danger out there, and there was nothing she could do to help them. And there were the others who went ahead of them to the northern end. Did they make it to the mountain path? But it was useless worrying about things she couldn't know. Her plight was no better off. She and Wanda were in a dark cave said to lead to the Tombs of Kings. 25. Tombs of Kings. As Lejiya glanced over her shoulder, she found Wanda standing motionless, a silent observer to the chaos unfolding around them. Frustration bubbled within Lejiya as she turned back to face her companion. "Are you just going to stand there?" Lejiya said, tears clouding her vision as she gestured toward the blocked entrance. "We can't leave them to die." "They did what they had to," Wanda replied stoically, her gaze unwavering as Lejiya's heart sank with despair. Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, Lejiya strained her ears for any sign of life beyond the cave. But the silence was deafening, punctuated only by the sound of their own ragged breaths. The barrier formed by the falling rocks were too thick to hear anything on the other side. With a heavy sigh, Lejiya sank to the ground, her body trembling with exhaustion and grief. Beside her, Wanda remained lost in thought, her gaze fixed upon Lejiya with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. "Let's go," Lejiya said, her voice hollow with resignation as she pushed herself to her feet. With the sword of angels lighting the narrow cave tunnel, Lejiya ventured further into the depths of the cave. In the dimly lit cavern, Lejiya's senses sharpened, her ears attuned to the slightest hint of danger. Surprisingly, the silence enveloped her like a comforting blanket, allowing her thoughts to wander to memories of Ixar. As she navigated the rocky terrain, she stepped on something hard and lost her footing. Above her, an arrow flew by and bounced off the cave wall before her. Heart pounding, Lejiya whirled around to confront her assailant, only to find Wanda aiming another arrow in her direction. Was there a monster behind her? Lejiya thought. No. Something was wrong. That arrow that flew by above Lejiya was fired at head level. It would have hit her if she hadn't tripped and fell. Panic surged through Lejiya's veins, as she realized the terrifying truth. That arrow Wanda shot wasn't meant for any monster. It was meant for her. Igniting her flight or fight instinct, Lejiya darted ahead into the darkness of the tunnel, narrowly avoiding another deadly shot. The narrow tunnel led to a spacious chamber beyond, where Lejiya sought refuge behind a carved stone pillar, the intricate symbols etched into its surface providing scant cover. With her sword concealed beneath her cloak, she braced herself for confrontation. "Why are you trying to kill me?" Lejiya's voice quivered with a mixture of fear and confusion, her grip tightening on the hilt of her weapon. Wanda's voice, low and edged with pain, cut through the still air, laden with unspoken rage. "The Fae took everything from me." "What did the Fae take from you?" Lejiya said softly. "I swore to make the demon who killed my parents pay," Wanda said. "What does that have to do with the Fae?" Lejiya said. "The demon who killed them wasn't just any monster. It was a Fae. And not just any ordinary Fae. It was the Fae King, your father," Wanda said. Lejiya's breath caught, the revelation unraveling the tangled web of Wanda's cold stares and curt words. The truth settled heavily in her chest. The connection between them, once tenuous, now forged in shared grief and a bitter history. She now understood the depth of Wanda's animosity, the sharpness in her eyes every time they met Lejiya's gaze. Lejiya's thoughts churned, the weight of her father's sins pressing down on her, leaving her with the suffocating realization that the blood of Wanda's pain was on her hands. That can't be true. There must be some mistake, Lejiya muttered, her words falling on deaf ears as Wanda's resolve remained unyielding. Believe it or not, I saw it with my own eyes. Come out. I will make this quick. When you're dead, the Fae King will feel my pain. He deserves no better than this. Wanda took a few steps when Lejiya threw sand around the pillar in the direction of Wanda's voice to buy her some time for escape. Lejiya's heart raced as she darted through the archways, her hope of escape dwindling with each dead end she encountered. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and the distant rumble of shifting rocks. Cornered at last, Lejiya faced Wanda, her adversary's gaze burning with fury and grief. With a heavy heart, she spoke, her words laden with sorrow. I'm sorry for what my father did to your parents. But there must be some sort of misunderstanding. But Wanda's resolve remained unyielding, her eyes flashing with unbridled fury as she recounted the horrors of her past. Sorry won't bring my parents back. How about I kill you and then tell your father that it was a misunderstanding? Lejiya's arms fell to her sides, resignation etched into her features as she offered herself up as a sacrifice. Wait. I still have a mission to fulfill. I can't die here. We will see about that, Wanda said. As Wanda took aim, the cavern trembled, a low groan emanating from the darkness of an archway nearby. Dust filled the air, choking their senses as Lejiya seized the opportunity to slip away. In the eerie silence that followed, Lejiya moved from archway to archway, her heart pounding with each step. The echoes of Wanda's footsteps reverberated through the cavern. With bated breath, Lejiya pressed on, her life hanging in the balance as she evaded detection, her every movement a desperate bid for survival. As Lejiya found herself trapped in the dead end, huge monstrous claws shot out of the darkness toward her. With desperation in her eyes, she fell backward several steps and her back hit against a wall. Lejiya brandished her sword, ready to face whatever horror awaited her. Yet above, through an alcove, Wanda watched, a silent spectator to Lejiya's plight, relishing the prospect of her demise. Then, the claws came again. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lejiya drew herself to a corner and squeezed past the claws, driving her sword into the flesh of the monstrous hand, forcing it to retreat. But even as she fought for her life, Wanda loomed, her bowstring taut with deadly intent. With a burst of speed, Lejiya fled, the urgency of her escape matched only by the relentless pursuit of her adversary. Yet, before an archway past many, Lejiya found her path blocked by Wanda. Just when Lejiya thought she was done for, a pair of malevolent green glowing eyes appeared through the wall openings at the side, watching them. As Wanda turned and loosed her arrow at the eyes, they vanished, replaced by a torrent of fire that poured through the archway, forcing Wanda to roll on the ground. The catacombs echoed with the harsh sounds of Lejiya's frantic footsteps, the clamor of her boots against the stone steps reverberating in the hollow silence. The air, thick with the musty scent of decay and ancient dust, pressed down on her like a suffocating shroud. She darted through the archways, her heart pounding as the flickering light of her sword illuminated the endless rows of tombs, each bearing the names of forgotten kings. A distant roar reverberated through the stone walls, the sound both feral and haunting. Wanda's panicked breathing reached Lejiya's ears, the sound mingling with the crackle of encroaching flames. She glimpsed Wanda, cornered by the approaching fire, the heat from the flames licking at her heels, forcing her back against the cold stone. Lejiya's pulse quickened. She had to act fast. Lejiya scanned the chamber, her eyes locking onto another archway leading deeper into the catacombs. She sprinted toward it, the light from her sword cutting through the oppressive darkness. The hall beyond stretched out into a vast yawning abyss, the light from Lejiya's sword casting long, eerie shadows across the crumbling walls. She caught sight of the dragon, a massive black beast, its scales shimmering like polished obsidian. It breathed torrents of fire through the narrow windows, the flames licking up the walls and illuminating the decaying architecture in a hellish glow. "Over here," Lejiya called out, her voice trembling with both fear and determination. The dragon's head snapped toward her, its eyes gleaming with a malevolent intelligence. The beast turned, its massive body slithering through the debris as it charged at her with terrifying speed. Lejiya spun on her heel and bolted back through the archway, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She bounded up the stairs to her right, the stone steps crumbling beneath her feet. A deafening crash echoed through the catacombs as the dragon smashed through the wall beside her, sending a cloud of dust and debris cascading down the stairwell. Lejiya tumbled forward, barely catching herself on the rough stone as the dragon's fiery gaze locked onto her. Its jaws parted, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to snap her in two. But for brief moments, the dragon hesitated as it stared at Lejiya. Lejiya kept her eyes locked on the dragon's, unwilling to risk any sudden movement that might further agitate the dragon. Just then, a volley of arrows whistled through the air, piercing the soft flesh inside its mouth. The dragon reared back, roaring in pain, its fury shaking the very foundation of the catacombs. "Run!" Lejiya shouted to Wanda, who had somehow found her way to the stairwell. The two women sprinted back down the steps, their only thought to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the enraged dragon. They scrambled down into the lower catacomb, finding a narrow niche carved into the wall. They clambered up into it, pressing themselves against the cold stone, their bodies trembling with exhaustion and fear. The darkness of the niche enveloped them, the sounds of the dragon's roars muted by the thick walls. For a moment, there was only the sound of their labored breathing, mingling with the distant crackle of flames. Lejiya turned to Wanda, her voice a whisper in the suffocating silence. "Why did you save me?" Wanda's response was curt, tinged with a hint of defiance. "I didn't want to owe you a favor. Consider us even." Lejiya's brow furrowed in thought, her mind wrestling with the implications of Wanda's actions. "But if my father truly killed your parents, you had every reason to seek revenge," Lejiya reasoned. Her words hung heavy in the air, mingling with the musty scent of ancient stone and the faint echoes of distant tremors. "I grew up fearing humans, believing them to be evil, more dangerous than the monsters. That's what my father taught me." Her gaze lingered on the cold stone wall, her thoughts a tangled web of doubt. But now, what if it was all a lie? What if the man I had believed my whole life is the real monster all along? The silence of the catacombs pressed down on her, a suffocating reminder of the darkness that surrounded her, both within and without. The certainty she once held crumbled, replaced by a terrifying realization. I must uncover the truth of my curse, and who I truly am. Wanda's skepticism was palpable as she pressed for clarification. "What do you mean?" "I suspect I am her. Carmilla," Lejiya confessed, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Wanda scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as impossible. "You're a Fae, and Carmilla's human." Lejiya's gaze drifted to the fractured remains of the catacombs, her mind consumed by the enigma of her existence. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "My powers aren't really that different from hers. Both of us can extract things out of stories into the world. So there's my father. Why does he react strangely when I speak of the cathedral dream?" Lejiya said, her voice carrying a weight of uncertainty. He mentioned Carmilla's name in the secret library. It's obvious he knows who she is. Perhaps your curse is entwined with whatever magic the mages wielded in their attempt to kill Carmilla, Wanda suggested, her words measured and thoughtful. It's plausible that the Fae King intervened and rescued you during the incident. If so, why can't I recall any of it? Lejiya's frustration colored her voice, mingling with the pervasive sense of bewilderment. It's as if none of this makes sense, like crucial pieces of the puzzle are missing, hidden away. Their conversation was interrupted by the harsh reality of their predicament. There's a more urgent truth we have to deal with. That is how to get out of here, Wanda acknowledged grimly, her gaze sweeping over the desolate catacombs. That dragon won't relent until we're dead. Lejiya's mind raced, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. The stairs, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. We may be able to get out if we can reach the upper stories. With painstaking caution, they retraced their steps, every movement deliberate to avoid alerting the dragon lurking nearby. Lejiya's light cast eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls, illuminating the solemn tombs of kings long forgotten. Among them, one name stood out, Skirka, a testament to forgotten glory and faded grandeur. A flicker of movement caught Wanda's sharp eye, prompting her to halt Lejiya with a gesture. The dragon's presence loomed closer, its breath a menacing whisper in the darkness. They remained hidden, silent witnesses to the beast's passage. Outside, a glimmer of hope beckoned in the form of a flight of stairs, a tantalizing glimpse of potential salvation. Yet, the path lay fraught with peril, with no means of traversing it unseen. Wanda's words hung heavy in the air, a grim reminder of their reality. Someone must distract the dragon if we are to have any hope of passing. As Wanda stood firm, her resolve etched into every line of her battle-worn face, she declared, "You go on. I'll handle this." Lejiya hesitated, her eyes flickering uncertainly in the dim light of the catacombs. "But how will you see without my light?" Wanda's response was swift. From the depths of her pack, she produced matches, deftly striking one to life before wrapping a cloth around a wooden torch. With a practiced hand, she poured oil from her supplies onto the makeshift torch, casting a flickering glow that danced in the darkness. Still hesitant, Lejiya questioned, "What about you?" Wanda's gaze hardened with determination. "I'll catch up. I haven't given up on revenge yet." But as Lejiya pondered Wanda's words, a nagging doubt crept into her mind. What if she was really Carmilla? Wanda's voice broke through her thoughts, urging Lejiya to run as she called out to the dragon. With a final glance, Lejiya fled, her footsteps echoing across the stone bridge as she raced toward safety. The ground trembled beneath her feet as the dragon descended upon Wanda, its roars echoing through the catacombs. Lejiya's heart pounded in her chest, threatening to burst as she ascended the stairs, each step bringing her closer to daylight. As she climbed, memories flooded her mind, memories of a dream where she was walking these very same steps, flanked by royal guards. With a sense of déjà vu guiding her, Lejiya veered left, trusting in the vision that had guided her before. The path led her through a narrow archway, and suddenly she emerged into faint light, the warmth of the sun kissing her skin. Relief washed over her as she paused to catch her breath, the silence of the outside world offering a moment of respite. But as she waited, anxiety gnawed at her, her thoughts consumed by Wanda's fate. Hoping to guide Wanda to the exit, Lejiya called out into the silence, her voice echoing off the ancient walls of the catacombs. Time passed, each moment stretching into eternity. Did Wanda make it? Then, as Lejiya's fear mounted, a shadow fell across her, and she looked up to see Wanda standing before her, a reassuring presence in the midst of uncertainty. Relief flooded through Lejiya as she realized that, despite the odds, they had both survived.